Yehan held his mother's medical report, struck by the devastating news that she had terminal bone cancer. Just then, the doctor coldly delivered the harsh verdict: your mother has terminal bone cancer, and you also owe 100,000 wen in hospital fees. If you do not pay, we will have to stop her treatment. Yehan was in shock and could not believe his ears. Terminal bone cancer. The doctor paid him no mind and walked away coldly, adding just find the money before he left. Yehan stood there listlessly, murmuring 100,000. Where am I supposed to get 100,000 yen now, he thought in despair. His father had run off with another woman long ago, leaving him and his mother behind. His mother was sick, and all their savings were gone. Yehan angrily crumpled the paper, thinking of his mom's terrible illness. Yehan couldn't hold back his tears. He choked out, so it really is bone cancer. Soon after, Yehan calmed himself down and thought, I can't give up. I must not surrender. He recalled his mother's words, so what if a top 500 company won't hire you? We can just pick a less impressive one. No big deal. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. As long as we're alive, we can still fight back. Now come have a few drinks with your old lady. Yes, Mom. A real man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. You understand, son. Look at me. I raised you all by myself. There's nothing that can't be overcome. He was determined to save his mother at all costs. She was his only family in this world. Filled with determination, Yehan left the hospital. Mom, wait for me. I will definitely get the money. A moment later, at the Xiaoshu residential area in Guangzhou, after asking everyone in the neighborhood, no one would lend him any money. In his desperation, Yehan thought, could it be? Is she the only one I can turn to now? He looked down at his hand and clenched his fist. Blaming himself, I can only blame myself for being useless. If only I were more capable. Well, this is urgent and can't be delayed. With that said, he walked into a luxurious hotel. Standing outside the hotel room, Yehan could already hear the seductive moans of Han Yunuo from within. Inside, she was clinging to Lu Wei like ivy, their clothes strewn all over the floor. Standing outside, Yehan heard their conversation clearly. Mr. Lu, you're incredible. I can't take it anymore. Let's take a little break. Sweetie, though boiling with rage, Yehan had to endure it. A real man knows when to bend. I will endure this. Then he lightly knocked on the door. Hearing the noise, Lu Wei snapped, who is it? What a pain. He opened the door and seeing Yehan, he shouted, Yehan, what are you doing here? Yunuo is my girlfriend now. Are you still fantasizing about her? Yehan swallowed his anger and replied, that's not it. Han Yu now walked out from inside, sashaying Yehan. Lu Wei and I are officially together now. Don't come looking for me anymore. To avoid any misunderstandings with my boyfriend, as she spoke, Han Yunuo linked her arm with Lu Wei's. He puffed out his chest smugly. Did you hear that? Yehan gritted his teeth in anger, but still had to endure it. Yunuo, I didn't come to ask you to get back with me. I want to borrow 100,000 yen from you. My mother is seriously ill and has been hospitalized. If I don't have the money for her fees, my mother will be kicked out of the hospital. I'm truly out of options. Please, for old time's sake, help me. Han Yu immediately taunted and insulted him without mercy. What the hell does your mother's illness have to do with me? You dare to ask for 100,000 from me. What will you use to pay me back? You couldn't even afford the 300,000 yen bride price to marry me back then. You're still just a poor devil now. Yehan pleaded, please, for the sake of the 3 years we were together. Help me. I really need this money. I promise I will pay you back. Han Yu now pushed him even further, a salary of a few thousand a month for 3 years. And you couldn't even buy me a handbag. I just got together with Lu Wei, and he's already bought me a whole house. What 3 years together? It was all a waste of time. If you don't have money, don't even talk to me about love. With that, she turned and went back inside. Lu Wei sat down on a chair, scornfully saying, get the hell out of my sight. My girlfriend and I have business to attend to. Yehan couldn't believe the girl he had loved for 3 years was this kind of person. He recalled their past memories. Her sweet words, I love your talent the most. You make me feel so secure. Actually, I'm a very traditional person. Before we get married, let's just hold hands. You won't be mad at me, right? I didn't meet your family last night because Lu Wei gave me a limited edition handbag worth 230,000 yuan. Marry you. You couldn't even afford a 300,000 bride price, but you still want to marry me. So what if I agreed to be Lu Wei's girlfriend last night? I must have been blind to have liked you back then. Seeing his pitiful state, Lu Wei advised her to stop. Han Yunuo got annoyed at that, honey. He pointed a finger at Yehan and said, hey, Yehan, Yunuo won't lend you the money, but I can. I am now the director of the Chenghua group, and I have more money than I can count. Hearing this, Yehan was overjoyed. Thank you. Immediately after, Lu Wei looked at him with contempt. But think about it. Why should I lend you money? Your mother's life or death has nothing to do with me. I heard you're drowning in debt, and even your relatives won't acknowledge you. You're dirt poor. Are you planning to sell your body to repay me? Ye Han quickly promised, I will definitely pay you back. I definitely will. Lu Wei smirked and stepped aside. You know, and I just finished our fun. You can go in and clean the room. I will lend you the money. Without hesitation. He walked in. Seeing the messy scene and the intimate items on the bed, Ye Han gritted his teeth in anger. Even so, he had to swallow his pride and silently clean up one thing at a time. The other two never expected he would actually do it. They looked at each other and laughed with delight. Then he picked up the trash bag, signaling that he was done cleaning. Lu Wei should keep his promise and give him the money. But he just waved his hand away. I'm not lending it to you. If you eat all of this, I might reconsider. Ye Han growled in anger. What? Don't push it. You know exactly what you mean, don't you? Lu Wei immediately rushed over, punching him squarely in the face. I told you not to choose the hard way. Ye Han was knocked to the ground, crying out in pain. He sneered. Ye Han, you're truly pathetic. One little punch and you look like you're about to fly off the 3rd floor. Han Yunwo sat on the side, cooing admiringly. Mr. Lu, you're so strong. Emboldened. Lu Wei strutted forward arrogantly. Did you really think I was going to lend you money? I just wanted to humiliate you. Weren't you the campus talent back in college, admired by everyone? Look at you now. Your girl climbed into my bed, and you're eating trash in my house. And what can you do about it? He laughed triumphantly, raising his foot to kick Ye Han again today. I'm going to teach you a lesson. From now on, get out of my sight. He shut his eyes tightly, with no intention of fighting back. Just as he was about to get kicked, Lu Wei suddenly shouted in astonishment, Huh! There's someone flying outside the window. The girl kicked off the wall, launching herself straight into Lu Wei's room. His eyes widened in shock. Huh? The girl flew straight in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lu Wei flying. Shards of glass from the window flew everywhere, and Ye Han stared blankly at the girl. She gently asked, Are you all right? Ye Han asked back, Who are you? Why did you save me? He thought to himself. She's so beautiful. And I think I saw her black lace panties just now. Furious from the attack, Lu Wei snapped, Who the hell are you? He had a feeling this girl was no ordinary person. This woman jumped straight from the ground to the 3rd floor. Seeing this, Han Yunwo rushed to help Lu Wei. Mr. Lu. Suddenly a strange man appeared behind them, saying it is best not to ask what you shouldn't know. Lu Wei had no idea when he had entered, and his jaw dropped in surprise. You? Who are you? The man placed a hand on him and said, Move aside. Immediately, he used his strength to send Lu Wei flying. He screamed in pain. Han Yunwo pointed at them threateningly. This is my house. I'm calling the police. The man was unafraid. The police. I advise you to think carefully. She was about to say something else when Lu Wei covered her mouth. Lu Wei quickly warned her, Shut up. These two have extraordinary skills. Their backgrounds must be significant. Hearing this, Han Yunwo became a little scared. All right. Ye Han didn't understand why these two were helping him. He asked nervously, Who might you two be? The man suddenly took out a suitcase full of money, saying the money you need is in here. Ye Han was overjoyed. Thank you so much, sir. I will definitely repay you this money, but I only needed to borrow 100,000. The man turned to the girl and said, A newborn calf doesn't fear the tiger. In this imperial capital, no one dares to call me sir. The girl tried to hold back her laughter. Then, he handed the suitcase to him. It's all right. This 1 million is yours. Ye Han was extremely surprised and didn't dare to take it. For me, 1 million. Lu Wei was so shocked his jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but butt in. Are you crazy? This kid is a poor devil. Why are you giving him money? Han Yunwo chimed in. That's right. He is not worthy of this money at all. The man frowned and glared at them. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? The two were so scared they clung to each other, their eyes welling with tears. We wouldn't dare. We were wrong. The girl spoke softly to him. Mr. Ye, please come with us. We have something we need your help with. Ye Han hugged the suitcase of money, his heart pounding 1 million. They certainly wouldn't give me money so easily. But this is to save Mom. After thinking it through, he decided to take the risk and agreed to go with them. Okay. Then the three of them left together, leaving behind the two cowards who lived like dogs. Seeing they were gone, Lu Wei and Han Yunwo breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. That scared me to death. Lu Wei said angrily, Yunwo, Ye Han sure got lucky. Doesn't he love you so much? Figure out a way to trick him out of his money. That's 1 million yuan. She smiled confidently. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I could wrap him around my finger back then, and I can do it now. That money will be ours. On the other side, the two of them led him to a white car. The three of them got inside, and Ye Han spoke up, Who are you? Why did you give me money? The man smiled. I am the head butler of the Ye family in the imperial capital, Suchiju. He took out a stack of documents, his expression turning serious. We not only want to give you money, but also a lifetime of glory and wealth. Yehan was extremely surprised by this information, the Ye family. Glory and wealth. He took the documents and was startled by the contents inside. This is, Susijo said softly, the Ye family in the imperial capital is the wealthiest clan in the world, with a global empire worth trillions. They control the entire country's dragon veins. A month ago, the sole heir of the Ye family was assassinated. The situation was beyond saving, and it is feared it will shake the entire imperial capital, and even the country. And your name and appearance are identical to the Yi family heir, so we want you to become the young master, a stand-in for the Yi family. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity fell from the sky, and Yehan was stunned by the surprise. What? The young master of a super-wealthy family. Yehan stared at the paper in his hand. He quickly calculated, if I become the young master of the Ye family, everything he had, I will have. If not, I just need to want it, and I'll have it. There is only one condition. I must absolutely not disclose the contract's contents to anyone. Everything must be kept confidential. This seems to be an opportunity that couldn't be better. He turned to ask Tsuchijo, why did the young master die? He didn't hide anything. He was fatally wounded by an assassin's single punch to his internal organs and died on the spot. Hearing this, his face turned pale as if he'd eaten poison maybe. This isn't so great after all. Can I not sign? Tsuchijo smiled, threateningly signed the contract and ascend to heaven. Refused to sign and ascend to heaven in a different way. Yehan's heart jumped in fear. You mean I'll die if I don't sign? He thought tearfully. I guess I have to. For the Ye family, losing their young master is a top secret. If I don't sign this, since I know too much, I'll definitely be at a point of no return. Tsuchijo frowned slightly. Yehan, what do you have left to lose now? Don't you want to live a little better? This contract will only benefit you, not harm you. Remembering all the events of the day, Yehan felt it made sense. At this point, even death isn't scary. The important thing is to save my mom. Thus, a fired-up Yehan took the pen and swiftly signed the contract. The contract is signed by me. Tsuchijo quickly snatched the contract, correcting his form of address, implying that from now on, Yehan was officially the Ye family's young master. Young master, the fate of the Ye family now rests on your shoulders. From now on, all of Ningzhou will kneel at your feet. Yehan replied with equal fervor. Old Su, rest assured, leave it all to me. From this moment on, I am the young master of the Yi family. What the young master hasn't done, I will do. The money the young master hasn't spent, I'll spend for him. The Ye family and I will advance and retreat together. Seeing Yehan's high level of determination, Tsuchijo smirked good. Then the old man slipped out of the car and walked in another direction. Now only Yehan and the pretty young lady were in the car. She glanced at him and said, I am Qing Luan. If there's anything you need, just command me. From now on, this subordinate will protect you from the shadows. Yehan gave a mischievous smile. Oh, so I can ask you to do anything, he stuttered, feigning difficulty if I want. Qing Luan frowned with an annoyed tone. I am only responsible for your protection, not for serving your private affairs. She thought to herself, what is this guy dreaming about? He just got lucky. Yehan said with a stone-cold serious face, find me 6 types of 100-year-old herbs. No restrictions on the type. Any kind will do. Qing Luan was taken aback. Huh? Is that all? She was confused. Why did he suddenly ask for that? Yes. She turned away shyly. It's nothing. Whenever you need it. Any time is fine. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Qing Luan cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. Within 1 hour. The herbs you need will be here. Yehan's eyes widened. 1 hour? That fast. Okay, find me a place. I need to wait for the herbs to arrive. 100-year-old herbs are rare nowadays, hard to buy even with money. This Ye family is really something. The scene shifts to a 5-star hotel. Qing Luan sat in the room, holding a book, but her mind was elsewhere. He locked himself in his room as soon as he arrived. He must want to study the herbs. Whatever. As long as there's no poison in the herbs, I just need to ensure his safety. On the other side, Yehan stood before a table, on which rare 100-year-old herbs were laid out. He smirked. Finally got my hands on them. 6 types of 100-year-old herbs. You old foxes from the Yi family in the imperial capital probably never expected that I have secrets of my own. Being a stand-in young master isn't what I want, and letting people use me isn't my style either. I endured humiliation before because I had no other choice. But now, the heavenly profound medical codex that Master left me can finally be activated. Remembering his childhood. Jahan sat next to his master preparing herbs. Master, everyone says your medical skills are amazing. Why don't you teach me? His master smiled kindly and patted his head because the time isn't right. Then when can I learn? You will know when the time comes. The memories flooded back to when his master was bedridden with a serious illness, and Jahan stood by his side, sobbing, Master, they say you're going to die. The master smiled. Be good. Give Master your hand. Then he transferred his energy to him. A brilliant golden light quickly flowed into Jahan's body. The master weakly instructed, This is the heavenly profound medical codex. Only when you find 600-year-old spirit herbs and absorb their essence can you use the codex to cultivate both medicine and martial arts. If you can't find them, it means you are not fated, and you should never mention it again for the rest of your life. Understood. He sobbed and nodded. I remember. Back in the present. Jahan slowly absorbed the essence of the 6 herbs, although I received the codex's inheritance since childhood. My poor family couldn't afford spirit herbs. Now, I finally have enough. Heaven and earth are dark and yellow. Yin and yang create all things. Medicine and martial arts are cultivated together, seeking the path of longevity. Then a yin-yang symbol appeared on his hand, surrounded by a brilliant blue light intertwined with golden lightning. Jahan's face was tense like a drum, sweat pouring down as he tried to control the surge of power. Jahan's whole body was in excruciating pain as if being torn apart, and his eyes narrowed as he struggled to stay conscious, groaning in agony. Jahan stood in a brilliant blue light, with golden and green energy currents swirling around his body. Jahan let out a loud shout, his clothes tearing to shreds. Sitting outside, Qingluan was startled by the sound. She rushed in and burst through the door. Hey, what's wrong with you? You're a person. How can you be discharging electricity like this? As she entered, before Qingluan could understand what was happening, she was hit by the blue light and lightning, causing her clothes to rip as well. She glared angrily, about to scold him, when she saw Jahan stumbling and about to fall. Startled, Qingluan reflexively ran over. She grabbed his hand and pulled him back. With no strength left, Jahan fell straight on top of her. The two lay on top of each other, Qingluan trying with all her might to push him off but couldn't. What on earth are you? Jahan groaned softly. I'm so dizzy. Jahan groaned softly. I feel so dizzy. She angrily pinched his arm hard, snap out of it. Instantly, Jahan snapped out of his daze. He saw the steamy scene before him and his eyes widened. What are you doing? Qingluan quickly covered herself and yelled, You dare to ask me? What are you doing? Hearing this, he looked bewildered. Me. Then, Jahan excitedly realized that's right. The heavenly profound medical codex has been activated. He suddenly leaned down and kissed her. I've struck it rich. Qingluan was so shocked by this action that her eyes widened in disbelief. The bright morning sun covered the bustling city, with people busily moving everywhere. Jahan sat in a white car parked on the side of the road. From the outside, it looked like he was taking a nap, but inside he was concentrating on his cultivation. The Heavenly Profound Medical Codex is divided into the Heavenly Profound Medical Sutra and the Martial Sutra. The Martial Sutra can enhance my strength, while the Medical Sutra can cure diseases and save people, combined with the Ye family's resources. It's enough for me to become a master. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. Without strength, you have nothing. Moreover, if I master the Medical Sutra, I can cure my mother's cancer. Medicine and martial arts complement each other. I must hurry and cultivate. Qingluan sat in the passenger seat, quietly observing him. She thought to herself, he definitely has other secrets. He's not as simple as he appears. She recalled the scenes from yesterday. Her face quickly turned red, so much so that it was visible to the naked eye. Just you wait and see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. The scene shifts to the city's top hospital. Inside, people were bustling about. In the hospital room, Vanchi, Yehan's mother, frowned and said to the nurse beside her, Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm not trying to skip out on the bill. My son will be here to pay soon. The nurse, while pushing the hospital bed, replied, This is the hospital's decision. You must move out immediately. What decision? Are you looking down on us because we don't have money? Let me tell you, if anything happens to me, you just wait and see. As Jahan walked in, he heard the argument and frowned, asking Mom, What's going on? Seeing him, she became even more agitated. My son is here. She said we didn't pay enough and is kicking your mother out of the hospital room. Jahan said softly. There's no air conditioning in the hallway. It's so cold. Why are you pushing a patient's bed out here? What if something happens to the patient? The nurse was not to be outdone and retorted, letting you stay in the hallway is already a compromise. What more do you want? Either pay the bill or get discharged. Don't block the hallway for others. Hearing these words, Van Chi couldn't believe it. You call yourself a doctor and talk like that? The nurse raised her voice. I don't need you to lecture me. If you're so good with principles, use them to make money. Yehan frowned and pulled out a card, coldly saying, I don't like wasting words with someone who is about to die. I've already paid the hospital fees. Now push my mother back inside. The nurse shouted, What do you mean? Are you cursing me? He held the bed frame and calmly told the nurse, Your pulse is weak. Your breathing is heavy. Negative energy has entered your body. You feel restless and irritable. Your mood is volatile. And your vision darkens for a few minutes every afternoon. You're lucky you still have a month. Otherwise, with that, Yehan smiled faintly. Only 3 days. You should accumulate some good karma. Maybe you'll be reincarnated as a human in your next life. Hearing these words, the nurse's face turned pale with fear. Everything he said was correct. Although I've been to many doctors, none could diagnose my illness. How did he know these things? She hurriedly ran after him. Wait a minute. Tell me clearly what you mean. Yehan said anger harms the body. Are you in such a hurry to die? The nurse frowned and then put on a friendly face. I apologize. Since you know what illness I have, you must be able to cure me. Please, I'm begging you to save me. He put on a serious face and ordered her to push the bed back in, and then to apologize to his mother. The nurse did so without hesitation. Okay. Seeing the tables turn, Van Chi praised her son. You're amazing, son. Just a few words, and you've tamed her. Yehan smirked and replied, I didn't do anything. I just told the truth. Van Chi didn't understand his meaning, thinking it was all just a joke. The nurse sincerely apologized. Madam, I was wrong just now. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Yehan didn't make things too difficult for her. If you want to be cured, you have to take good care of my mother. I'll give you a prescription to take for 7 days. After 7 days, we'll change it. The nurse hurriedly thanked his mother. Okay. You are my big sister. I will personally take charge of your care. Van Chi called out, Wait, I'm still so young. Don't call me big sister, you're older. The nurse was very good at adapting. Yes, very little sister. After she left, Van Chi asked curiously, Son, when did you learn medicine? The prescription you just wrote wasn't just made up, was it? Even though she's annoying, you can't just make up medicine. Yehan knew it wasn't the right time to tell the truth, so he hid it from his mother. Mom, do you remember the great master from when I was a child? He taught me, but I forgot later on. Today I accidentally hit my head on the wall and just remembered. Van Chi was puzzled. Hitting your head on the wall can be that effective. He smiled and said softly, Mom, just rest and get well. I've figured out how to make money now. Van Chi had no doubts about her son's words. My son is the best. After that, Yehan left the hospital. He said to Qing Luan, help me find a set of acupuncture needles. She heard this and asked curiously, why? To treat my mother. Qing Luan frowned and said, terminal cancer. How are you going to treat that? He asked with a confident tone. What if I can cure it? If you can cure it, I'll do whatever you want. Hearing this, Yehan was shocked and his face flushed red. Then he nodded decisively. It's a deal. Yehan sat in the hospital room, engrossed in a book. Those rich folks have a lot of money and a lot of problems. One wrong move and it's all over. Luckily, I have the heavenly profound medical codex now. I just need to keep working hard. Just then, Van Chi groaned in pain. Yehan dropped his books and rushed over, asking Mom, what's wrong? His mother's face was pale as she cried out in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yehan frantically helped his mother. Lie down. Mom, I'll give you a massage. He carefully adjusted Van Chi's blanket and pillow. This is a real headache. I don't have the acupuncture needles yet, and my current skill level is not enough to cure my mother's illness. But I should be able to ease her pain a little. He transferred energy into Van Chi's body to relieve the pain, and a green light emanated from him. The bright yin-yang symbol appeared again in his hand. Yehan transferred power into Van Chi's arm, then to her shoulder and finally to her leg. She felt the pain subside significantly, sweat beading on her forehead. Van Chi smiled and praised him. My son's skills are top-notch. I'm feeling less pain now. Yehan breathed a sigh of relief. If I massage you every day, who knows? It might even cure your illness. Her face was still a bit pale, but she still smiled gently. Good boy. I want to go out for some fresh air. Get the wheelchair and take me for a walk. Yehan did so without hesitation. Great. If it weren't for this illness, Mom would always be full of energy. I will definitely cure you. Later, in the sun-drenched courtyard, Yehan gently pushed Vanchi in her wheelchair. She took a deep breath and said, "Being cooped up in the hospital these days is driving me crazy." He teased her, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll cure you completely, and you can be the heartbreaker of the garden again." Vanchi glared at him, pretending to be annoyed this brat. "You dare to talk to your mother like that? Just wait until I get out of the hospital. I'll make you go on 50 blind dates to teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Yehan's face puckered up like a monkey's, and he quickly surrendered. "Mom, I was wrong. The girls you know are all either divorced or immature." Suddenly, Vanchi stared blankly ahead. "Hey, son, look." He also looked over. A girl with long silky hair, a perfect figure, a defined waist, and a full bust. She was even escorted by 2 bodyguards, truly dazzling. Yehan assessed her. She walks with a strong and confident stride, and her eyes have a certain spark. She's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Vanchi knew this girl. I've seen her a few times. Her name is Wei Zhi. Her grandfather is in the special ward. If you could land a daughter-in-law like her, our family's fortune would soar. The special ward costs a fortune a day. If she's not from a super rich family, she must be from a prominent one, and she even has her own bodyguards. Yehan quickly said, "Mom, I'm not old enough to get married yet." Then he murmured the girl's name, Wei Zhi. Yehan looked at Wei Zhi and thought, unwed wife. I'd be scared to death by her. She probably drank cow's milk instead of water growing up. Who even reads newspapers anymore? Suddenly he felt something was off. The 2 men in black were holding newspapers, but their eyes were glued to her. It seemed the girl was in danger. Immediately after, the 2 men rushed forward to attack Wei Zhi's bodyguards. She was startled. The bodyguards were quickly knocked out and fell to the ground. Wei Zhi shouted, "Who's there?" The 2 men pulled out knives and rushed forward. "We're here to take your life." But she wasn't a weak damsel in distress in your dreams. Wei Zhi kicked the knife out of one man's hand. The other man took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Not bad. Unable to react in time, Wei Zhi fell to the ground. She quickly retreated towards Yehan, muttering curses. "Damn it, useless bodyguards." Seeing Yehan and Vanchi still standing there in a daze, she quickly warned them, "Run away quickly. They're martial artists." The 2 men frowned at Yehan. "In that case, all 3 of you can die." Wei Zhi quickly denied it. They're nobody important." Yehan was helpless. The more you explain, the more complicated it gets. The 2 men didn't care and continued their attack with throwing darts. "Screw it. Just kill them all." Yehan was not one to be bullied. He kicked up a tree branch from the ground. Then he rushed forward, grabbing it as a weapon. He moved Vanchi to a safe place, then ran towards Wei Zhi. She didn't expect him to know martial arts. He knows martial arts. If he wanted to help, he would have done so a long time ago. Besides, there are only 2 opponents. Then he continuously spun the tree branch. Wei Zhi was stunned. What is this? Is he just trying to save himself? She jumped and did a backflip. This guy. He clearly knows martial arts. Can't he be a good person for once? Yehan calmly replied, "We're strangers. Why should I meddle in other people's business?" Wei Zhi was furious. "You stingy bastard." He ignored her and moved forward to push Vanchi away. "You can stand there and preach all you want. Don't forget, there are 2 professional assassins waiting for you. Wait until I get to a safe place and I'll call for help. I'll consider that my good deed for the day. Bye." The 2 assassins wouldn't let him go. He's trying to escape. He must be that girl's shadow guard. Kill him. Yehan was startled and angrily said, "Are you guys blind?" "How could I be her shadow guard?" Wei Zhi seized the opportunity and winked, signaling, "So you found me out." "That's right. He is my shadow guard." Yehan gritted his teeth and glared at her. Wei Zhi wasn't afraid and stuck her tongue out to taunt him. The 2 assassins immediately rushed forward. "You dare to exchange glances. Die." Wei Zhi frowned. "Who's exchanging glances with who?" Yehan said seriously, "Assassins deserve to die, but stupid assassins must be eliminated." The 2 men changed their target to him. "You pretty boy. Don't be arrogant. I'll kill you first." Yehan grabbed their hands. "If you want to die, don't blame me." One of them was still boasting, "The 2 of us brothers together." Before he could finish, he saw him kick the other man's groin. He immediately flew far away, crashing into a large tree trunk. The other man couldn't believe his eyes. How could you kick my brother so far with 1 kick?" Yehan kicked him 2. "Try it and you'll know." The 2 assassins had the worst luck. The bald one was already suffering when the other one slipped and landed on top of his head. Then they both collapsed, unconscious. Wei Zhi was amazed. 2 assassins with decent martial arts skills, defeated so easily. Yehan smiled. "You 2 have nowhere to run. I've already called the police." He thought to himself, "I didn't expect to be able to kick them so far. I've only been cultivating the heavenly profound medical codex for a few hours. It must be the effect of those 600-year-old spirit herbs. I'm afraid I still haven't fully absorbed them. The energy in my body is still increasing. The heavenly profound medical codex is truly powerful. Unexpectedly, one of them still managed to get up. He said smugly, "Don't think you've won just because you defeated us. More of our people will come." Then he bit down on a suicide pill. Yehan and Wei Zhishi didn't expect them to do that. They convulsed, foamed at the mouth, and then died. Yehan checked their pulse. They're dead. They probably hid poison in their mouths. Wei Zhishi looked at him blankly. "Who are you?" "A passerby." She smiled brightly anyway. "You're my savior. Thank you." Yehan blushed furiously. "Keep a cool head, young lady. Being hot will give you a fever. No need to thank me. I can't breathe." Wei Zhishi was annoyed, her eyes flaring. She raised her fist. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Yehan waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. This was unavoidable. Zhishi shouted angrily, "I was actually very grateful." Suddenly, she stepped on the branch that Yehan had used as a weapon earlier. Zhishi fell onto him. Yehan was surprised and raised his hands. The atmosphere became awkward. He held her, both of them blushing deeply. Van Chi's eyes widened with joy. Yehan was apologetic. This time was an accident. Zhishi turned away shyly, her hand raised in a fist. "Of course I know. I'm not the type of unreasonable young lady to get angry over something like this." Then she ordered her subordinates, "You two good-for-nothings. All that training for nothing. You can't even deal with 2 assassins. Clean this place up quickly." Her subordinates ran away in fear. "Yes, miss." Yehan watched them and thought, so she's taking her anger out on her bodyguards. He spoke up to advise her, "Miss Wei, you have a bad temper. Your body's yin and yang are imbalanced. Be careful not to let your anger overwhelm you." She blushed with frustration, crossing her arms and glaring at him. "I'm angry at you. Now we're even. You can go." Yehan winked, the corner of his mouth turning up. "I helped you fight off the assassins and accidentally took advantage of you. Actually, it's fair. But let me give you a kind reminder. Don't even think about breaking through in this lifetime." Suddenly, Zhishi held him back. A spark of realization flashed in her mind. Zhishi was stunned. "How did you know?" He pushed his mother in the wheelchair. "You silly boy. She's so well maintained, fair, and curvy. Of course she'd be angry if you held her against your chest, but that wasn't real anger. If she acted like it was nothing, what would that make her look like?" Van Chi said, "It's that complicated." She watched their retreating figures, fair and curvy. "Auntie, I can hear you. You know." Zhishi sighed in annoyance, her hands on her hips. "I was just being dramatic. If I take it seriously, then I'm the fool." Min Chao First Hospital, high-end ward. Wei Zhenhai lay on the hospital bed and asked, "Have you identified the 2 assassins yet?" Zhishi stood by the bed and replied, "Not yet." He frowned. "You should be careful these days. Don't go out until your strength has increased." The head of the Wei family, Wei Zhenhai. The Wei family's business extends throughout Jiangnan, with a prestigious status in all of Jiangnan. Wei Zhenhai. "I am also a prominent figure." Zhishi replied with a sad expression. "Yes, I know, Grandpa." Wei Zhenhai continued, "You said a passerby helped you. I want to meet this person." Zhishi was startled and blushed when she thought of Yehan holding her. Just some rogue. Why would you want to meet him?" Wei Zhenhai glanced at her and frowned thoughtfully. "This little girl has always trained with me, and she's seen her share of trouble in the upper class. She doesn't just blush. She doesn't even say a kind word. Why is she blushing and nervous when talking about this person? Could it be?" Wei Zhenhai shouted loudly, "Quickly invite that savior of yours over here." Wei Zhishi stammered and obeyed. "Yes, sir." Oncology inpatient ward. A hand was inserting needles into a woman's back. The hand moved deep into the body. Yehan spoke tenderly, "Mom, how do you feel now?" Van Chi hugged a pillow comfortably. Much better. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's been a long time since I felt so light," he said happily. "After I give you a few more acupuncture treatments, your illness will be cured." Then Yehan turned his head and said, "Miss Qing Luan, do you believe me now? But I still need you to help my mother get dressed." Qing Luan replied, "The results aren't in yet. Don't get too happy too soon." Yehan confidently closed his eyes and raised a finger. "Just wait for the doctor's examination, and we'll know if it's effective." Then he asked, "What about my request?" The girl lifted the blanket and asked, "What request?" The young man looked at her with a gentle gaze. "Let me kiss you." Qing Luan was startled and shy, her face turning as red as a tomato. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, and both of them turned around in shock. "Pervert." Zhishi stood with her arms crossed, scolding smugly, "I knew you were no good, and here you are, flirting with innocent girls. Yehan calmly replied, Miss Wei, what I do with my girlfriend has nothing to do with you. The girl was stunned. Huh? Your girlfriend? GC looked Qingluan up and down, pouting she's a little hotter than me, and has a good figure too. How could a pretty girl like her agree to be Yehan's girlfriend? The young man put his arm around Qingluan's waist. That's right. Yehan hugged the girl and kissed her cheek. She's my girlfriend. Qingluan stood frozen, her jaw dropping. Yes. The girl looked thoughtful and resigned, even though he's just a stand-in. He's still the young master of the Ye family. I absolutely cannot be disrespectful. The young man calmly continued. So what? Does the young miss want to be my girlfriend too? GC flared up and raised her fist in your dreams. My grandfather wants to see you. Follow me. Yehan was bewildered. Your grandfather? The one with the white hair and the 6 sisters. The young man crossed his arms arrogantly. I saved your life. How is your grandfather going to repay me? Let me be clear. If you want me to marry one of your 6 sisters, I'm out. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. The girl's face was furious. She turned and walked towards the door. Come if you want. Or don't. Slam. The sound of the closing door echoed. Yehan was delighted. I'm coming right away. Suddenly, the young man frowned thoughtfully. Yehan ordered investigate the identities of those 2 assassins for me, and this person's identity as well. Qingluan immediately accepted the order. Yes. Young master. The girl turned her head and said, But, can you let me go first? The young man was flustered. Huh? Yehan smiled and put his hands in his pockets. Investigate as quickly as possible. I'll go check it out. Qingluan replied yes. The young man secretly glanced at the girl from behind, thinking to himself she has a great figure. Definitely an A4. A bit weird though, and a little cold. In Yehan's eyes, the girl shone brightly. Qingluan was no better off. The girl placed her hand on her chest, panting shyly. Ningqiao First Hospital, high-end ward in a spacious, clean, and sparkling room, fully equipped with luxurious amenities, including a washing machine, all neatly arranged. Yehan looked around and thought to himself, you call this a hospital room? It's clearly a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. I guess I should move my mother to a different room. Wei Zhenhai spoke from the bed, next to him. Jishi stood with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. Young brother Ye. Thank you for saving my granddaughter. Just say what you want. And I, Wei Zhenhai, will definitely grant it to you. The young man smiled and replied as he thought I was just lending a hand. No need for that. This old man has a good aura. He's definitely not just about money, but I don't want to get involved with people like this. The Yi family alone is enough trouble. The old man spoke up. I heard your mother is also being treated here, and in a regular ward at that. I'll take care of moving her to another VIP room, and all her medical expenses will be on me. Please. Young brother, don't refuse. Yehan waved his hand away, old master. I can afford to move her to a VIP room myself. There's no need to trouble you. Jishi glanced at him and advised a VIP room not only requires money, but also connections. You saved me, and we're helping you in return. It's fair. Don't refuse. It's clear you're poor, but pretending to be noble. Are you really that kind? Or are you trying to bargain for a higher price? Yes. He quickly ordered move my mother's room immediately. Qingluan next to him answered and picked up the phone. Yes. Move Tang Vanqi to the best room at Ningqiao First Hospital, only. Jishi arrogantly sneered. Do you think your family owns this hospital? Wei Zhenhai observed his granddaughter and shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, a nurse opened the door and peeked in, saying, excuse me for interrupting. Mr. Ye, we've just moved your mother to a VIP room. Could you please sign for confirmation? Mr. Ye, if you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask me. Witnessing this, Jusi and Wei Zhenhai became wary the Wei family wanted this room, and a single phone call couldn't solve it. What kind of background does Yehan really have? The girl spoke up. You really did it. Yehan calmly walked away. I saved you as a matter of convenience. I have no ill intentions towards you. We're leaving. Wei Zhenhai smirked. The old man raised his hand to stop him. Young brother, please wait. Suddenly a coughing fit came on. Wei Zhenhai covered his mouth with his hand, and Jishi anxiously watched the monitor. His heart rate spiked. The girl's eyes filled with tears as she called out, Grandpa. What's wrong? Wei Zhenhai coughed violently. Yehan turned his head to observe. Suddenly a loud shout echoed Mr. Wei. A team of 5 doctors rushed in. Move aside. Emergency rescue now. Ji Shai immediately went to Dr. Zhang. Pleading, doctor, please save my grandfather, he replied. Giving an order, Miss Wei. Don't worry, we will do our best. All unrelated personnel, Please leave immediately. Yehan frowned. We're leaving. Wei Junhai's illness is very complicated, but since the doctors are here now, I don't need to worry. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Stop him! The young man turned his head to look. Seeing Wei Junhai out of control, he pushed Dr. Zhang and Jusi away with all his might. Grandpa. The girl fell back against the wall, landing on the floor and supporting herself with her hands. Yihan's face was contemplative. An old martial artist. How can he have so much strength? In an instant, 2 other doctors had grabbed Wei Junhai's arms, holding him down despite his struggles. Dr. Zhang held a syringe, directing them. Hold him down. Give him a sedative. The young man grabbed the man holding the syringe, stopping him. Wait. You can't give him a sedative like that. Old Wei will. The stubborn Dr. Zhang scolded. Are you the doctor, or am I? Yehan got angry and explained, I'm not a doctor, but I know Wei Junhai can't be given a sedative right now. Once it's injected, his heart will immediately stop, and he'll be beyond saving. Dr. Zhang didn't care. He pointed at the young man and said, Miss Wei, is this man your friend? Jishi shouted from behind Yehan. Stop causing trouble. Dr. Zhang arrogantly looked down on Yehan. Did you hear that? A kid from nowhere. If you really stop us from saving him, then even dying 10,000 times won't be enough for you. The young man frowned and remained silent. Yehan looked deep into Wei Junhai's body and saw a glimmer of power. An evil aura was enveloping Wei Junhai's heart, which was the reason for his sudden outburst. The body was instinctively releasing its power to fight back. He watched Dr. Zhang slowly approach with the syringe. If he injects the sedative, it will suppress the defensive energy in his body. As the needle pierced his skin, Yehan continued to consider so that evil force will take Wei Junhai's life. He closed his eyes and thought, but what does all this have to do with me, Yehan? Yehan contemplated. You not believing me is understandable, but the consequences. He glanced at Qingluan's back at the door, then said, let's go. Inside the room, there were panicked voices. Dr. Zhang. The electrocardiogram and blood pressure are dropping. The patient's condition is not good. What? The young man put his hands in his pockets and calmly walked away. I hope you can handle it. Qingluan glanced at Yehan, wondering did he predict it, or was it a coincidence? A pair of legs buckled. Dr. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling, how could this be? Jisi grabbed his collar. Director Zhang. Give me an explanation. Dr. Zhang stammered, I don't know either. I just gave him a sedative. Jishi was furious. What do we do now? Wei Junhai's cheeks were sunken in, and he was gasping for breath on the hospital bed. Dr. Zhang was helpless. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. The girl was so angry a tear welled up in her eye. What? Jishai immediately punched him in the eye, sending Dr. Zhang's glasses flying. The girl quickly ran out. If anything happens to my grandfather, you'd better prepare for your own funeral. You. Jishi looked worriedly. Grandpa. You have to hold on. There's still a glimmer of hope. He stopped the doctor from giving the injection just now. So, he must have a way to save you. Right. The girl rushed out the door, calling out Yehan. He turned his head. On the monitor, the heart rhythm was stable, but the blood pressure didn't budge. In an instant, the blood pressure flatlined. Dr. Zhang in the distance was surprised. The electrocardiogram has recovered. The blood pressure is normal. He's alive. He's alive. Yehan's hand twisted the needle, his face tense and sweating. He turned and reprimanded, if you don't know how to treat a patient, don't just stand there and watch. What do you think a person's life is? Zhu Shi furiously shouted, your dog's life has been saved. He trembled. You, yeah. Great, Miss Wei. I was wrong. Old Wei is safe now. Dr. Zhang said fearfully he should wake up soon. Look at Wei Junhai lying on the hospital bed, breathing through a tube. Jishi's eyes sparkled with joy. That's great, Grandpa. Yehan raised his finger and warned, don't celebrate too soon. It's not over yet. I'll write a prescription for you in a moment. Take it for a month, and then we can consider him stable. The girl replied, okay. You. Jishi's face was flushed with embarrassment and guilt. That. You saved my life. And you saved my grandfather's life. So, I owe you a huge debt. I was a bit aggressive with you before, and I didn't believe you. Actually, the young man brushed past her, ignoring her and saying, let's go, Qingluan. Jishi was flustered. Hey, the girl shouted, wait a minute, wait for me. Leaving Wei Junhai alone. Area. High-end ward, room 103. Ha! Yuna gasped in surprise. She covered her mouth with her hand. VIP room. I didn't expect to be taken to a VIP room when I came to see Tang Vanqi. How Yuna pushed the door open. It must be that Yehan has struck it rich. The girl opened the door and walked in. She saw Vanqi sitting on the hospital bed. The girl greeted her auntie. I'm here to visit you. I'm Yehan's friend. Han Yu Nuo. The woman glanced at her, then asked a friend of Xiao Han, how you not put on a pitiful act. But in her heart, she was scheming. That's right. Didn't Yehan tell you anything? He told me you were in the hospital, but he insisted I shouldn't come. I snuck here today, so Yehan didn't tell his mother about me. That's even better. Then I can just put on a show in front of his mother, and Yehan's money will automatically fall into my pocket. Van Chi was friendly. Xiao Han just went out. Please wait a moment. I've never heard Yehan say he has such a beautiful friend. That boy. Suddenly the door opened. The girl immediately turned her head. Huh, Yehan, you're back. Only. Ji Shi followed behind with her arms crossed arrogantly. Yehan was stunned, completely clueless. The young man frowned and said, What are you doing here? But Ha Yuno's other way was anger. This woman must be here for Yehan's money too, in your dreams. But her expression at this moment was completely the opposite. Ha Yuno whined, her hands on Yehan's chest. Yehan, I came to see you. Yehan indifferently shooed her away. Go away. You're not welcome here. Ha Yuno looked at him with teary eyes. The girl's tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed, Yehan, I know you hate me, and you don't want to hear my explanation, but I still want to make it clear. It was because of you that Lu Wei hit me. He forced me not to contact you. Actually, I didn't want it to be like that at all. Ha Yuno walked away sadly. If you don't welcome me, then I'll just leave. Yehan pondered as she walked past him. She used to use this trick all the time when we were together, and she swindled all my money. Now she's just putting on the same act again. This woman is only after money, not people. She must be here for that 1 million yuan. Ha Yuno was surprised. Why didn't he stop me? He should have stopped me. The girl quickly turned around and hugged his arm tightly. Yehan, I didn't want to find you. Ha. Yuno's tears streamed down her face as she clung to him. But you're the only one I know. Lu Wei hit me. Suddenly, a stack of money hit her on the head from behind, causing Ha Yuno to scream in pain. Jisi looked at her with disgust and contempt, pretending to be pitiful. You want money, don't you? Take it and get out. Ha Yuno walked over angrily and criticized, What are you doing? What right do you have to humiliate me like that? Jishi put her hands on her hips and retorted, based on the fact that I'm Yehan's girlfriend. Ha Yuno's face darkened, and she shouted, Girlfriend, I don't believe you. Look at the way you're dressed. You must have crawled out of some hole. Drusi angrily hit her. Ha Yuno was tearful and confused, her eyes about to cry, Oh, you dare. Jishi didn't say much. She just gave an order someone. Drag her out of here. 2 bodyguards immediately came over. Yes, miss. Ha. Yu Na was dragged out by 2 men. The girl screamed, Yehan, have you forgotten the memories we shared? You said you would love me for a lifetime, and all your money would be mine. Jishi and Yehan watched indifferently. When the door closed, the call of Yehan still echoed. Yehan said tenderly, Thanks. Jishi waved her hand politely and replied, It's nothing. I hate women like that the most. The young man continued with a disdainful expression, That's right. You have no idea how to be cute. You'd rather fight than talk. The girl raised her fist in anger, and Yehan continued to tease her. Look, you want to fight again, as if you could beat me. Jishi shouted, Don't make me sound so unladylike. Van Chi's heart blossomed with joy. She said excitedly, Son, you've conquered that white radish. The 2 were confused. What? Yehan waved his hand. Mom, don't think too much. Your son would find a prettier and nicer girlfriend than her. Jishi retorted, Yehan, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough for you? The young man replied, Then tell me, in what way are you good enough for me? Jishi was flustered and sweaty, stammering, this. The girl looked at her own body, her cheeks blushing red. His cultivation is not as strong as mine. He got a VIP room with just 1 sentence. His background is not as strong as mine. But he has medical skills. It seems I'm not better than him in any way. Van Chi covered her mouth and chuckled. This brat is making things difficult for her, and he's even making her blush. This is a good show. She waved her hand and called, Yehan, why are you bullying her like that? Let me tell you. Men, you have to keep them in check. Jishi was shy. Yes, auntie. The girl winked and stuck her tongue out at Yehan. The young man was helpless. Yehan glanced at Jishi and his mother while they were talking. He crossed his arms and thought, You're teaming up with my mother to tease me and have fun, forgetting everything else. Not a single bit of self-awareness. The young man reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Outside, King Luan reported, Young master, I've found it. Yehan was puzzled. What? The girl explained the Wei family and those assassins have some connections. Xingluan reported with a serious expression, the Wei family is a big family in Jiangnan City. Wei Zhenhai is the head of the family. He made contributions to the Long Nation when he was young, so the family's power is considerable. Both Wei Zhishi and Wei Zhenhai are martial arts practitioners. Yahan stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder. When I was treating Wei Zhenhai, I felt that old man was not an ordinary person, and Wei Zhishi's skills are not something a normal girl would have. The girl said naturally, the one who assassinated Wei Zhishi is from Qingting. Qingting is a well-known assassin organization in the country. They rarely fail when they take money for a job. This time, their failure means they will definitely come back. He smiled faintly, then let them come back. Suddenly, a voice called Yehan. He turned his head. Jishi scratched her face shyly. I'm leaving now. After my grandfather wakes up, we'll come and thank you. Yehan's face darkened with suspicion. Why is your face so red? She flared up, her cheeks flushed, and walked past him, shouting, It's none of your business. You're not allowed to talk to me. I'm leaving. Jishi gritted her teeth in anger, leaving a bewildered Yehan behind. For a moment, Yehan shyly thought she's really hard to please, but having her as a girlfriend doesn't seem so bad, except she's a bit violent. He raised his hand and clenched it. Green magic flared up. Yehan's face was powerful as he thought I absorbed a lot of herbs before. Now the power is boiling in my body. It seems I'm about to break through. I need to find a secluded place. Yehan pushed the door open. That's right, the bathroom in the VIP room is empty. He hung his towel on the hook, his body burning with heat. Yehan turned on the faucet. He closed his eyes and felt the cool water on his naked body. Yehan might be about to level up. The water hissed as it hit his hot skin. Power wrapped around his feet. Yehan's face was full of vitality. It's really cleansing my meridians and refining my marrow. According to the Zhuanwu Jing, I have entered the body refining realm. He clenched his fists, his aura flaring. This heavenly profound medical codex is really something. I've only been practicing for a short time, and I've already reached the body refining realm. The martial arts scripture has martial arts techniques, and the medical scripture has medical skills. Yehan placed his hand on his forehead, arrogantly, although there are still many things I haven't learned. A bright future awaits me. Even my body has become perfect. Any girl would fall for me. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A nurse walked in with a broom and was surprised. The nurse was extremely startled. She whimpered with tears in her eyes, about to scream. Yehan quickly covered the nurse's mouth and comforted her. Hey, miss. Don't make a fuss. I'm not a bad person. This is my mother's hospital room. I just took a shower. Why did you barge in here? The nurse raised her hand to explain, but his hand was still not released. Yehan forced a smile. If I let you go, you can't scream. After being released, the nurse breathed a sigh of relief and said shyly, That was close. You scared me. My aunt went for a test, so I came in to clean up. Yehan was speechless and thought to himself, I'd be a fool to believe you. It's clear that both times were intentional. Suddenly, her foot slipped on a puddle of water, and the nurse screamed. He quickly wrapped his arm around her waist and carefully held her. The nurse looked up to thank him. Suddenly, their lips touched. A tear welled up in her eye as she thought to herself, Should I scream? But he didn't let me scream earlier, and I've already kissed him. His lips are also sweet. The nurse secretly touched his six-pack. He has a nice body. What should I do now? Should I push him away? Just then, Jishi opened the door and walked in, calling out, Yehan, where are you? In an instant, she saw the scene before her and was shocked. She shouted, Oh my God, you! Jishi blushed and pointed at the two of them. You, nurse. You're raping a nurse, and you're naked in front of her. Yehan was speechless. I'm just taking a shower. The nurse hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. It's Mr. Ye, it's me. Jishi was stunned. You're raping Yehan. The nurse replied, It's not like that. He said indifferently, That's right. After hearing the whole story, Jishi frowned and crossed her arms, So that's how it is. My aunt was taken for a test by the head nurse, and you wanted to take advantage of the empty room to clean up. Who would have thought Yehan would be taking a shower? The nurse sniffled. That's right. I'm really sorry. I've troubled you both, and caused even more misunderstanding. She flushed and stammered moreover. The nurse covered her face and ran out of the room. I have something to do. I'll be going now. Jishi frowned in annoyance. Anyway, get dressed properly. My grandfather is awake and wants to see you. After Yehan got dressed, he teased her, Great miss. Getting angry is bad for you. If you're too hot-headed, just come find me. I'll help you cool down. You see, you're originally very beautiful, but you become ugly whenever you get angry. She looked at herself and asked shyly, Am I really beautiful? He rubbed his chin and teased beautiful. If you were my girlfriend, I could make you even more beautiful. Jisi blushed and remained silent. She turned and hurriedly left. Let's go. Yehan's face was sly as he pondered. This feisty Jishi is not my doing. What on earth did Mom say to her? I'm really impressed with Mom. Ye Wei Zhenhai sat up in the hospital bed. Overjoyed, Mr. Ye. I really underestimated you. Not only are you skilled in martial arts, but your medical skills are also superb. I've lived for so long and met countless people, but someone like you, even a sage, can't compare. Ye Han advised him, old master, you should lie down. Your illness hasn't fully recovered yet. You had a blocked blood vessel before, and I've already helped you clear it. But it will take more time to fully recover. He said gratefully, Mr. Ye, I retract my previous words, but a life-saving grace cannot go unrewarded. I, Wei Zhenhai, owe you a great debt. In the future, no matter what you encounter in Jiangnan, just come find me. He said frankly, you should worry about yourselves first. The force behind those two assassins is not to be underestimated. Wei Zhenhai frowned. The matter of those two assassins still hasn't been investigated. It's a real headache. He suddenly had an idea. How about this? Wei Zhenhai chuckled. GC, you should follow Mr. Ye these days. He is powerful and can protect you until we solve the assassin case. Jishi was stunned. What? I don't need it. Yehan's eyes also widened. He feigned concern. My good granddaughter. Brother Ye is not an ordinary person. I'm just saying this. Even if you want to follow him, Brother Ye might not agree. He was pleased, old master. If you're not afraid that I'll eat your granddaughter, then I have no objection. The girl glared at him. Yehan, don't joke around. Wei Zhenhai pouted. Eat her if you want. She's old enough anyway. Yehan smiled brightly and raised his index finger. Then, I won't be polite. GC gritted her teeth and shouted, you two. You didn't even ask for my opinion. I don't agree. In her car. Jishi gripped the steering wheel. Her face flushed, and she asked gruffly, tell me, what do you want to eat? He fastened his seatbelt and replied, it's up to you. Just treat me to something delicious. If not, I'll tell your grandfather that you were disrespectful to your savior. Drusy gritted her teeth. Okay then. She stepped hard on the gas. I'll take you for a real meal. The luxury car sped away. Yehan screamed, hey, I haven't even fastened my seatbelt. The red car weaved through the streets. How are you driving? Are you trying to kill your husband? They arrived at a fancy restaurant. GC walked with a bright smile. Brushing her long hair, we're here. This restaurant will definitely satisfy you. Jishi turned her head and asked, where did he go? Yehan leaned against the wall. Dizzy and nauseous. Ugh. I've never been carsick in my life until now. You're so cruel. She was delighted and raised her hands. I finally got my revenge. This is so much fun. He scolded her angrily. You shouldn't drive anymore. Suddenly, a voice called out, and GC turned her head. Yehan, why are you here? La Wei swaggered. Not bad. Got $1 million in the morning, and you're already here with a beautiful girl in the afternoon. Behind him, a woman with purple hair asked Director La, who is that? He pointed proudly. This is an old classmate of mine. You wouldn't know him. He came here to borrow money from me. He even eats trash. The girl sneered. Oh, so pitiful. La Wei arrogantly bragged, hey, beautiful. Yehan is a dirt poor guy. He got lucky and found some money. Don't let him fool you. This morning, I saw someone give him 1 million, but I'm the manager of the Shenhua group. 1 million earns 50,000, and with the year-end bonus, it's also 1 million. A meal here costs at least 30,000. How many meals can you get with that little money? Director La, only members can eat here, and a one-time membership card costs 50,000. He glanced at Jishi, who had her arms crossed and didn't seem to care. Yehan's face darkened. He sneered, and his mother is in the hospital. The medical bills can't be cheap. You're a really filial son. You shouldn't have spent money on that kind of illness in the first place. La Wei gloated. Just let her wait to die. Both he and Zaishi were startled by that statement. Yehan walked over and slapped him, catching La Wei off guard. He held his cheek and shouted, you dare to hit me. He was filled with killing intent. You can insult me, but you dare to insult my mother. La Wei was scared. What are you going to do? Yehan punched him hard in the face, you guess. La Wei fell backwards. The purple-haired woman was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Jishi sighed, and the woman cautiously turned her head to look. The 2 bodyguards had been standing at the restaurant door the whole time. The purple-haired woman was restless. La Wei's face was swollen from the beating, and his nose was bleeding. Yehan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. He picked up the phone and called, what? Can you fire someone from the Shenhua group? Qingluan replied on the other end, the Shenhua group is an enterprise of the Ye family. You have a say, then fire manager La Wei from Shenghua. She looked down from the rooftop across the street. Qingluan's lips curled up in a smirk as she whispered, "His first punch seems to be stronger." La Wei angrily pointed at Yehan, telling him to stop pretending, and even wanted to have himself fired from Shenghua. Then he continued to threaten him, saying that he had been with Shenghua since its inception, and how could he be fired over such a big matter? Then La Wei fell silent because of the ringing of his phone, even though he had called others pretentious. La Wei, who had been fierce-faced just a few minutes ago, now became unusually cheerful and enthusiastic when he heard the other end of the line, "Hello, Director Wei." The other end of the line was not as enthusiastic as him, but instead cursed him horribly. "Do you know what you've done? Don't drag me down with you." Then he dropped a bombshell. "You are no longer a part of Shenghua." Hearing those words made La Wei stunned. Just now he had signed a big contract for the company. Why would Director Wei be joking like that? The other end of the line didn't stop, but continued to scold him, saying he knew everything he had done. "I almost got myself killed by La Wei." Then he finished with "Get out," too panicked by being fired. La Wei kept calling Director Wei's name, even though the line had already been disconnected. Xiao Li was stunned. This man. Then La Wei raised his hand and rushed at Yehan, wanting to settle the score. Yehan calmly dodged his arm and tripped La Wei with his foot, causing him to fall headfirst into a trash can. He stepped on La Wei's body with his foot, which was radiating blue magic, and sneered, "Is the trash delicious?" La Wei, humiliated, kept crying out, "Xiao Li, help me call the police." But then Xiao Li coldly said, "Director La, no, Xiao La, you're not my manager anymore." This sudden turn of events revealed La Wei's true colors, and he continued to insult her with vulgar words. Xiao Li was angered by those words and kicked the trash can that La Wei's head was stuck in. "Shut up. Look at yourself now, you're nothing." Yehan gracefully protected Wei Zhishi. "Let's go eat somewhere else." Xiao Li, hearing that the two were going to eat, immediately changed her expression to a cheerful one. "Hey, handsome, wait a minute." Then she slipped a business card into Yehan's coat pocket. Xiao Li looked like a beautiful socialite, sparkling and bright like a rose. "Here's my card. Contact me when you're free." Yehan opened the car door and said, "This time I'll drive. Wei Zhishi, you can just sit in the back." But then Wei Zhishi, with a resentful look, reached for Xiao Li's business card in his pocket. The VIP business card was clearly a rare item. Then she tore the card up and said, "That kind of woman is no good." Yehan smiled faintly. "It seems you don't like me getting close to other women." Wei Zhishi, embarrassed because he hit the nail on the head, blushed and stammered, "Nonsense, I'm not interested in you at all." Yehan pushed his luck and got closer to her, asking, "Really?" This made her blush even more. "Why are you leaning so close? Do you even need to ask?" Then she touched her chest and wondered, isn't he going to close his eyes and imagine scenes beyond her wildest dreams? Wait, isn't it too soon? But then she opened her eyes to a sound. What she imagined seemed far from reality. Yehan just wanted to fasten her seatbelt. "That's right. You're blushing like that and pouting. What are you trying to do?" Yehan continued, "It's not like you think I am," before he could finish. She jumped up. "Embarrassed and angry, I don't. I didn't think anything at all." The scene opens with a modern building under a clear night sky with the gentle glow of the moon. Wei Zhishi and Yehan walked to the car. She asked, "I've already treated you to a meal. Where do you want to go now?" Yehan wanted to ask her to go to the hospital to visit his mother. Wei Zhishi said she would take him there. Yehan smiled and told her to drive carefully, because if she didn't, he would have to help her fasten her seatbelt again. Hearing about the embarrassing past made her blush all over. Don't mention the seatbelt. The car started moving. Yehan suddenly looked at his phone with a serious expression. There was a message from a stranger saying someone is following you. Yehan noticed something unusual and asked Wei Zhishi to let him drive. She was flustered and confused. He said there are 2 cars behind them that have been following them from the hotel. Only then did Wei Zhishi notice in the rearview mirror that there were indeed 2 cars following them. Yehan told her not to stop as it would be more dangerous, to turn on autopilot and he would climb over. When she climbed over, her legs were exposed, making Yehan stare. The space in the car was too small. It really wasn't convenient. But in this situation, he couldn't lose focus. He quickly grabbed the steering wheel. Yehan pulled her up to sit on his lap. Then he wrapped his arm around her waist, making her blush. This is much better, isn't it? Although Wei Zhishi liked it very much. She pretended to be dissatisfied. She crossed her arms and grumbled, I won't let you off the hook when this is over. Yehan still maintained his confident smile. Great beauty Wei, I just saved your life. You're not going to repay me with your body, but you want to lay your hands on me. His flippant attitude was as if he wasn't worried about the assassins behind them at all. Suddenly there was a strange noise. Yehan told her to hold on tight. He turned the steering wheel sharply. The car swerved. "What are you doing?" That sharp turn made Wei-Zhishi's heart leap out of her chest. She noticed the large truck from before, driving so fast at night without its lights on. He continued since it's already off. "Open the door and get out." When the two of them got out of the car, a group of thugs were waiting for them. One of them said, "You two, someone has paid for your lives. I'm really sorry." Yehan asked how much. The man casually said no less than 1 million. But then he suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt that this matter didn't require the two of them to bother. The blonde man's face turned ugly. "If you have any last words, say them quickly. We'll send you on your way." Then he looked over at Wei-Zhishi and used insulting words. Wei-Zhishi was furious. She jumped out of the car, intending to teach them a lesson. "Are you delusional?" The girl rushed forward rashly, leaving Yehan, who hadn't had time to react. A thug pulled out a knife, his face fierce. "You're looking for death." Unexpectedly, he had a knife, so Wei-Zhishi was very surprised. The thug swung his knife. Luckily, the girl dodged in time, but she couldn't avoid getting a small cut on her stomach. The thug continued to press forward, intending to slash her again. "What's so strange about an assassin holding a knife?" He sneered, saying she was no match for them. Just as the knife was about to strike, Wei-Zhishi closed her eyes and raised her hand to block it. It felt like this was the end. Then, Yehan grabbed the thug's hand. "I'm telling you. Great beauty Wei." He snapped the man's wrist with a crack, causing the man to cry out incessantly. The knife fell to the ground. He kicked the knife away, causing the knife to pierce straight into the thug's chest. Yehan questioned her. "Why did you rush up like that? Did you want to go to a banquet early?" His heroic demeanor couldn't help but make Wei-Zhishi's heart flutter, and her face flushed red. The girl held her stomach and turned her face away. "Life and death are fated. If you're not convinced, just do it." Seeing that the wound didn't look serious, it seemed she was also afraid. "But first, I have to endure it for a bit." "Wait, I'll take care of these guys first." Then he kicked the thug in the face. The remaining accomplices continued to rush forward with their knives. No wonder the hallmaster sent them. "They're really not easy to deal with," the blonde man said aggressively. "But we're professionals. 1-on-1 might not be enough, but 3-on-1 is a sure kill." The blonde man swung his knife, but Yehan had already stepped back to dodge it. But the arc of the blade made him realize that they were indeed professionals. The angle when he attacked Wei-Zhishi was indeed difficult to avoid. Luckily, it only grazed his clothes. The other two rushed forward, backing up the blonde man who was attacking from behind. "Brat, how dare you lose focus when we're right in front of you?" So the first slash was to make Yehan step back. The coordination of these three was very good, but unfortunately, the force of the blade was too weak. He disappeared in a flash, leaving the blonde man with a look of surprise. He rushed towards the fat man in a flash. He punched him in the stomach, leaving him wide-eyed and unable to react. "What I lack is real combat experience. I happen to need your experience." Yehan was rushing to fight a group of masked enemies. Some of them were armed. One of them shouted, "You stinking brat!" Another swung a knife at him. "Do you really think you can beat us?" Yehan smirked, sorry. He was floating in the air, and it really was like that. Yehan kicked the man, causing him to fall back and cry out in pain. Another one cried out this style. The man kicked by. Yehan fell onto the other man. He easily dealt with them. He slowly placed his feet on the ground. He turned his back and smiled. "Let's continue." The blonde man with a frightened expression thought to himself, "Continue my ass. Hiding behind me is one thing, but he's in the air and attacked twice in a row. Even 9 lives wouldn't be enough for him to fight." He shouted loudly and pointed behind him. "There's a beautiful woman behind you." Yehan's eyes lit up, and he looked eagerly in the direction of the pointing finger. "Saying where?" His face was bewildered, surprised that he had been tricked. He snorted. The blonde man quickly fled. "We'll meet again in the future." Suddenly, Qingluan jumped out from behind. The girl used her lightness skill to chase after him. Yehan pondered. Qingluan's lightness skill is very good. That guy won't be able to escape. My own combat experience is too limited. He just distracted me. It's definitely not because of some beautiful woman. He pretended to cough. "Yeah." Han turned and asked Wei-Zhishi, "Are you okay?" He was startled and cried out, "Hey!" Shishi was clutching a wound on her stomach, her face contorted in pain. Blood flowed endlessly from her stomach. "I've been poisoned." Wei-Zhishi. He rushed towards her, arriving at the Lingshan Villa area. The ceiling was decorated with golden patterns, artistic paintings, and a large chandelier sparkling with light. Jishi lay on the sofa, her face contorted in pain. Han Yi held a needle, preparing for acupuncture. The servant was flustered. "Sir, shouldn't we take her to the hospital?" He replied, "She's been poisoned with a homemade poison. Taking her to the hospital will be too late." The servant muttered, "But this bleeding won't stop." He inserted needles around Jishi's wound. Thanks to his acupuncture, the bleeding stopped. He was surprised, Just a few needles and the bleeding has stopped. He turned and said, "Bring me paper." Hanya looked at him. "I'll write a prescription. You go get the medicine." The servant replied, "She's been poisoned." You pulled out the needles one by one. He used tweezers to dab the wound with a cotton ball to neutralize the poison. Yehan stared at the wound. Luckily, the wound is not deep. I used needles to stop the poison from spreading, and the bleeding has stopped. A shallow wound is easy to treat, and it won't leave a scar. He turned his attention to Jaishi's chest, his face flushing red. She's wearing summer clothes, so I don't need to worry. Getting closer. I really could suffocate from that. He kept staring at it, his face getting redder and redder. At this moment, he was restlessly thinking, as a man, I really want to reach the peak. The servant cleared his throat shyly. Sir, the medicine is here, and the tools you need. Yehan was startled and gave a loud, He poured the medicine into a blue mortar and ground it with a pestle. Then Yehan put the medicine on a patch and applied it to Jishi's wound. He did it very carefully and meticulously, without any rush. It was as if time stood still in that moment. The servant chuckled to himself how meticulous. The young miss has always kept herself pure and has never been in contact with men. This gentleman brought the young miss here. They must have a good relationship. His face brightened even more, and his medical skills are really amazing. His family background must be good too. This is great. I might be able to see a little young master before I retire. After dressing the wound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. The wound has been taken care of. If it's properly cared for, it won't leave a scar. The servant wondered, all right. So what about this medicine? Yehan held the medicine. This medicine is used to detoxify the body. He put the medicine in his mouth. Weiba was startled, his eyes widening. Isn't it to detoxify the young miss? Yehan chewed the medicine in his mouth. I don't know what kind of poison this is either. I can only do it this way. He walked towards Jishi. The servant looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yehan looked at her and hesitated. Miss Wei, I don't mean to take advantage of you. He thought to himself, cultivating the heavenly profound medical codex makes me immune to all poisons. Chewing it and adding my own aura is the only way to ensure safety. Yehan held the medicine in his mouth, leaned down, and got close to Jishi. He passed the medicine from his mouth to hers. Suddenly she woke up, her eyes wide open and her face flushed. Jishi was surprised and angry, shouting Yehan. He wiped his mouth and smiled. Great beauty Wei. You almost bit my tongue off. Jishi's face was flushed with anger. What are you doing? She thought to herself, Yehan dared to kiss me while I was unconscious. He looked at her and sneered, helping you detoxify. Can't you taste the medicine in your mouth? Jishi touched her tongue. There was indeed the taste of herbs in her mouth. I thought he was stealing a kiss from me. She shyly turned to the servant and asked, Ming Weiba, is it as he said? He was startled. He replied nervously, Miss, you were unconscious. It was Mr. Yehan who brought you back, and he even treated your wound. He was really just detoxifying you just now. He said as he thought, detoxifying is true, but as for whether he had other thoughts. She wiped her mouth, her face red as she turned away. I blamed you wrongly. Yehan smiled. It's okay. I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against you. He said as he thought, although I didn't need to use my mouth. It would be a waste not to kiss a beautiful girl. Suddenly, Qingluan appeared out of nowhere. Drusi was startled. Who is it? Qingluan stood with her hands on her hips, her other hand holding a blond man. She threw him to the ground. His face was bruised from being punched. Yehan asked, anything you want to say? Jishi frowned and looked at Qingluan. She thought to herself, this woman is also a master. What is his real identity? How could a master like this be by his side? Yehan sat next to the blond man. Is he so hurt that he fainted? Qingluan noticed Jishi staring at her. Their eyes met. Qingluan looked at her with a sharp gaze, as if she was evaluating her, when the other party looked back. Jishi felt nervous and her eyes were flustered. She wondered to herself, she's probably not his girlfriend. Right. Yehan's voice cut through their eye contact. Stop staring at each other. First, ask him who sent him. Yehan used a needle to prick his neck to wake him up. His face became serious. Who sent you? The blond man timidly retreated. I won't tell you. He slowly stuck out his tongue, which was trembling, and then gritted his teeth as if preparing to bite down hard. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear and shock. His breathing was rapid, and his lips trembled as if trying to say something, but no words came out. Yehan held the needle, his face full of danger. You want to kill yourself. Last time it was because I wasn't prepared that you succeeded. Now, in front of me, you don't even have a chance to die. After saying that, he stuck many needles into his body. Jishi stood behind him helplessly, thinking, where did he get all these tricks? He wiped away his sweat and asked him, speak or not. The blond man covered in needles trembled in fear. Speak. He cried out, we are assassins from Qingteng. It was Li family's Li Haoyang from the Yunsheng group who hired us to assassinate Wei Zhishi. You ruined our plan today, so our hallmaster wants to kill you too. Qingluan's face was cold. The Yunsheng group is the largest business in Ninchao, with assets in the billions. The Li family is the actual power behind Yunsheng. Yahan put away the needles and looked at Zhishi. Why does he want to kill you? She replied, Li Haoyang once forged documents to sell some illegal properties, and I exposed him, causing him to lose a lot of money. He asked, so then he started trying to kill you? Zhishi said angrily, yes. That was the only time I stood in their way. The blond man sweated profusely. I only know that much. Yehan and Qingluan looked at him. He said, Qingluan, let him go. Suddenly she slashed his neck, and blood spurted out. Qingluan held the bloody knife and said nonchalantly, we can't keep him. Both of them were startled by her action. They were flustered. Yehan was sweating and laughed awkwardly. If you like it that way, then just do it. He looked at Zhishi. Li Haoyang used assassins to deal with you. I don't believe the Wei family doesn't know. Why aren't there any powerful bodyguards with you? Zhishi replied, my grandfather suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. For the past few years, the family has been controlled by my uncles. My father was even pushed aside, let alone me. After all, I'm just a granddaughter. He frowned, hearing that. I feel that old Wei's illness is not that simple. She got agitated. You mean someone deliberately made my grandfather sick to take over the Wei family? He smiled. I didn't say that. That's the Wei family's business. I won't interfere. Yehan held a handful of needles, but now Li Haoyang has provoked me. This isn't over yet. Zhishi looked at him. The Li family is a powerful force in Nincheng. We have to plan this long term. He walked towards Qingluan. No need. We'll settle this tonight. Qingluan, take me to see Li Haoyang. Zhishi was surprised and scared. Are you crazy? You're going to see Li Haoyang alone. He has a lot of masters with him. Yehan turned his back. You stay here and rest. I'll be back after I go. Arriving at Li Haoyang's residence, he was blindfolded and chasing after some beautiful girls in revealing clothes. Haoyang giggled, groping with his hands. Little beauties, don't run. I'm coming to get you. He caught someone and laughed with joy. Hey, got you. You're mine tonight. He took off his blindfold and wondered, baby, why are you so cold today? He was startled when he saw that it wasn't a beautiful woman in front of him, but the naked and hanging corpse of the blond man. He screamed in fear, his face pale with absolute terror. Everyone around him had already collapsed to the ground. Li Haoyang turned around and quickly said, Someone. Where are my bodyguards? He was surprised to see a familiar figure. It's you. Yehan walked over and said, Young Master Li. Long time no see. Qingluan followed behind and said, Young Master, a total of 8 bodyguards. All have been taken care of. His face was pale with fear as he said, Who on earth are you? My 4 bodyguards in hiding, my 4 bodyguards outside. How did you find them? Hearing this, Qingluan said, Li Haoyang, your Yunsheng group is just a dog of the Yi family in Dijing. How dare you lay a hand on the young master of the Yi family? Hearing this, he retreated in fear. Dijing Yi family. Then he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Could it be that you are the young master of the Ye family, Yehan? He replied, that's right. He was terrified to the extreme. Without the Yi family, they wouldn't exist, let alone today's Yunsheng group. They absolutely couldn't afford to offend the Yi family. Thinking this, he cast aside all his dignity and kowtowed repeatedly, sincerely begging young Master Ye, I was wrong. Seeing this, he thought I didn't expect the Ye family's reputation to be so useful. He took out 3 acupuncture needles. The death penalty can be waived, but you can't escape punishment. Hearing this, he became even more frightened and begged for his life. Young Master Ye, I won't. But before he could finish, he had already stabbed 3 needles into his face, causing him to fall to the ground and struggle, according to Wei Zhishi. The Yunsheng group in Ninchao is not small, but this force is just a subordinate of the Ye family. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Then he frantically scratched himself all over, his mouth drooling uncontrollably, crying out for help. Yehan then leaned down and asked, Do you know what to do in the future? He quickly replied, I know, young Master Ye. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Hearing this, he let him go. Li Haoyang also knew his place and said, Young Master Ye, from now on, I will be your subordinate. The Ye family in Dijing is, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. So if you have any trouble in Ninchao in the future, just call me. I will help you sort it out. Then he actively took the initiative. Young Master Ye, please sit. Young Master Ye, would you like tea or coffee? But at this moment, he noticed the photo on the table. He immediately picked it up to look. It turned out to be a photo of a woman who is this person. Seeing his question, he immediately told him with an infatuated expression, "Young Master Ye, this is Qin Qiao, the young lady of the Qin family that I've been pursuing. She's the woman of my dreams. I've always kept her photo here." He looked at the photo and thought I really couldn't recognize her with her clothes on. Then he said seriously, "Young Master Ye, I will immediately cancel the mission with Qing Teng, but even if I withdraw now, Qing Teng will not let it go." Then he said, "Qing Teng's mission completion rate has always been 100%. Failing twice under your hand has affected their completion performance. Their hallmaster will definitely come to deal with you." Hearing this, Yehan picked his ear with his finger and said indifferently, "You say that as if you think they can deal with me." Hearing this, he scratched his head awkwardly. No. If they met young Master Ye, it would be like throwing an egg at a rock. I just wanted to tell young Master Ye to be careful." Hearing this, he replied, "Okay, I know." As soon as he left, he breathed a sigh of relief that was close. I almost provoked young Master Ye, but as soon as he returned, the photo on the table was gone. Hey, why is Qin Qiao's photo gone? It was just here a moment ago. At this moment, the two had already driven away. Inside the car, Yehan held the photo and said, "I didn't expect you not to give me Qin Qiao's photo. I almost failed just now." The girl immediately said, "Qin Qiao hates you very much." Yehan then put the photo in his pocket and said the person she hates is the previous young master. "Not me." The girl then said, "I let Li Miaoyang know your identity this time because I wanted to help you find a subordinate in Nin Chao. There are some things you can ask him to do instead of doing them yourself." He then smiled and replied, "I understand. I can't possibly lower myself." At this time, it was already dark at a certain hospital. As soon as he walked in, his face darkened a little. He thought, "I can't believe I had to struggle for half a day just to get a meal." Suddenly, as soon as he walked in, he ran into a nurse. Just as she was about to leave, he grabbed her hand and said, "Nurse, don't rush off. You left something behind." Then he handed it to her, saying, "You dropped your name tag." Then he pinned it back on her shirt, saying, "Let me put it on for you." And in his perverted mind, he thought so soft. After pinning it on, he said, "There." The nurse blushed deeply with shyness and said thanks. Then he turned and left, walking into a hospital room and asking Mom, "How are you feeling now?" Van Chi sat on the hospital bed and replied, "After you gave me acupuncture today, my pain is gone." He went over to tuck her in again, then said, "That's good. Lie down. Mom, I'll give you a massage now. I guarantee you'll be completely cured in no time." Hearing this, she smiled and said, "I'm not expecting a full recovery, but it would be nice to live long enough to hold my grandchild." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. You'll live to be 100. Not just grandchildren. You'll have great-grandchildren too." On the second day, while he was pushing her for a walk in the park to get some fresh air, suddenly, someone jumped out and called out, "Mr. Ye." He turned around and said, "Director Cao, this is the Mr. Ye I was telling you about. If it weren't for him yesterday, I probably wouldn't be seeing the sun today." The director then stepped forward and extended his hand to introduce himself. He said, "Let me introduce you. This is the director of the hospital, Cao Quanfu." Seeing this, he immediately shook his hand and said, "Hello, Director Cao." He also replied, "I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young." He said happily, "I heard that Mr. Yi's medical skills are extraordinary. I've been having some physical problems recently and haven't found the cause yet. I wonder if Mr. Yi can take a look at me." He readily replied, "Of course." Then the two of them found a place, and he came to take his pulse. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Immediately after, his face darkened slightly, and he said, "Director Cao, your illness is not simple." Chao Quanfu immediately asked, "What did you find out from my pulse?" Mr. Ye. He was a little unhappy and thought he is testing me. He thought yesterday Wei Jinhai was seriously ill, and even I couldn't do anything about it. Yet he was saved by this young man. If this gets out, it will definitely affect the hospital. He, on the contrary, was very calm. He poured a cup of tea and said, "Is it true that Director Cao often gets distracted at work, has nightmares at night, and feels dizzy and sweaty during the day?" Hearing this, he was very surprised and said, "How? How did you know?" Yehan, on the contrary, was very calm as he drank his tea. He said, "I can tell." He was very surprised the symptoms that Yehan mentioned were all correct. Then he became a little apprehensive and said, "Mr. Ye, please don't beat around the bush. I've had many physical examinations, but I still haven't found the cause of my illness. If you can see it, please tell me what the cause is." At this time, seeing his sincerity, He also said the reason I say your illness is not simple is because the cause of your illness is not a problem with your body, but the influence of an external object. That's why your physical examinations can't find the cause. He immediately wondered the influence of an external object. Speaking of which, Yehan then asked, "Are you the only one with this condition? Or are your family members also affected?" He replied, "Only me." He continued to ask then, "Where do you usually go?" When he asked that, he started to think. The person next to him said, "Director Cao is a workaholic on a normal day, besides going home. He is in his office at the hospital." Then he stood up and said, "Then let's go to your office and take a look." Chao Kun-fu then said, "Mr. Yi's meaning is that my office has a problem." He replied, "We'll know when we go." Immediately after, he led him to his office and said, "This is my office." He immediately thought this office definitely has a problem. Then he performed the yin-yang creation, heavenly profound Dharma eye technique. Then he immediately ordered open. His eyes suddenly turned into black and yellow patterns. Then he could very quickly see the glowing things in this room. And then he thought, sure enough. Ye Tao Quan-fu turned and said, "Old man, don't lie to me. You can diagnose a disease by coming to the office." He replied, "I believe Mr. Ye." He glanced around the room and frowned. The killing intent is overflowing. A commoner would go crazy if they stayed here for too long. Suddenly, Yehan discovered a jet-black aura emitting, "I've found it. The source of all evil is here." His eyes were bloodshot and tense. "Shit, my heavenly eye is running out of time." He pointed straight at the Buddha statue on the bookshelf. "Director Cao, if you believe me, get rid of that Guanyin statue on the shelf. Your illness will be cured automatically." At this time, Cao Quan-fu finally noticed and said in a dazed, "Guanyin statue." He snapped, "Are you a doctor or a shaman? What kind of strange diagnosis is this? Besides, someone gave me this statue. It would be rude to throw it away." He thought to himself, "I thought I'd met a master, but who knew?" Just then, a figure appeared at the door. He spoke up, "I gave you that Guanyin statue. What do you mean by saying there's something wrong with it?" It turned out to be Peng Bo-chu, the director of a medical equipment company. He said cheerfully, "Director Cao, don't listen to his nonsense. I got this statue from a temple. It's top-notch. There's nothing wrong with it." Chao Quan-fu frowned. "Why are you here?" He cheerfully held up a folder. "Well, last time you said the equipment from my company didn't meet the hospital's standards. This time I brought a new inspection report. Please approve it for me." Chao Quan-fu held his head in exasperation. "I already told you to deal with this later." Yehan spoke up, "Director Cao doesn't believe me. Diagnosis is a medical science, not a theology, unless you can prove that the Guanyin statue is really related." Yehan said confidently in traditional Chinese medicine, "Medicine and divination are brothers. Medicine originated from ancient witchcraft. It's easy to prove. Just smash it and you'll know. But Director Cao, if there really is something wrong with the Guanyin statue, you have to apologize to me." Zhu Jing roared, "You brat. What are you to demand an apology from the director?" Yehan asked, "You just said you gave him this Guanyin statue." He said arrogantly, "That's right. I gave it to him with my own hands." Yehan sneered, "Ha, then it's even more necessary to smash it." This sentence of his drove the man mad. He picked up the statue and asked Chao Quan-fu, "Have you thought it through?" Zhu Jing shouted, "Director, don't listen to this madman." The people around them shook their heads in exasperation. Who would have thought it would come to this? Finally, Cao Quan-fu clicked his tongue. "Okay, I'll apologize if I have to." Crash. The statue shattered into 100 pieces. As soon as the statue broke, a jet-black, gloomy aura gushed out. Chao Quan-fu's eyes widened in disbelief, and his jaw dropped. He rubbed his shoulder. "Surprised, huh? I suddenly feel much lighter. I can't believe it was really the Guanyin statue." Zhu Jing's face turned pale, and he stammered, I. Yehan picked up a shard and explained, "This Guanyin statue itself has no problem, but someone stuffed something from a dead person inside. After a long time, it became contaminated with foul energy." He turned around and questioned, "What do you mean by giving this to the director?" Zhu Jing was frightened. His face drained of all color. Chao Quan-fu trembled with anger. "So it's because I didn't cooperate with you that you played this trick." He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. "If that's the case, then from now on, our hospital will sever all ties with your company. Get out, immediately." 2 security guards grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. Zhu Jing still tried to shout, "Director Cao, don't listen to him talk nonsense." Cao Quan-fu didn't hesitate. "Get out." Then he stepped forward and bowed. "Mr. Ye, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive just now. I apologize to you." Yehan waved his hand. "It's all right." Cao Quan-fu was apologetic. "I don't know how to thank Mr. Ye properly. How about this? Mr. Ye, Are you interested in becoming a guest professor at our hospital? He was excited as a guest professor at our hospital. You will have an assistant every month in this position, so you don't usually need to come, but in case of an emergency. I hope Mr. Ye can help out. Every time you help, you will definitely be rewarded handsomely. He thought to himself, the hospital's business has been terrible these past few years. If it weren't for some backing, it would have closed down long ago. With a master like Yehan backing us, we'll definitely attract customers. But Yehan bluntly said no need. I'm not interested in this guest professor position. Yehan thought to himself, cultivating the heavenly profound medical codex requires constant treatment of patients and saving people, but I don't want to be controlled by anyone. Chao Quanfu smiled awkwardly. No rush. Mr. Ye, please think about it carefully. If you're interested, you can always come to me. The doors of our hospital are always open to you. At this moment, Zhu Zheng had already been thrown out of the hospital. He trembled as he called Master Wei. The Guan Yin statue has been discovered. What should I do? A sinister laugh came from the other end of the line. It seems this #1 hospital has a master. Don't worry. It's just in time for me to go to Nin Chao. I'll take care of it myself. Zhu Zheng was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Master Wei. Then he sneered deviously, Yehan, you're dead for sure. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? At this moment, a nurse pushed a food cart and lunches here. On the table was a wide variety of dishes, looking very tempting. Van Chi smiled warmly. You've worked hard. Young lady, sit down and eat with us. The nurse said shyly no. Thank you. I have my nurse's meal. Yehan held her hand. How can a nurse's meal be as delicious as home-cooked food? My mother said you should eat. So just sit down and eat with us. Seeing this, she was too shy to refuse and nodded with a blush then. Then okay. The three of them enjoyed their meal happily. Van Chi looked at the girl beside her and thought to herself, this girl is good. It seems my hope of having a grandchild is not in vain. Suddenly, the bowl of rice in her hand fell to the ground. Van Chi fell down. Yehan and the nurse were startled. Mom, ma'am. The nurse also suddenly felt dizzy, her head spinning. Then she fainted and collapsed. Yehan quickly caught her and placed her on his shoulder. She's been poisoned. He immediately looked at the dining table. There's poison in the food. He helped both of them lie down on the hospital bed. Thinking to himself, I've cultivated the heavenly profound medical codex and am immune to all poisons. Of course, I'm not afraid of this kind of poison. But Mom and Zhang Dao Dao are different. Immediately after, doctors rushed in, asking what happened. He said, urgently poisoned. Quick, give them emergency treatment. Let me prepare a bit. Everyone was bewildered, poisoned. A doctor came forward to examine them. There are no signs of poisoning at all. Yehan shouted, just keep them alive for now. Then he took out his acupuncture needles and performed acupuncture on Zhang Dao Dao. As soon as the needle was inserted, it immediately turned black. Chao Quanfu just happened to walk in, Mr. Ye. I came to examine your mother. Seeing the scene before him, he was startled. What happened here? A doctor said in a panic, Director, these two patients have been poisoned. Chao Quanfu was flustered, poisoned. Have you investigated it thoroughly? He shook his head, not yet. Yehan shouted while performing acupuncture, there's no need to investigate. Prepare Huangshen, honeysuckle, and ox gallstones for me. If you can't bring them, I will make this Nin Chao #1 hospital disappear. Chao Quanfu roared, what are you standing there for? Go get the medicine quickly. Everyone, follow Mr. Ye's orders. Everyone replied in unison, yes. All the doctors rushed to get the ingredients as he said. He stood by the bedside, reassuring them, don't worry, you two will be fine, hang in there. He looked at his mother lying on the hospital bed, his heart aching. Mom went through so much hardship to raise me. She's my only family. Nothing can happen to her. Then he looked over at Zhang Dao Dao struggling in pain, thinking to himself, although we haven't known each other for long, this nurse absolutely cannot die. Chao Quanfu asked worriedly, Mr. Ye, are you sure you will succeed? Yehan reached into his pocket and took out a box of acupuncture needles. This poison is called bone eating. Once ingested, it will take effect in 10 minutes. The poisoned person will feel pain in their bones, and their bones will gradually dissolve. He laid out a set of acupuncture needles on the table, looking at Zhang Dao Dao writhing on the pillow. He murmured in the end, they die in agony. Yehan made a firm declaration. Don't worry, with my skills, Miss Zhang has a 10 out of 10 chance of winning. Then he took out his acupuncture needles, ready for action. He meticulously performed acupuncture on Zhang Dao. Her entire body from head to toe was covered in gleaming needles. Just looking at it sent a shiver down one's spine. Chao Quanfu's mouth hung wide open, his eyes as big as saucers, and he exclaimed in alarm, Isn't this the long-lost divine creation acupuncture? The doctor standing next to him asked blankly, Director, what in the world is divine creation acupuncture? Chao Quanfu immediately launched into an explanation. Divine creation acupuncture is a legendary acupuncture technique. It's said to cure all diseases, and you see results as soon as you insert the needles. It's like saving people with a game hack. Then, instructor Cao Quanfu turned to look at Ye Han with a serious expression. But it requires a very high level of skill from the practitioner. Ye Han went all out and pricked his own fingertip with an acupuncture needle. As he did so, he explained the practitioner of this technique must have an in-depth knowledge of the human body structure and a wealth of experience. This technique has been lost for a long time. I never expected to see it with my own eyes today. The poisoned blood dripped from Jiang Dao's fingertip, and her complexion immediately brightened up. Bingo. Jiang Dao opened her eyes. Ye Han held a container to catch the poisoned blood, murmuring to himself now that all the toxins are concentrated in her fingertips. All I need to do is drain the poisoned blood and it'll be over. Jiang Dao was still bewildered. Huh. What just happened to me? He replied succinctly, You were poisoned, but you're fine now. Cao Quanfu thought to himself with Ye Han's level of skill. Having him as a guest professor at my hospital is a waste of talent. The other doctor also had his eyes wide in surprise. She's really cured. Ye Han turned to give special care to Van Qi. Dark black blood also began to drip from her fingertips. Jiang Dao was worried sick. Don't be hurt. Ma'am, why isn't she awake yet? Ye Han, while holding the needle, reassured her. Mom is older, so she needs more time. Don't worry. The poison is all out now. A doctor rushed in with a panicked voice. The medicine is here. He waved his hand. Just leave it there. Everyone get out. With that, Ye Han walked over to the medicine. He gobbled down all the medicine, chewing it ravenously, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Suddenly, he teleported to Jiang Dao's side. She was startled. You. What are you going to do? While chewing the medicine, he hinted, feeding you medicine. Smack. A surprise kiss ambushed Jiang Dao, and the medicine was successfully transferred. Chao Quanfu, who had been watching all this time, thought to himself, I thought Ye Han was going to use some profound technique. But who knew? Swallow all this medicine and you'll be fine, he instructed. Jiang Dao nodded shyly, and Cao Quanfu exclaimed, I've learned something. I've learned something. Next, Ye Han grabbed another type of medicine and put it in his mouth to chew. Jiang Dao blushed and covered her mouth, thinking to herself, could it be? Is he going to eat porridge again? He turned back and flirted, I need you to do me a favor. Jiang Dao immediately said, Yes, sir. He walked over and gently touched her mother. I fed you. You feed my mother. Before Jiang Dao could even react, he locked her in another kiss to exchange medicine. Outside the door, Qing Luan had been waiting in ambush. Young master, I've investigated. As soon as he stepped out, she reported the poisoner was an assassin from Qing Teng. He infiltrated the kitchen and poisoned the food. Ye Han sneered. It seems my disruption of Qing Teng's plans has really angered them. They just can't win in a fair fight, so they resort to dirty tricks. Qing Luan continued. I've already sent people to track down that assassin. But Qing Teng's territory in our country is very complicated. They hide very well. It will take time. And the Qing Teng's Hallmaster's abilities are also formidable, at least at the Transcendent Realm. You have to be careful. This was my carelessness. Hearing the words Transcendent Realm, Ye Han's face darkened slightly. In the hospital room, the afternoon sun had set. Ye Han walked in. Mom, you're awake. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Mrs. Van Qi smiled kindly. Anything is fine. Son. At this moment, Jiang Dao walked in and introduced herself. I'm the private nurse for this ward. If you want to buy anything, just tell me. You can rest. Hearing this, Ye Han immediately scored a point. Then let's go together. Then he put his arm around her shoulder with a hidden meaning. He turned to instruct Qing Luan, you stay here. Give me the car keys. I'm going out for a while. Qing Luan obediently handed over the keys. Yes. If anything happens, call me immediately. It was already getting dark, and traffic was bustling in front of the hospital gate. Ye Han drove Jiang Dao away. He suddenly realized a car was tailing them. He sneered, I'm being followed. This is interesting. Let's see who wants to mess with me. Thinking this, he immediately turned the steering wheel and swerved into another road, rushing into a narrow and winding alley. This area was full of abandoned buildings and devoid of people. He continued to make sharp turns as if trying to shake off the tail. But just then, a truck blocked the road. Jiang Dao's face turned pale. What are you going to do? Ye Han said sternly. You stay in the car. Don't get out. Outside, a group of thugs surrounded him with weapons. Ye Han calmly rolled up his sleeves. The car's headlights shone directly on the battlefield. Ye Han was surrounded by a group of thugs. A muscular man sneered, You've got some guts, kid. Ye Han said coldly, Who sent you? The man said arrogantly, That's none of your business. He flexed his muscles and threatened, "Today we're just asking for your 2 legs. Behave yourself, or we might accidentally break your neck." The lackeys behind him burst out laughing. Ye Han's face was as cold as money. "What if I don't behave?" They were furious. "You brat. Are you blind? Don't you know who Brother Huang Mao is? You want to make a name for yourself in Ninchao. You—" Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched in the mouth. The lackeys' jaws dropped as they witnessed their boss being beaten up so easily. Huang Mao, bleeding, roared in anger, "You dare to hit me!" Ye Han replied succinctly, "You talk too much." Then he kicked him squarely in the stomach. With just one kick, he flew several meters away. Then he cockily said, "If you want to fight, then hurry up. I'm busy." A lackey cried out in panic, "Boss, are you okay?" Huang Mao gritted his teeth. "Beat the shit out of him!" The man roared, "Fight! Beat him to death!" The lackeys rushed forward like a swarm of angry bees. They charged forward to fight, armed with knives and sticks. But Ye Han was as fast as lightning, grabbing their weapons and delivering a heavy blow to each of them. Even a wooden stick was crushed by his grip, leaving a clear handprint. Ye Han stood proudly in a defensive stance. "Come on, keep coming." They were as if insulted, and roared, "Do you want to die?" Then they charged forward madly again. But he was too fast, too dangerous. With just one punch, they were coughing up blood and losing teeth. Seeing his lackeys being beaten to a pulp, Huang Mao couldn't take it anymore and roared, "You son of a bitch." Then he grabbed a knife and charged in for a final showdown. Immediately, Ye Han delivered a lightning-fast kick. With just one kick, he was lying flat on the ground. He stepped on his neck, causing him to groan in pain. His face was filled with murderous intent. "If you don't tell me who sent you, don't blame me for being impolite." They were pale with fear and knelt down to beg for mercy. "It was our boss who sent us. I'll call him right away." Ye Han frowned. "Your boss," Huang Mao, being stepped on by him, laughed grimly. "Our boss is Tang Kun." He was like someone who had found a lifeline, and he roared, "In this entire land of Ninchao, whatever my boss says goes." Ye Han gave him a few more kicks. "Stop your bragging." He was beaten black and blue. Suddenly, as if seeing a savior, he turned his head and shouted, "Boss!" Not far away, a man with a large group of people swaggered over. "A bunch of you got beaten up by one guy. What a disgrace to me." Yet Tang Kun arrogantly approached, taking a drag from his cigarette. "You've got some skills. Kid, follow me, and I'll guarantee your safety." Ye Han calmly sat down, his hands on the ground, and asked, "Who sent you?" He sneered, "You can't fight him." The lackeys chimed in. "Our boss's backer is young master Li Diaoyang of the Yunsheng Group, who in Ninchao doesn't know about the Yunsheng Group. Even the Wei family in Jiangnan has to give the Li family some face. It can be said that no one in Ninchao can fight our boss." He became even more smug. "You beat my people. Logically, we can't let you leave here alive. You'd better think about it." As soon as S arrived, he immediately remembered the name Li Diaoyang. The lackeys took the opportunity to mock him. "Haha. Look, this kid is scared stiff. He's frozen." On the contrary, he remained calm and didn't even bother to look. Tang Kun realized something was wrong and thought to himself, "Is Hung really going to go all out? I brought 20 men with me, all of them elite." At this moment, he took out his phone and made a call. As soon as the other end picked up, he said, "There's a guy who doesn't want me to live in peace." He said in Ninchao, "He's not afraid of anyone." After saying that, he held the phone to the man's face and said, "He wants to have a few words with you." Tang Kun arrogantly snatched the phone, thinking to himself, "So he's looking for backup. How ridiculous." He roared into the phone, "I am Tang Kun. No matter who you are, I will take Ye Han's life today." The other end of the line erupted in a thunderous rage. Roaring like thunder, "Damn you, Tang Kun. Are you asking for a beating? Get your ass back here now. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, I'll make you disappear from Ninchao." Hearing this, his face turned pale and he fell to his knees. He trembled and said, Li, Shao, why is it you?" The other end of the line roared like thunder, "Young Master Ye is my boss. He's someone you're not allowed to touch. And you still dare to touch young Master Ye?" He shook his head frantically, saying crazily, "No, I don't dare." Li Diaoyang roared, "Hurry up and apologize to young Master Ye." Hearing this, Tang Kun immediately knelt down and kowtowed like he was worshipping a star. "Young Master Ye, I'm sorry. It was my fault for being blind and not seeing Mount Tai. Please spare me." He was so scared that he confessed everything it was. "It was the Law family who paid us to rough you up a bit." At this moment, Ye Han thought to himself, "The Law family. The only person from the Law family I know is La Wei." Then he asked Tang Kun to confirm who from the Law family hired you. He was scared to death and quickly confessed La Wei. After hearing that, Ye Han was sure it was him. Li Diaoyang on the other end of the line gave further instructions. "Anything related to young Master Ye, you are forbidden to reveal to anyone. Remember this." Tang Kun cried and replied, "Yes, yes. I hope young Master Ye and young Master Li can rest assured. After everything was cleared up, Ye Han opened the car door and got in. The nurse sitting in the car saw him get in and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Ye Han smiled and reassured her, "I'm fine. Please keep what happened today a secret." Then he winked playfully and teased, "If not, I'll make you." Hehe. The nurse sitting next to him was bewildered and didn't understand what he was talking about. A few seconds later, she finally understood and asked shyly, "Do you want to imprison me?" Ye Han stepped on the gas. Seeing her shy expression, he thought to himself, so cute. She's a great choice to bring home as a wife. At this moment, Tang Kun stood behind and watched Ye Han's car disappear. Then he called Lo Wei and cursed him like he was singing Lo Wei. "You've gotten me into big trouble. Let me tell you. Ye Han is not someone you can mess with. Go apologize to him now." Lo Wei on the other end of the line was still stubborn and arrogant, replying, "You're kidding me. Ye Han, besides having a little money, what else does he have?" Tang Kun didn't bother to argue. He just said, "Believe it or not, that's up to you. I'm done here." With that, he hung up. Lo Wei was furious and cursed loudly, "That bastard Ye Han. What the hell does he have? It's just because the company found out about my embezzlement and bribery that he's acting so high and mighty." While he was fuming, a voice spoke up, "What's wrong?" That person was the eldest son of the La family, La Yang. Lo Wei was startled and thought to himself, "I haven't told anyone in the family that I hired someone to teach Ye Han a lesson." He turned his face away and avoided the question. "It's nothing." La Yang sternly reminded him tomorrow. "The Nin Chao Chamber of Commerce will hold an internal meeting. Since you're no longer working at the Shenghua Group, you should come with me and learn something. This meeting is very important to the La family. I don't want any slip-ups." Lo Wei was so angry he wanted to cough up blood, but he forced himself to nod. "Yes, I understand." Scene change. In another development, a delicious cake was being fed to the nurse. She enjoyed it and praised it. "It's delicious." Ye Han was driving. Admiring her radiant expression and marveling just now, she said she wasn't eating. Who knew that after buying it? She would devour it without mercy. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and something fell directly onto the windshield. Ye Han glanced at it and immediately recognized the culprit. It's Ching Tang again. He quickly turned the steering wheel, reminding the nurse, "Hold on tight." Then Ye Han floored the gas pedal and drove the car out of the danger zone, stopping the car in a safe place. He lowered the window, looked around, and said, "You stay in the car and wait for me." After saying that, he carefully opened the car door and got out. Immediately, a sharp dart flew straight at Ye Han's leg. He looked up at the tall building and realized, "They've found me." Ye Han ducked out of the car, and 2 more darts flew towards him. He quickly rushed to hide behind a wall. This time I've really met a master. The darts continued to fly, embedding themselves into the wall and causing it to crack. At this moment, Ye Han raised his hand and caught a dart. He glanced at the building's window and saw a figure flash by. He threw the dart back at the man. It pierced his arm, making him exclaim in surprise, "What?" Ye Han hid behind the corner, thinking to himself, "Got him." He looked towards the building and concluded, "It seems the assassins from Ching Tang have been following me." After a while, the 2 of them returned to the hospital. Ye Han walked in and said, "We ran into some assassins from Ching Tang on the way. The windshield is broken. Go find someone to fix it." King Luan heard this and quickly replied, "Yes, young master." Then she added some more information. "There's one more thing. The president of the Nin Chao Chamber of Commerce knows you're in Nin Chao and wants to invite you to the chamber's meeting tomorrow. You should show your face to reassure everyone." He nodded okay. Night fell. The hospital was deserted, and a cold wind blew. The hospital lobby was empty. Ye Han walked along the corridor. Deep in thought currently, I only have a body-refining cultivation base. If I encounter a transcendent realm master, I'm sure to die. Today, those assassins ran too fast, and I couldn't catch up. It seems I need to quickly improve my martial arts cultivation. After thinking, he immediately sat down and began to cultivate. A green spiritual energy radiated out, and he channeled his energy heaven and earth Xuan Huang, yin and yang creation, Xuan Tian fist. A 2-dimensional seal appeared on his hand. Ye Han's concentration grew more and more intense. The surging spiritual energy around him made his hair stand on end like spikes. Ye Han focused all his strength into his hand, trying to break through his cultivation. The spiritual energy exploded, and the young man threw a punch forward. Thud! A large hole was punched through the wall by Ye Han. He thought to himself, "The combination of the Xuan Tian fist and the Tianquan martial arts scripture is really something. My skill has increased by at least 30%. If I encounter those transcendent realm masters, I have a few chances of winning." After improving his cultivation, Ye Han opened the door and walked out. Qing Luan was already waiting. Seeing Ye Han, she reported, "Young master, these 2 were sent to protect your mother. Their skills are not ordinary." The two burly men bowed their heads in unison. "Hello, young Master Ye." Yehan walked up and patted one of them on the shoulder. Smiling, "You two just work carefully. I'll make sure you get your share." The two men shouted in unison, "Yes." Qingluan watched Yehan from a distance, thinking to herself, "It seems his strength has increased again." Thinking this, she quickly followed Yehan out of the hospital. The scene shifts to a magnificent building in the city. This is the headquarters of the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce. Lao Wei stood outside, thinking smugly that brat Yehan probably never expected that even after being kicked out of the Shenghua group. He could still make it here. But before he could gloat for long, his eyes widened in surprise. When Lao Wei saw Yehan step out of the car, he pointed and shouted loudly, "Yehan, what are you doing here?" He thought to himself, this is the territory of the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce. Today, all the big shots are here. What right does Yehan have to appear here? Yehan stepped forward, adjusted his tie, and sneered. "The president of the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce invited me here. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Lao Wei thought Yehan was bluffing and burst out laughing. He and his lackeys rushed up contemptuously. He said the president of the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce invited him. "Don't you guys think that's a bit much? Who is President Chen Tianhe of the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce? He's a big shot in Ningqiao, controlling 10 companies and occupying half of the market here." A lackey also laughed along. "Look at the car he just got out of. It's probably rented online. And he dares to say that President Chen invited him. These scammers are getting more and more daring. They're trying to scam people right at the door of the Chamber of Commerce. Quickly call someone to kick him out." Yehan didn't even bother to acknowledge him and walked past Lao Wei. "If you don't believe me, then get out of the way." Lao Wei refused to give up and grabbed Yehan's shoulder, pulling him back. "This is the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce. If you don't have business here, don't even think about barging in." Yehan whipped around and landed a heavy blow to Lao Wei's stomach, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground. Yehan coldly walked inside, dropping a threat, "If you dare to touch me again, I'll make you disappear from Ningqiao." Lao Yang witnessed everything from a distance, thinking to himself, what a disgrace. He looked at Lao Wei groaning and holding his stomach. Considering hitting Lao Wei in front of so many people is like slapping the La family in the face. If they swallow this insult, the La family will never be able to hold their heads up in Ningqiao again. At this moment, Yehan confidently walked inside. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 11th floor of the building. When they arrived, Qingluan, who was following Yehan, reported, "Young master, I have already informed Chen Tianhe. He is coming soon." The two security guards standing guard at the door saw Yehan and Qingluan and blocked their way. "Excuse me. This is the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce. If you have no business here, please leave." Just then, the president of the Ningqiao Chamber of Commerce, Chen Tianhe, personally came out to greet them. "Welcome, young Master Ye." Seeing Chen Tianhe, the two security guards immediately bowed and greeted him president. Chen Tianhe shook Yehan's hand and smiled warmly. "Please follow me, young Master Ye." He didn't forget to instruct the two security guards anything related to young Master Ye is not to be disclosed to the public. The two men replied in unison, "Yes," inside a spacious and luxurious private room. Chen Tianhe turned to ask Yehan, "Is young Master Ye interested in joining our Chamber of Commerce?" Yehan smiled and declined. "I won't be joining. I'll just sit on the side and listen." Yehan thought to himself, this young master, Yi family position is not easy at all. I thought these rich second generations just spent their days eating, drinking, and having fun. Who would have thought that not only would they have to live in fear, but they would also have to shoulder the responsibility of doing business. In the meeting room, everyone saw Chen Tianhe enter and immediately rushed out to greet him, President Chen. Lao Yang quickly stepped up to shake his hand and greet him, President Chen. "Long time no see," after the pleasantries. Lao Yang noticed a figure behind the screen and asked, "Excuse me, President Chen, who is behind the screen?" Chen Tianhe then introduced everyone. "The person behind that screen is the young master of the Ye family from Dijing. The content of our meeting today is also related to the Ye family's investment in Ningqiao." Hearing this, the crowd of people around immediately bowed respectfully in unison greetings. "Young Master Ye." Yehan sat behind the screen, silent as a mouse, not saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Tianhe then spoke up to mediate everyone. "Please take a seat." When everyone was seated, the atmosphere began to liven up. Just then, Lao Yang spoke up flatteringly. "President Chen, the Ye family's investment in Ningqiao is very generous. In recent years, our Lao family has also been flourishing. I hope the president will create an opportunity for the Lao family to cooperate with the Ye family." The Lao Wei sitting next to him also chimed in. "That's right. The Lao family's business has been doing very well recently. As long as we get investment from the Ye family, we will make a lot of money, and the Ye family will also be well off." Ye Han on the other side was completely unfazed, his hand holding a phone, not paying any attention to the sweet words being poured into his ears. The merchants heard this and began to worry about their own families. They acknowledged that the La family was really prospering under La Yang's leadership. It seems they've already reeled in the first big catch. What a pity. My company has suffered heavy losses this year. I don't dare to dream of investing. They sighed in envy, praising the La family for their good fortune. Just then, Chen Tian. He smiled and said the Ye family has carefully considered the La family's situation. This time, your chances are very good. Hearing this, Ye Han, who was tapping on his phone, suddenly paused. From behind the screen, Ye Han's cold voice rang out, "I do not agree." Hearing this, La Yang's face turned pale, and he didn't understand what was going on. Ye Han continued to judge. The Ye family will not invest a single penny in the La family. La Wei, sitting next to him, heard this and was startled. This voice is familiar. La Yang jumped to his feet and asked urgently, "Young Master Ye, what did we do wrong?" Ye Han replied while playing a game, "I hate that La Wei's face." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud smack was heard from the other side of the room. Hearing the noise, Ye Han glanced behind him to see what was going on. La Yang mercilessly slapped La Wei across the face and then boldly declared, "Young Master Yi, please give the La family a chance. My La family agrees to expel La Wei from the family." La Wei held his cheek. Bewildered, "Young Master Ye hates me, but I haven't offended the Ye family in any way, except Ye Han." Only then did La Wei realize. He rushed towards the screen, roaring, "It's impossible. How could you be, Ye Han? Come out here." Seeing La Wei's insolence, Chen Tian, he grabbed his arm and shouted loudly, "Are you tired of living?" Then he announced loudly, "From today on, the La family is removed from the Ninchao Chamber of Commerce. Wei Wei, please escort these two out." After being thrown out, La Wei held his head and muttered, "Impossible. Impossible." La Yang thought to himself, that voice, it sounds familiar. It can't be. In the room, Chen Tian, he spoke up, "Everyone, let's continue." The meeting ended after some discussion. Two people are shaking hands on a deal there. President Chen, remember to come over for tea sometime. I'll definitely come next time. Chen Tian, he watched as the businessman left the room. A moment later, he stepped out and saw that there was still one person waiting. "Why haven't you left yet?" The person immediately flattered him, "President Chen. The upcoming bidding for the Ninchao Commercial Plaza will be held. Of course, everything must be fair. As long as President Chen promises not to let Wei Zhishi's network win, this vase with 5-colored cloud pattern inlay will be yours." After saying that, he opened the box containing the vase. Seeing the vase, Chen Tian, he thought to himself, a vase with 5-colored cloud pattern inlay. It's worth a fortune. I've never had such a fine porcelain vase before. Then he asked, "Who sent you?" The man didn't say a word and instead said, "Sorry, President Chen, I can't talk about this. You can figure it out yourself." Ye Han, hearing the conversation, thought to himself, even here, I'm still hearing news about Wei Zhishi at this moment. Chen Tian, he walked in and said, "Young Master Ye, regarding the Ye family's business, I have never acted out of personal gain. I hope young Master Ye can rest assured." Ye Han then replied, "It's okay. If he dared to say it in front of me, he naturally has his own plans." Scene change. A luxury car is parked on the side of the road. Ye Han was deep in thought, thinking to himself, don't let Wei Zhishi's network win. Such a precise target. It might really be someone from the Wei family. This is truly a dragon and tiger fight. Should I help this girl? After thinking, he asked Qing Luan, which network does Wei Zhishi belong to? She explained while driving. Wei Zhenhai has 4 sons. The eldest is a high-ranking official. The second is in the military, and only the third and fourth are in business. Wei Zhishi is the daughter of the third son, Wei Bang. After hearing that, Ye Han looked out at the street and sneered, "Aha! It seems the 4 sons are about to make their move. This old man Wei Zhenhai has it tough too. He's not even as comfortable as my mother." Scene changed to the hospital. Ye Han walked into the room carrying a bag and said, "Mom, this is your favorite rice noodle soup, and this is a chicken thigh." His mother sat on the bed and smiled brightly. "You're spending money recklessly again. There's no shortage of food in the hospital." Ye Han comforted her well. "What's wrong with a change of pace once in a while?" "Mom." Then Ye Han turned to invite the nurse. "You should sit down and eat with us too. I bought a lot." The nurse shyly refused. "No, thank you." Seeing this, Ye Han's mother also called out, "Young lady, come and eat with us. You've worked so hard taking care of me by yourself." After saying that, the 3 of them sat down at the table and enjoyed their meal together. After eating their fill, it was gradually getting late. The nurse dozed off in her chair after a long day of taking care of patients. Ye Han walked over and lightly touched her shoulder. startling her if you're sleepy. Go to sleep. The nurse shot up in a panic. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dozed off. Please don't tell the director. Yehan smiled brightly and interrupted. You go to sleep in the bedroom inside. I'll watch over here. I'll ask the director to find someone to help you tomorrow. The nurse shook her head frantically and refused. That's not a good idea. But she shook her head so hard that her ribs cracked. Seeing this, Yehan leaned in close and touched the nurse's neck. Your neck is so stiff. Without saying much, he grabbed the nurse's hand and pulled her along. Come on, follow me. Yehan entered the room and said, lie down on the bed. Hearing this, the nurse broke out in a cold sweat and asked, You, what do you want to do? Yehan took off his shirt and raised his hands, replying, I'm going to give you a massage. If your neck isn't treated, it will be very dangerous. The nurse blushed and said, Okay then. After the nurse lay down on the bed, Yehan raised both hands and said, I'm starting. 2, before touching her. Yehan reminded her, It will hurt a little. Bear with it. The nurse shyly said, Yehan started to rub her left and right, causing the nurse to cry out, Ah! Then he continued to massage another spot, making her squirm. Yehan asked with a smile while kneading, How's the pressure? She looked at him and replied, Just right. It's good. A moment later, the nurse fell asleep. Seeing this, Yehan thought to himself, She's clearly so busy, but she's still too shy to say anything. The next morning, the nurse was drowsy when she suddenly woke up with a start. She sat up and screamed in panic, It's over. It's already 8 o'clock. While panicking, she saw a piece of paper on the table with the content, Don't worry. Just rest easy. I've already spoken to the hospital. No one knows you overslept. Signed, Yehan. Scene changed to the car. Qingluan was driving while reporting the situation. We've found the assassin who poisoned her. I guess since nothing happened to you. He didn't leave Ninchao. Hearing this, Yehan glanced at her. If he's not leaving, then he should never leave. Qingluan explained further that assassin is hiding in a villa in the suburbs. I suspect it's a stronghold of Qingtang. There are definitely a lot of people inside. Yehan asked curiously, killing people. Can the Ye family help me sort this out? Hearing this, Qingluan was silent for a moment. Then she said Qingtang's assassins have committed heinous crimes. Killing them can be sorted out. Yehan replied, I know. A moment later, the car stopped. Qingluan opened the door and got out. The two of them approached the gate. Yehan observed, it's a 3-story detached villa, with an iron gate, surveillance cameras, and strict security. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from behind. A large hole was blown in the back wall. 2 thugs stepped out from inside and looked at the two of them, asking, Hey, what are you two doing? If you come any closer, don't blame us for getting rough. Qingluan stepped forward and nonchalantly ordered, Call your boss out. Hearing this, the 2 thugs rushed forward with knives, cursing loudly, You stinking woman, are you looking for death? The green-shirted, spiky-haired man looked at Yehan and smiled smugly, Brat, your opponent is me. After saying that, he swung his knife, but Yehan just had to lean over to dodge it. The thug continued to rush forward, but still couldn't hit him. Yehan thought assassins are really ruthless. Then he punched the man, sending him flying. At the same time, the other thug was also sent flying by Qingluan. She kicked him squarely in the face, knocking out all his teeth. In a flash, the 2 thugs were lying unconscious on the ground. Yehan walked ahead, Let's go. As Yehan and Qingluan swaggered in, the red-shirted man sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, puffing on a cigarette, assessed them. You two dare to barge into Qingtang's stronghold. He was the deputy hallmaster of Qingtang in Ninchao, Zhao Bei. Puffing on a cigarette, his guts are as big as the sky. Seeing this, Yehan asked, You're the deputy hallmaster of Qingtang, Zhao Bei, right? He arrogantly replied, That's right. Yehan, what are you doing here? Are you walking into a trap? Yehan was not at all afraid and said very calmly, I'm here to kill people. Hearing this, he frowned angrily. Then you've miscalculated. Suddenly, the lackey standing behind him trembled all over. A few seconds later, he suddenly collapsed and fainted just because of a single needle. Another lackey walked over and informed him, Zhao Hallmaster. He's dead. The deputy hallmaster sneered scornfully, Brother. Nice move. You can take a life with just a silver needle. At this moment, Yehan had already sat down on a chair with his arms crossed and continued, This guy is the assassin who poisoned me. His death is not a loss. The deputy hallmaster didn't back down and retorted, You killed one of Qingtang's men in Qingtang's territory. We have to keep your life here. Hearing this, Yehan was not at all scared and even asked challengingly, Do you know who I am? He stood up and approached threateningly Yehan. You got lucky and got 1 million. I heard even Zheng Kun didn't dare to touch you because of Li Diaoyang. Even if it was Li Diaoyang, I could kill him if I wanted to. You think you can ruin Qingtang's good fortune just because you have some backing? At this moment, Yehan thought to himself, it seems the Ye family has already handled all the information about me. Then he asked again, any last words you want to say? He was stunned and froze. After realizing it, he shouted the one who should be saying, last words is you, immediately. The lackeys behind him rushed forward, their hands on their weapons. On this side, Yehan also ordered Qing Luan, you play with them first. She stepped forward and replied, yes, young master. A straight kick sent one man flying. In a short while, with just a few small moves, she had taken down that group of thugs. One man holding a knife rushed towards her, shouting die, with skillful technique. Qing Luan leaned back to dodge the knife. She was about to extend her leg. At this moment, the knife had already been thrown somewhere else. A straight kick up high, Qing Luan kicked the thug in the face. All of the Deputy Hallmaster's men were unconscious and bloody, which made the Deputy Hallmaster shout in panic, who on earth are you? Yehan sneered contemptuously, haven't you already investigated? He stood up and continued, I had no enmity with Qingteng. Suddenly he put both hands on his shoulders, startling him, you guys poisoned my mother and sent assassins to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands burst into flames. He punched the Deputy Hallmaster, sending him to the ground crying and wailing, Qingteng will not let you go. He and the girl turned to leave. I'll spare your dog's life. Go tell your Hallmaster to prepare his own coffin. Sooner or later I'll come for him. Scene changed to a corner in the house. Qingteng's Hallmaster, Ning Sha, was drinking tea when the Deputy Hallmaster ran in and reported that Brat told me to tell you to prepare your own coffin. He began to frown with displeasure. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and cursed arrogant. How dare you not take our Qingteng seriously? At this moment, he was extremely angry if this gets out. Our reputation in Ninchao will be completely lost. The Deputy Hallmaster also asked fearfully, Hallmaster, what should we do? He thought for a way with a tense expression, gather all the assassins of Qingteng and Ninchao here. I want to personally lead the team to kill this person. Hearing the order, the Deputy Hallmaster had an idea. All the assassins of Qingteng and Ninchao gathered together. This is truly a huge force. And at this time, this force gathered just for one person. Yehan is sure to die. Scene changed to the La family's house. La Yang was sitting leisurely and laughing with glee, ha ha ha. He said, that fool Yehan. I didn't expect him to offend Qingteng. Even the Hallmaster of Qingteng has taken action. He's finished. Moving on to the Li family. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand with a tense expression. Sweating profusely, Qingteng announced in the martial world that they would deal with someone named Ye Han. It's not that young Master Ye, is it? Is Qingteng stupid? Soon, Zhishi heard the bad news. Her face turned pale and she said anxiously, I have to find Yehan. When she went to the garden and saw Yehan pushing his mother in a wheelchair, she called out, Yehan. He asked in confusion, Zhishi, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? She walked over and politely said, Auntie, may I borrow Yehan for a moment? Yehan's mother gently agreed, okay. The two of them walked to another place to talk. Zhishi expressed her concern and worry, asking, are you okay? He replied confusedly, I'm fine. What could be wrong with me? Hearing this, Zhishi explained why she was so panicked. The Hallmaster Ningxia Shen of Qingteng has announced throughout Ninchao that he wants to kill you. Ye Han's face remained calm, not worried at all, and he even asked back, is that all? Zhishi angrily scolded him. That's the Hallmaster of Qingteng. But soon, her voice softened, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him and said, you are in great danger now. Just as she finished speaking, Zhishi fainted and fell into Ye Han's arms, surprising him. Ye Han hugged Zhishi with concern so foolish. It's clear that your wound hasn't healed yet, and you still rushed here like this. Then he picked her up and carried her away. This time it's really bad. She fainted from the stress and urgency. When they reached a bench, he placed her on his lap but pretended to be jealous. It's a good thing you fell into my arms, if you fell into another man's arms. At this moment, he held a needle in his hand and continued, brother, I'm jealous, you know. He sang while performing acupuncture right between her eyebrows, little Yehan, with superb medical skills. His eyes looked at her lovingly and passionately, the beauty in my arms. A moment later, Jisi woke up and opened her eyes to see Yehan rejuvenation from a skilled hand. Jisai was surprised to see her face covered in acupuncture needles. She quickly raised her hand to remove them, asking him, what are you doing? Quickly. Yehan grabbed her hand and replied, don't move. You just fainted. Master Ye is giving you a great treatment. Hearing this, Jisi was both angry and shy. Where did Master Ye come from? I only see a rogue. Yehan asked about her condition with concern. How is your wound? She was also a little moved and replied, it's healed. It doesn't hurt anymore. Hearing this put his mind at ease, and he happily instructed her carefully. All right? You should pay attention to rest in the future. You have a lot of fiery energy, so if you worry, something will happen. It seemed she wasn't paying attention to his words and just raised her hand to look at the sky, look at the stars in the sky. They're so beautiful. If only people didn't have to worry about troublesome things for a lifetime. Yehan also looked up at the sky. Listening to her speak, it would be great to be friends with the gentle wind and the stars. He also gazed at her and said, if there really is such a day, would you be like you and me right now? Suddenly, she sat up, her expression unhappy. There will never be such a day. Jishi put her feet on the ground and poured out her heart in a few days. It will be the grand bidding conference at the commercial plaza in Ninchao. My father wants to win this project, but my fourth uncle also wants it. She looked sadly into the distance and continued, since my grandfather was hospitalized. My fourth uncle has snatched away a lot of my family's business. This time, if we can't get this project, our voice in the Wei family will plummet. Hearing this, Yehan said, I'll go with you. Scene changed to the Longhai Grand Hotel, the Nin Chao Commercial Plaza bidding conference. The man in the blue suit said to the person next to him, this time the bidding conference is entrusted to President Chen Tian, he of the Nin Chao Chamber of Commerce. I heard that the Ye family from Dijing is behind it. The blonde man was also surprised and asked, what? The Ye family from Dijing. Does that mean someone from the Ye family is here today? The other man explained, I heard that the young master of the Ye family appeared at the Nin Chao Chamber of Commerce that day. But unfortunately, no one saw his true appearance. Hearing this, the blonde man also made some guesses. That spoiled young master. Didn't they say he has no talent for business and only knows how to eat, drink, and be merry all day long? At this moment, a brand new sparkling car drove up to the hotel entrance. It was Yehan and Wei Jishi. Jishi held Yehan's arm, her face beaming as she said, Yehan, you follow me. This is the Longhai Grand Hotel. The people around are buzzing with conversation. Isn't that Wei Jishi, the daughter of Wei Bang, the third son of the Wei family? What kind of boyfriend does she have to be qualified to attend a conference of this level with Wei Jishi? Who is the man next to her? Her boyfriend. It's rare for the martial goddess Wei to have a boyfriend. Is her boyfriend made of steel? Hearing this, Yehan's cheeks flushed red. The two walked inside and went to Jishi's father, Dad. I'm here. When Wei Bang saw his daughter, he called out, You're here. Sit down. He was surprised to see Yehan walking next to his daughter and quickly asked, Who is this? Jishi's fourth uncle seemed a bit talkative. I didn't expect that. Old third. Jishi has brought home a son-in-law for you. Jishi was annoyed, but still smiled and replied to her fourth uncle, He's not my boyfriend. He's my friend. His name is Yehan, and he came with me. Jishi quickly took Yehan's hand and pulled him to a seat. Yehan, come on, you sit here. Wei Bang saw this and thought that this young man had a very close relationship with his daughter, not just ordinary friends. Suddenly, the fourth uncle crossed his arms smugly and showed off. Wait a minute, this table is for the Wei family. He is not qualified to sit here. Yehan heard this and retorted competitively, If there is no place for me here, then I don't want to sit at the same table with a patient who is beyond saving. He angrily slammed the table and stood up. Who are you talking about? Yehan continued to speak. Lifeless eyes, dark circles under the eyes, lifeless skin, loss of control of hands and feet, especially every time they have sex. Before he could finish, he pointed his finger and shouted in panic, Shut up for me. How do you know these things? Yehan calmly replied, Because I am a doctor. Hearing this, Wei Bang was surprised and realized doctor. He stood up and asked, Could it be that you are the great master Ye who saved my father? Yehan also confirmed, That's right. Wei Bang stood up and apologized to Yehan just now. Wei Bang didn't recognize you. It was Wei Bang's fault. Please sit here. He happily shook his hand and thanked him repeatedly. There is no way to repay a life-saving grace, so we are not the kind of ungrateful people. The fourth uncle sat on the side and sneered, So you are the doctor who saved the old master. After settling down, Yehan turned to remind the fourth uncle, Uncle Wei Zheng, You should pay attention to your health. If something happens one day, it will not be good. Hearing this, he challenged Yehan to examine him. If you are a doctor, then examine me. Hearing the suggestion, Yehan replied with interest, I can examine you, but the diagnosis fee is 10 million yuan. Once the money is in my account, I will examine you immediately. King, terrified by the number Yehan gave, he secretly assessed 10 million yuan. He's crazy. Then he quickly made an excuse. Master Wei is also here today. I can just ask him to examine me later. Yehan pretended to be regretful. This disease can only be diagnosed by me. If you want to find someone else, feel free. Hearing this, he lost his temper and thought angrily, This brat is so arrogant. Wei Jishi asked curiously, Ye Han, is what you said true or false? He affirmed otherwise. I am a doctor, and I have never deceived others. Wei Bang sat next to him and listened, considering. Suddenly, everyone clapped continuously to welcome someone. It turned out to be Chen Tianhe, who came up to give a speech. Hello everyone. I represent Nin Chao to welcome everyone to participate. This time, the bidding conference officially begins. Please enjoy the delicacies of our Nin Chao. After everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, the bidding conference will officially begin. Everyone also started to join the feast, holding wine glasses and greeting each other. It became more and more crowded. Yahan said while eating, the status of your Wei family is really high, isn't it? So many people have to come here in person. Hearing this, Zhi proudly and shyly said, what do you think? Our Wei family is a big family in Jiangnan province. Immediately after, a foot stepped in. When Master Wei entered holding a cane, a soldier shouted and announced, Master Wei is here. This made everyone look up and start discussing. It was said that Master Wei would be here today. Master Wei is a man of immortal style and his reputation is well deserved. Master Wei is not only proficient in medicine but also in the art of feng shui. The Qin family's fortune is also thanks to Master Wei's guidance. It seems that this time the bidding conference is really grand. If we are lucky enough to get Master Wei's guidance, rising to the top is only a matter of time. When he walked, everyone stood up and bowed in greeting. Wei Zheng smiled brightly and gestured for Master Wei to sit down. Only Ye Han dared to ask, is this master a fake? Everyone was startled by Ye Han's words. The fourth uncle turned around with a furious look and cursed with hateful eyes. Why did you say that to Master Wei? He quickly explained, Master Wei, the junior is ignorant. Please forgive him. Master Wei also gently let it go. It's okay. Then the fourth uncle took the opportunity to ask Master Wei to check his health. Master Wei, I have been feeling a little unwell recently, so I would like to ask you to help me with a checkup. One hand stroking his beard, the other hand taking his pulse. He diagnosed your pulse is normal. It's just that you've been working too hard recently. I'll prescribe you a prescription. Take it for a month and you'll be fine. Yihan burst out laughing when he heard this. The fourth uncle was annoyed at being teased and turned around to ask, what are you laughing at? Yihan announced, I didn't expect this Master Wei to be such a useless person. The disease has already entered his bones and marrow, yet he still says there's nothing to worry about. The people behind him heard this and became furious, blaming him, you stinking brat. Where did you come from to dare to slander Master Wei like this? Someone, throw this person out. Master Wei has never made a mistake in his work. He can't be slandered so easily. But the master seemed very normal, as if nothing had happened. Young man, I have been practicing medicine for decades. Can't I diagnose a disease? Yehan gently shook the wine glass in his hand and replied, you practice medicine by observing, smelling, asking, and palpating. Wei Zheng's illness has already shown on the outside, yet you still need to take his pulse to diagnose him. And you even said there was no problem. You tell me if I should laugh at you or not. Hearing this, his annoyance gradually showed on his face. His pulse is fine. Yahan also refused to give in, continuing to say taking the pulse cannot cure all diseases. Zhi, who was sitting next to him, reminded him, Yahan, you should talk less. At this moment, Master Wei had already slammed his hand on the table and frowned. You are Yahan. Did you break the Guanyin statue in the office? He calmly replied, oh, could it be that you were the one who set up the formation for that Guanyin statue? Master Wei stood up abruptly and declared, you have destroyed my formation. You have some ability. I was going to find you, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own. Then let's have a competition. Do you dare? The people around were whispering, who is this brat? Master Wei wants to compete with him. He's sitting at the Wei family's table. He must be from the Wei family. Yihan was not at all fazed and accepted the challenge. Why shouldn't I dare to compete? What do you want to compete on? Master Wei stood in front of Yihan and explained, let's use Wei Zheng's illness as the topic of our competition. Whoever can accurately diagnose the illness and provide an effective treatment method wins. He also announced the rules. If you lose, you must kneel down and apologize to me. Yihan was no slouch either and replied, let's go all out. If I lose, I will not only kneel down and apologize to you, but I will also run naked around this hall to please you. Suddenly, Yihan raised his hand to his chin and set a condition, but if you lose, you must kneel down and kowtow 3 times and call me daddy. Master Wei's face hardened and he gritted his teeth. Okay. A newborn calf really isn't afraid of a tiger. I agree. Wei Zheng, sitting below, quickly intervened. Master Wei, that doesn't seem very appropriate. Wei Zheng closed his eyes and thought, Master Wei has a great reputation, and his skills have been proven over time. As for Yehan, besides saving Wei Zhenhai, there is nothing to prove his strength. Wei Zheng placed his hand on the table, and Master Wei spoke up, I will not lose. Let's begin. Yihan sneered and replied, Okay then, you go first. Master Wei placed his hand on Wei Zheng to take his pulse. Master Wei stroked his beard and pronounced the result of my diagnosis is still the same. It's just that he has been overworked, which has led to physical weakness. The prescription I will prescribe is the 7 Yang powder, which uses 7 types of Yang tonifying herbs as the main ingredients, combined with a few other herbs to nourish the body and improve from the root. Wei Zheng nodded happily. Master Wei is right. My illness is not that serious. Master Wei released his hand. It's your turn. Yahan smirked and approached. He frowned and looked tense. Yahan sat down and spoke. His pulse is not abnormal at all, but he pressed hard on the acupoint on Wei Zheng's arm with his hand. A strange force suddenly radiated out. Yahan asked, "You can't move now, can you?" He was horrified and sweaty. I can't move. Master Wei, who was watching from behind, was also startled. What? Yeah? Han smirked and raised his fist. The human body's structure is extremely complex. Pulling a single hair can shake the whole body. It's like a house. Although it looks perfect on the outside, it may be rotten on the inside. It only takes a little impact for it to collapse. Suddenly he punched Wei Zheng in the face, causing him to spit out blood. Wei Zheng was furious and clutched his mother's chest, shouting, "What are you doing?" Wei Bang, who was watching from the side, was surprised to see the blood on the table. This is Ye. Han looked at Master Wei and explained the pulse is only one aspect. The more important thing is to combine all the patient's conditions to diagnose the cause. Wei Zheng's illness is because of overwork, which has damaged his foundation. It only takes a single impact. He pointed at the dark red blood on the table and analyzed the disease will erupt. At that time, it will be incurable. Yahan turned around, his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, 7 Yang powder can alleviate the symptoms on the surface. But in reality, the illness will worsen and be concealed, leading to abnormalities. Wei Zheng covered his mouth and coughed continuously. He suggested Master Wei, "Why don't you take his pulse again?" Master Wei stroked his beard and thought, after taking his pulse. He was surprised. That's right. The disease has already entered his bones and marrow. Wei Zheng looked pleadingly, extending his hand. Master Wei, save me, Wei. Shai was not concerned. He clasped his hands and bowed to Yehan. Dare I ask, Senior, how should this patient be saved? The people below were whispering, I can't believe Master Wei is calling this person Senior. Could it be that his medical skills are higher than Master Wei's? Wei Zheng had a pitiful expression. Master Ye, please save me. He glanced at him. I can save you, but I have a request. Return all the projects you stole from Wei Zhishi's family, and I will save you. Zhishi's eyes sparkled, thinking to herself, Yahan is doing this for me. He slammed the table angrily. Impossible. Wei Zheng considered. In the year my father was not here, I don't know how much profit I've made. It's absolutely impossible. Yahan said coldly. Good advice is hard to persuade a dying ghost. He pointed at him with contempt. There are many famous doctors in the world. I don't believe you're the only one who can cure my illness. At worst, I'll go to Dijing. Someone will be able to save me. Yahan curled his lip and replied, I said only I can cure this disease. Suddenly, a pair of legs knelt on the ground. The people stood up and discussed Master Wei. He bowed his head to the ground and said, Master Ye, even if you give me the treatment method, I will still admit defeat. He said smugly, you really know when to bet and when to fold. Yahan rested his chin on his hand. Forget it. You don't need to call me father. Calling me father at your age will shorten my life. Get up. Master Wei replied, Thank you. Master Ye, he said respectfully, I have lost face today. I will not stay any longer. Master Wei handed him his business card. If you come to Tianhai Market in the future, just call me if you need anything. I have some influence in Tianhai Market. He took the business card and said happily, Okay. The old man's back was at the door. The people in the room swarmed and asked Master Ye, Please examine me. Master Ye, my waist has been aching lately and I don't know why. Weibang turned his head in surprise. An old man came to Yehan. Master Ye, I drank that day, and in the morning my buttocks were sore. He waved his hand in annoyance. No, I'm not seeing patients today. The crowd surrounding him left. Jishi praised with a blushing face, Your medical skills are amazing. Yahan said modestly, I'm not only highly skilled in medicine, I'm also proficient in feng shui and divination. Jishi's eyes sparkled with admiration. You know so much. Tell me my fortune. He put on a handsome look and said no problem. Yahan raised his finger and frowned, calculating. He said cheerfully, You will definitely win this bid. Jishi couldn't believe it. I won the bid. It's impossible. Wei Zheng laughed loudly in disdain. Impossible. Anyone could win the bid, but not her. Yeah. Han was angry. Why are you so sure? Wei Zheng was afraid of the person's reply. He broke out in a sweat and explained the bidding conference is very fair. Although Jishi's company's ability is not bad, It has not undergone a major project and has no experience. It is not the top choice. He crossed his arms in annoyance. I have never been wrong in my calculations. You just wait and see. If you don't want to return what you took, then I will take it myself. Wei Zheng was worried and stood frozen. In the afternoon, at the council meeting, Tian, he was announcing, I declare the bidding conference officially started. Young Master Ye of the Dijing Ye family is already here. All of your actions will be monitored and will determine who will win the final project. Everyone, including Yehan below, was listening intently. They were buzzing with excitement. I can't believe the young master of the Dijing Ye family is also here. It's great to have them for this investment. I wonder where the young master of the Ye family is. Tianhe announced the bidding has now begun. Below, many people held up signs Hengsheng Real Estate, Nin Chao Architecture. Everyone was enthusiastic Nin Ha Real Estate. Yehan looked at Jishi curiously, with his mother puffed out and silent. Why aren't you holding up a sign? She rested her chin on her hand sadly. It's a waste of effort to hold it up. Looking at the other companies holding up signs Yufei Group, Nin Chao Dizi. Jishi continued, other companies all have experience in the real estate industry. My company has never done a major project. We don't have enough experience. He watched her and advised you should raise it. You won't lose anything if you don't raise the sign. Even God can't help you. Wei Zheng smiled fakely. Jishi, although you're not my real niece, it's good to participate a little. Jishi frowned and did as he said. Okay then, I'll try. Yehan pointed at Jishi and raised the sign high. Bangfei Group. Tianhe saw Yehan's signal in a flash. He extended his hand towards her young master. Ye has already identified the person to choose. Tianhe slammed the gavel and said loudly, the bidding round is over. He announced the results after our discussion. The final company that won the project at Nin Chao Commercial Plaza has been determined. The people around were discussing. A blonde girl spoke up. If anyone wins this project, even a small company will rise to the sky. A pink-haired young man next to her, I've lost all hope. This time. The most hopeful ones are the big companies in the real estate industry. The blonde girl looked at Wei Zheng triumphantly and said the most likely one is Yun Zheng's company. Looking at his expression, it's probably 9 out of 10. Then the pink-haired young man replied, you can't be sure. Maybe it was already decided before the bidding. Third uncle, the cunning Wei Zheng. Brother third, who do you think it will be this time? Wei Mu said affectionately, no matter who it is. It's fine. Father always taught us not to be too ostentatious. He said seriously, our Wei family has been in a bit of a slump lately. It's good that we didn't get it. Wei Zheng was unhappy. Third brother's attitude is really good. Yehan said with a confident expression. Uncle Wei Zheng, don't you believe in my skills? I already said it's Jishi. He replied angrily, absolutely not. Tianhe on the stage announced the final company to be decided is Bangfei Group. Jishi and everyone were surprised. Only Yehan was calm. Bangfei Group. Wei Zheng was devastated. Many people in the audience discussed Bangfei Group. They have no experience in commercial plazas, so why is it Bangfei Group? This is interesting. Wei Zheng will definitely not be able to swallow this. Jishi looked happy and couldn't believe it. She pointed at herself. Is it really us? Yehan rested his hand on his head and said, I told you it was you. Wei Zheng gritted his teeth. He slammed the table. Wei Zheng stood up and retorted, President Chen, why is it Bangfei Group? On what grounds? Tianhe was annoyed. This is young Master Yi's arrangement. Are you questioning young Master Yi's decision? The crowd discussed it, so it's clear now. Otherwise, how could it be Bangfei Group's turn? This is young Master Ye's decision. When did Bangfei Group have a relationship with young Master Ye? When Wei Zheng heard these words, he was momentarily speechless. Tianhe explained, I said before, our every move is in young Master Yi's eyes. Everyone can watch over it. So, congratulations. Bangfei Group, please welcome President Wei to the stage for a few words. He sat down with his hands clenched tightly. Wei Zheng turned around. He and his subordinates walked away dejectedly. Wei Mu stepped onto the stage. The group of Wei Zheng left. Jishi joyfully held Yehan's hand and asked Yehan, am I dreaming? Is it really us? He curled his lips into a smile and said, that's right. It's you. She shone brightly and requested, since your calculations are so accurate, then help me calculate my destiny. Yehan put on a handsome expression and replied, your destiny. He winked at her and flirted, it's right in front of you. Zishi was speechless. Scene change at the hospital. Vanchi was lying on the hospital bed, and Yehan stood by her side, observing. According to her current recovery, she will be completely recovered in a few months. His gaze followed her as she slept. Suddenly there was a girl's figure outside. The door creaked open. Yehan asked curiously, how's the investigation? Qing Luan reported with her arms crossed now. Qing Tang's every move is in our hands. They are currently mobilizing their forces, looking for an opportunity to attack you. She glanced at him, but you have to attend Qin Chao's birthday party soon. The two walked out of the room together. Qing Luan said to avoid any mishaps, I have to train you beforehand. Yehan was bewildered. Train me despite everything. In a luxurious room. Yehan saw a girl standing from afar, her voice echoing towards him. You are the young master of the Yi family in Dijing when you appear at parties. The girl came closer, and the sparkling light around her enhanced her charm. She looked at him with a serious expression and reminded him you must learn proper etiquette and basic social skills, such as dancing. Yehan looked at the person opposite him. His gaze swept over the girl's slender figure. In his mind, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What a beautiful figure. The girl put her hands on her hips and stared at him, then asked, Are you listening? Yehan blinked, his face slightly flushed, but he still managed to remain calm and replied, I'm listening. So what are we learning first? The girl leaned towards the male lead, frowning slightly and saying, Raise your head and stick out your chest. Learn etiquette first. Then the two of them started today's practice. After a while of practicing, the girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded. Okay, you've learned this part. Next, I'll teach you how to dance. Yehan, who was now sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, sighed, Do I really have to dance? The girl glanced lightly at the male protagonist, still wiping the sweat from her face, and replied, Otherwise you'll be exposed when you go to the dance. When the two stood up to continue their practice, she moved closer, looked directly into Yehan's eyes, and her voice lowered. Do you know where to put your right hand? Yehan awkwardly reached out and placed his hand on the girl's waist, then asked hesitantly, Here. In his mind at that moment, he was very pleased with himself, thinking if that's the case, then let's just practice dancing. The girl placed her hand on the male lead and said angrily, Don't slack off. Learn properly with me. If it wasn't for old man Su asking me to teach you, you'd be lying on the ground right now. Yeah. Han put on a bright and sunny smile and reassured her, Okay, I'll learn seriously. The person started to dance, and the sparkling lights reflected on the glossy wooden floor, creating a romantic scene. Yehan tried to step in time, his feet lightly touching the floor, while dancing with the girl. Unfortunately, his footwork went awry, and he accidentally stepped on the girl's foot. The girl lost her balance, and the two of them tumbled to the floor. Their bodies were piled on top of each other in a surprising moment. The girl's eyes widened, her lips accidentally touched Yehan's, and she gasped. Deep Han's eyes widened in complete surprise. His hand unconsciously reached up, running through her silky hair. A thought flashed through his mind. Is this happiness? The intimate moment lasted longer than expected, the air thick with embarrassment. The girl let out a soft moan, coming to her senses. The dance instructor quickly pulled away from Deep Han's lips. She sat up straight on top of him, lightly wiping her lips. Deep Han, I can't believe you stuck out your tongue. Deep Han gave a forced laugh, his face still a bit flushed. My bad, I lost control for a moment. Please understand. Her eyes widened in fury, raising her hand to slap him. You! Deep Han panicked, quickly stopping her before she could slap him. Old man Tu said, You are not allowed to hurt me. The girl stood up, turning her back to him. All right, let us continue. Deep Han, regaining their composure, they focused on the dance lesson. As they glided to the music, Deep Han suddenly asked, By the way, what kind of gifts did the young master usually prepare? Hand in hand they moved with the music, she replied. All just expensive things. The girl turned her head. Continuing, They were expensive, it is true, but they were completely meaningless. Dipe. Han suddenly had an idea, his eyes lighting up. I heard Tan Q loves the piano most. I have a plan. Please help me prepare. 3 days later, Deep Han and the girl continued their lessons. Their steps were now much more fluid and graceful, like flowing water under the sparkling lights of the large room. At the end of their final practice, the girl looked at him with some satisfaction. Not bad. You are almost at a professional dancer's level now. Deep Han smirked smugly. Practicing with a beauty like this every day, I would be a real loser if I did not improve. The girl beside him remained silent, just glaring at him sharply. Soon after she walked to the door, her serious voice echoing back. We leave for the Tianhai market tomorrow. The airplane is ready. Everything is going according to your plan. Swoosh. Scene change. A private jet tore through the blue sky. Inside, Deep Han leaned back with his arms crossed, his eyes thoughtful as he plotted. Suddenly, shing! A cold blade pressed against his neck. Deep Han sat perfectly still, asking the attacker, "What do you people want?" A man sitting behind him kept the knife at his throat, his voice smug. "Deep Han, you did not see this coming, did you?" Suddenly a middle-aged man with sharp features appeared, emanating killing intent. He toyed with a knife in his hand, introducing himself confidently. "I am the Qing Teng Hall Master from Ningzhou, Ning Sha Shen. Today I have come to take your miserable life." The air grew heavy. His underlings revealed themselves one by one, surrounding Diep Han. The Hall Master sneered. "The airplane is in the air now. You can scream for heaven, but no one will hear you." Ning Sha Shen glanced at Diep Han and then continued. "Diep Han, be a good boy and die." Then he glanced at the girl sitting nearby, warning her. "You little girl, I advise you not to make a sound," he continued, the cold blade pressing harder against Diep Han's neck, "or I will skewer him right now." The henchman tightened his grip on the knife, just waiting for the order to strike. The entire airplane cabin felt suffocating. The innocent passengers were pale with fear, sitting in dead silence. Only Diep Han and the girl remained calm, sitting there unfazed. Diep Han smirked, his voice calm yet defiant. "Ning Sha Shen, are you so sure you can take me down today?" The Hall Master sneered. "Oh, do you think you have a way to escape?" He glanced at the girl, speaking confidently while surrounded by a dozen men. "Besides this little girl now, no one can save you." Outside, the airplane continued to slice through the vast blue sky. The leader's arrogant voice rang out. "From the moment you dared interfere with our Qing Teng's mission, there was only one outcome. Death." Clack, clack. The sound of leather shoes echoed firmly on the airplane's floor. The Hall Master approached Diep Han with a sinister smile, grabbing him by the collar. "This little girl is your bodyguard, right? Her skills seem pretty decent. Let me show you how your bodyguard gets tortured." Glancing at his goons, he growled, "Go on, grab that little girl for me." Suddenly, a blond man in sunglasses shot up. Two underlings saw him and their faces went pale, with exclamation marks of alarm. Without a second's hesitation, the blond man threw a lightning-fast punch at the two men. Thwack. Two clean hits and they were knocked out cold. At the same time, the girl with Diep Han moved like a flash. Her hand swung in a sharp arc, striking another assassin's face, sending him tumbling backward. The cabin erupted into chaos. One of the attackers lay motionless on the floor, his face bruised. The Hall Master's jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was seeing. A calm, deep voice spoke up. "Thang Lone has dealt with the other small fry, awaiting the young master's orders." A man with slicked back hair and two teammates stepped forward, the bodies of defeated assassins behind them. The Hall Master's face was drained of all color, sweat pouring down. What the hell is going on?" Swoosh. A slender hand shot out like a flash. It stuck a needle into the Hall Master's hand. That was gripping Diep Han's collar. Diep Han stood up straight, exuding a confident aura. Beside him, the red-haired girl radiated a terrifying presence. The Hall Master clutched his hand, screaming in panic. "Ah!" Immediately after, the girl was surrounded by a red glow, unleashing a thunderous kick to the Hall Master's chin. He crumpled, screaming in fear. "Ah!" He fell to his knees, clutching his injured wrist. "Than Lone, young Master Diep, who in the world are you?" Diep Han stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at the defeated foe. "Ning Sha Shen. I could not find you, so I had to set this trap to lure you into my net." Outside, the airplane flew through the vast blue sky. Diep Han continued, "On this airplane, except for your people, everyone else is mine. I actually chartered this whole airplane. You thought you'd found a chance to assassinate me, but it was just a weakness I intentionally revealed, you fool." The Hall Master's face was deathly pale, his hand still trembling. He murmured, "I heard the young master of the Diep family from the imperial capital is in Ningzhou lately. Could you be that young master from the Diep family?" Young Master Diep gave a faint smile, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "You guessed right, but there is no prize for you." He collapsed to the floor, his voice full of regret and fear. I miscalculated." Then Diep Han gave a curt order, "Take action." The subordinates smirked and obeyed the order. Whir. The sound of the airplane's engines roared on, marking the perfect end of a flawless plan. Under the lights, Diep Han stood tall and composed. Beside him, his female bodyguard looked down at the blood-stained floor where the enemy's body lay. He remarked, "The team of Than Lone bodyguards you trained is quite capable," the girl replied, her eyes still wide and innocent. "Each Than Lone bodyguard cost me a great deal to train. They will soon have to return to the imperial capital for other Diep family missions." Images of the harsh training flashed by. The girl explained further, The Thang Lone bodyguards are experts trained by Thang Lone herself. Each one can handle a specific area on their own. But in the Diep family, these Thang Lone bodyguards are just Thang Lone's direct subordinates. Deep Han smiled gently, looking at his bodyguard with trust. It is fine. Having you by my side is enough. I do not usually need the other than lone bodyguards anyway. The girl stood opposite him, her voice calm but firm. The entire Qingtang and Ningzhou has been wiped out, so they will surely lay low for a while. I will have them monitored closely from now on. Diep Han just gave a curt nod. Understood. After their exchange, the girl turned to leave. Follow me. She opened the door to a room on the airplane, announcing, "We land at Tianhai Airport in half an hour. Before then, I will remind you one last time. You are not Diep Han from Ningzhou, but the young master of the Diep family from the imperial capital." Diep Han stood behind her, replying coolly, "Don't worry, I have got the roll down perfectly." The female bodyguard turned back, handing Diep Han some clothes. "Get changed." The clothes in her hand fell to the floor. Diep Han was a bit stunned. We both have to change. The Tan family will pick you up at the airport. Do you want the Tan family to laugh at you? The red-haired girl with sparkling eyes leaned forward slightly with her curvy rear towards Diep Han. The young man held the clothes, thinking to himself, changing clothes with a great beauty like this. What could be better? A suggestive conversation echoed from the changing room. Why are you touching my butt? Oops, it was not on purpose. I will be careful. Diep Han, you touched it again. This time was definitely intentional. You wrong me. It really was not. How about you touch me back? You are actually doing it. A moment later, in the sky, an airplane slowly descended towards Tianhai Airport. The air outside the airport was scorching hot. A girl in a red dress leaned against a luxury car, muttering with annoyance, "It is so hot. Why is that Diep Han not here yet?" A middle-aged man standing beside her quickly soothed her. "Please be patient, young miss. He should be here soon." The girl frowned, her eyes flashing with irritation. So annoying. If he were not the young master of the Diep family, who would wait for him here? Not far away, two bodyguards were whispering. One sneered contemptuously. In the imperial capital, Diep Han is considered nothing but trash. The other added with a disdainful face, calling him a playboy is giving him too much credit. He is all grown up but cannot do anything right. A disgrace to the Diep family. The middle-aged man turned to the girl in the red dress. "Young miss, you must be very careful. Do not let that loser take advantage of you." The girl laughed confidently. "Don't worry, he is just a good-for-nothing. How could he escape from my grasp?" Just then, a bodyguard shouted, "Diep Han's airplane has arrived." Everyone looked up at the sky. Diep Han and the girl with him stepped off the escalator, both dressed sharply and exuding a powerful aura. As soon as they left the airport, Tan Q approached to greet Diep Han. "Welcome to Tianhai for my birthday." Looking at Tan Q, Diep Han thought, she is truly a great beauty. No wonder the old young master was so obsessed. To maintain the image, I have to keep up the lovesick act. Diep Han smiled lightly, asking, "Have you eaten yet? If not, then let us go get something to eat." But Tan Q quickly pulled her hand back, forcing a smile. "I have already eaten. You can go eat by yourself." After speaking, she turned and walked away, leaving Diep Han with the thought, this girl has nothing but her looks. She has a face like a funeral. Definitely not my type. Not giving up, Diep Han followed her, his voice half joking. "Miss Tan, I flew all this way for your birthday and you are this cold." Tan Q replied indifferently. "Then you could have chosen not to come. No one forced you." The butler standing nearby quickly interjected, "Young Master Diep, please forgive her. Our young miss is just speaking out of anger." Diep Han replied calmly, "It is fine." The girl with Diep Han said softly, "In the past, you would be frantically chasing after Tan Q to apologize." The young man's face grew serious. "You also said that was the past. I am not the young master I used to be." The butler led the way. "Please follow me, you two." Tan Q stood by her luxury car, saying, "Young Master Diep, my apologies. The Tan family has been busy lately, so we could not arrange a better car." Then she pointed to a dilapidated car parked far away. "You will have to make do with this one for now." Diep Han's group looked a bit stiff, but they remained silent. The young man smiled lightly, cheerfully getting into the old car. "It is fine." The butler worriedly said to Tan Q, "Young miss, for some reason I feel this young Master Diep is not like he used to be." Tan Q frowned slightly. Suspicious. He is a bit different. Then she reassured him. Do not worry. Our Tan family has teamed up with the Muk family from Zhonghai. The Muk family is not inferior to the Diep family. On the way, she continued. At tonight's banquet, just let Diep Han be utterly humiliated. The hotel appeared magnificent under the brilliant lights. The banquet hall was already packed with people laughing under a magnificent chandelier. A voice announced, and now, let us welcome the young master of the Diep family. Deep Han entered the main hall with a confident air. His female bodyguard followed gracefully behind him. The atmosphere immediately shifted, as all eyes turned towards him. Sarcastic whispers echoed through the crowd. Is that the loser, young Master Deep? One person sneered. I heard he invested 500 million and lost it all. Another continued. It is not just investments. It was the same when he tried acting before. Deep Han continued to listen to the crowd's chatter. And also, I heard this guy is addicted to games. A company made a game just for him, in which he was the only player. The rest were all bots. Yet he thought they were real people and spent tens of millions on it. He asked the girl with him, was the previous young master really that pathetic? She replied curtly, yes. Why else would people look down on you like this? The hall remained noisy. Looking at the prying eyes, he could not help but think. The title of Deep family's young master carries some weight. But in this upper-class circle, it is not everything. He then went to the reception to get a glass of wine, thinking further, to earn others' respect. The most important thing is to have real strength yourself. Just as Diep Han raised the glass to his lips, a voice rang out, welcome everyone to my birthday party. Tan Q stepped forward, attracting everyone's attention. She gestured to the person beside her. Before we begin, I would like to introduce the honored guest standing next to me. All the guests turned their eyes to the man. She continued, he is the young master of the Muk family from Zhonghai, Mok Than Fong. The girl with Deep Han quietly prompted him, you should go ask Tan Q to dance. The young man looked reluctant, but still replied grudgingly, all right, I know. In the middle of the banquet floor, Tan Q stood radiant like a queen. All eyes were on her in admiration. The young man approached and started the conversation. Miss Tan, could you do me the honor of a dance? Tan Q looked at Deep Han and sneered, young Master Deep, if you do not know how to dance, you should not ask others. Last time you danced, you even crushed someone's shoes. The young man could only smile sheepishly. A girl nearby added, that is right. And it was not just one time either. Deep Han stood there dumbfounded, looking at Tan Q without any emotion. At that moment, Mok Than Fong, elegant in a gray-blue suit, walked over to Tan Q. He glanced at Deep Han, his voice calm but sharp. Deep Han, this is not the place for you to show off. Tan Q stood beside him, her lips curved into a meaningful smile. Then Mok Than Fong confidently approached Tan Q, smiling. Miss Tan, may I have the honor of asking you for a dance? Tan Q glanced at Diep Han smugly, replying to Mok Than Fong. Of course, you may. On the splendid dance floor under the golden lights, Tan Q and Mok Than Fong moved gracefully to the music. Other couples also started to join in, creating a luxurious and captivating scene. Watching the couple dancing intimately, a clear voice rang out. Mr. Deep, may I ask you for a dance? Deep Han turned around, slightly surprised. Than Lone, now in a stunning light blue dress, walked over. I do not want tomorrow's headline to be Deep Family's Young Master. She let down her flowing red hair, her slender arms like jade, in her pristine white dress. She was like a spring fairy bringing warmth to Diep Han. She continued, was utterly humiliated by the Muk family. All eyes immediately turned to them. Deep Han put down his wine glass, gently replying, all right, then let us give them a show. The next second, he extended his hand. The captivating red-haired Thang Lone stepped forward, and they smoothly blended into the dance. The surrounding guests couldn't help but buzz. Who is that girl? She is so beautiful, another exclaimed. Tan Q really pales in comparison to her. No one could take their eyes off them. On the other side, Mok Than Fong and Tan Q looked at Diep Han, astonished. He actually dared to dance. Is he not afraid of embarrassing himself in front of everyone? Tan Q initially sneered. Is it not a good thing if he embarrasses himself? But then her expression turned to shock, a thought flashing in her mind. Impossible. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Diep Han, the one rumored to be clueless about dancing, was leading his partner with extreme professionalism. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in amazement, Who said Diep Han could not dance? Another was even more shocked. If this is not knowing how to dance, then our dancing is just child's play. Those astonished eyes were fixed on Diep Han and Than Lon. The young man whispered close to Than Lon's ear. I really hate Tan Q now. Can I stop pursuing her? Than Lon was momentarily stunned, only replying with silence. Diep Han, in his elegant black suit, continued the dance with Than Lon in her stunning blue dress. The girl spun, her shimmering skirt flaring out wide. Diep Han held her hand firmly, his posture confident. Than Lon said, You are the young master of the Deep family. You can decide what you want to do. In another corner, Mok Than Fong and Tan Q had stopped dancing, watching in stunned silence. Mok Than Fong frowned, his face disbelieving. This guy. Tan Q stood beside him, her forehead dotted with sweat. He clearly did not know how to dance. How can he dance so well? One person enthusiastically praised. So beautiful. Diep Han dances so beautifully. Another agreed. That is right. Diep Han and Than Lon finished the dance flawlessly. The girl curtsied gracefully. Diep Han placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. At that moment on the stage, the spotlight focused on an object covered with a white cloth. Mok Than Fong stepped up to the podium, holding a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, young Master Deep, for bringing us a wonderful dance. The crowd below listened curiously. He continued, It really makes us reconsider. It seems young Master Deep is not just a playboy. Mok Than Fong smiled elegantly. Today is Miss Tan's birthday. Let us all give her gifts to celebrate. He paused for a moment and then said, The gift I have prepared for Miss Tan is... The spotlight shone on a sparkling glass piano on the stage. Someone exclaimed in amazement. A Lansky glass piano. That is the piano the international piano master Lansky played at the World Exhibition, another person added. This piano is made entirely of glass. There is only one in the entire world. Someone in the crowd continued. At the Subat auction, it was bought by someone for 20 million. So it was young Master Mok, in front of the beautiful glass piano. Tan Qiu smiled radiantly. She placed her hand on the piano, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, young Master Mok. I love this gift very much. Mok Than Fong continued, but glanced at Diep Han. Although this piano is precious, the Mok family's capabilities are limited and cannot compare to the Diep family. I wonder, what gift has Diep Han prepared for Miss Tan? The people were also eager to see what gift he would give. Diep Han smiled confidently, his eyes flashing. A gift. I did prepare one. I invite Master Lansky to the stage. Mok Than Fong was shocked to see Master Lansky appear, thinking to himself, I gave the piano the master played on, but Diep Han went all out and invited the master himself. Mok Than Fong's face changed, both shocked and bitter. Meanwhile, everyone around, including Tan Q, was wide-eyed at the sight of the master. The young man calmly walked onto the stage, announcing loudly, I have invited Master Lansky to specially compose a piece for this birthday party. On the stage, Master Lansky sat before the sparkling glass piano. Diep Han stood to one side. Tan Q was still in shock. Mok Than Fong clenched his fists, his face tense. Diep Han said coolly, This is the gift I am giving. I can just borrow this piano to perform. Tan Q's jaw dropped, her hand unconsciously rising to her lips. Specially composed for me. Does that not mean I will be recorded in musical history? Her face showed clear surprise and happiness. Diep Han confidently asked, Miss Tan, do you like this piece of music? Tan Q clutched her heart, her eyes sparkling. I like it. I like it very much. She could not hide her joy at this special gift. However, the young man stared at Tan Q, his tone meaningful. It is good that you like it. But it seems Miss Tan is not very pleased with me. Is she? Tan Q's smile stiffened. She did not understand what was happening at all. On the stage, Diep Han stood tall and straight, his eyes sharp. He declared confidently, If that is the case, I will speak plainly in front of everyone. From now on, I, Diep Han, will no longer pursue Tan Q. The announcement was like a clap of thunder, and the entire hall fell silent. He turned around, pointing to the audience. This musical piece, I have decided to give to the girl who has always been by my side. In the crowd, Than Lon stood quietly, her eyes wide with surprise. The stage lights shone down, making her face even more captivating. At that moment, Diep Han's voice rang out clearly. This is for Than Lon. Everyone's jaw dropped, unable to believe Diephan's decision. Tan Q was stunned, her face frozen like a statue. She could not believe her eyes. Diephan was holding Than Lon's hand. She was speechless, thinking, "What?" Tan Q turned her face away. "How boring. Let us go." Mok Than Fong was flustered, sweat breaking out. "Miss Tan, do not be angry. It is just a piece of music." "However," Tan Q replied curtly. "Shut up." At that moment, over at Diephan's side, Than Lon looked at him. She smirked slightly. "You really know how to please a woman." The young man smiled confidently, asking back, "So, do you like it?" Than Lon's face flushed slightly, her gaze softening as she replied softly, "Yes, I like it." Diephan smiled slyly. Looking at Than Lon meaningfully, he asked, "So, do you need to give me another gift?" Than Lon was a bit surprised, frowning as she asked back, "What gift do you want?" Diephan had a mischievous look on his face, holding up a finger. "Well, I am not lacking anything, except for you. How about you give yourself to me?" Hearing this, Than Lon froze, her face showing utter helplessness. Immediately, Than Lon raised her hand to smack Diephan. The young man dodged the blow as fast as lightning, bursting into laughter. "I dodged." Than Lon was furious, her long hair flying with her strike. Diephan ran for his life, with Than Lon still in hot pursuit. "I was just kidding. Do not do it." "In the crowd," someone exclaimed in shock. "Young Master Deep's girlfriend is so fierce," another commented. "Diephan is quite interesting. He seems very different from the rumors." Right. Night gradually fell. The skyscraper stood tall under the starry sky, in a bathroom, bare feet on the wet tiles. The sound of running water was very relaxing. Than Lon sat with her legs crossed, wearing blue high heels. "This is the first time you have revealed yourself. Tomorrow this will spread to everyone." Diephan, wearing a dark bathrobe, sat on a chair. He said to Than Lon, "By then, they will all know that you are not dead." A voice came from a distance. "That is right. Those hidden enemies will also start to stir and plan your assassination." Hearing that, both Diephan and Than Lon were startled, looking tensely towards the source of the voice. A middle-aged man in a red tracksuit appeared, with a gentle but mysterious smile. Diephan looked at him, surprised. "Old man too. Why are you here?" Old man too replied, "I was just passing by, and came to see how you are doing lately." "Not bad." This person continued, "The assassin who attacked you before will definitely strike again. These people are not necessarily enemies of the Deep family. They could even come from within the Deep family." Hearing this, Diephan was stunned, his face showing shock and suspicion. He exclaimed, "Within the Diep family." Some green veins appeared on the dark background behind him, showing his shock. Old man stood at the door, smiling mysteriously. "Good luck, young master. I will be waiting for your return to the imperial capital." Diephan looked at his retreating back, unconsciously reaching out. Old man, wait. Slam! The door shut abruptly. Diephan and Than Lon stared at it. Outside, Old Man too was gone, leaving behind a teasing remark. "I wish the young master and young miss happiness. I will not disturb you two any longer." In the room, Diephan was deep in thought, his gaze sharp. He thought to himself, even within the Diep family itself, as expected of a prestigious family, it is really complicated. He turned to Than Lon, his eyes full of determination. He said, "It seems I need to build my own power base." Than Lon looked at him, and then suggested, "You could look for Veichi K. She might be able to help you." They looked at each other, silent for a moment. Diephan quietly repeated, "That is right. Her," on the table. A phone lit up, displaying the name Veichi K. Immediately, Diephan grabbed the phone. A panicked voice came from the other end. "Diephan, where are you now?" "My father was in a car accident." Diephan's face immediately changed. "At the hospital." Veichi K was talking to a doctor. The doctor smiled gently, announcing, "Mr. Vei is out of danger now. He is fine." Veichi K still looked worried, but let out a small sigh of relief. She replied, "Thank you for your hard work, doctor." Diephan appeared in the hospital hallway with a serious expression. He looked at her just as she finished talking to the doctor. The young man asked hurriedly, "What happened?" Veichi K's eyes were teary, her face panicked. "My father's car was hit by a truck. The driver was arrested." But she burst into tears, throwing herself into Diephan's arms. Her tears flowed freely. She said, "Diephan, the Ningzhou Commercial Plaza project, we probably cannot continue with it." Veichike looked up, her eyes full of anxiety. "My father must have been targeted by someone," Diephan asked with a puzzled look. "Did not the Diep family give it to you? Why can you not do it anymore?" She was still sobbing, clutching his shirt. She replied, "The Diep family's investment was not meant for us. We cannot raise that much money." Diephan looked straight at Veichike, his voice steady. "Leave this to me. You stay here and take care of your father first." Veichike's eyes were still red. She nodded slightly. "Okay." Thonglun stood not far away, having heard everything. She crossed her arms, leaning against the wall. She said softly, "The Bang Fi group was definitely sabotaged, but we cannot find any evidence." The young man frowned, his eyes sharp with suspicion. Why would the Diep family not provide the funds? Thonglun handed her phone to Diephan, saying, "The person in charge of this matter is Chuhan Thien, a man from the Diep family in Jiangnan province. This is his phone number." Diephan took the phone and called Chuhan Thien. His expression was serious as he said, "Hello, Chuhan Thien. I am Diephan." On the other end of the line, Chuhan Thien held the phone and laughed in response. "So it is, young Master Diep," Diephan asked. "Why are you not giving the funds to the Wei family?" The man sat on a chair, a woman in a green dress beside him. This person replied with an indifferent attitude. "Young Master Diep, I am just an employee of the Diep family. The Diep family's money cannot be spent carelessly. The Bangfi group was lucky enough to win this project. They should find the money themselves." Diephan's eyes sharpened, his face tense. He said in an angry tone, "Do my words not carry any weight?" On the other end of the line, Chuhan Thien sneered, "You are not the head of the Diep family. Of course they do not count," Diephan said in a low voice. "All right, I understand." Then he hung up. Diephan looked at Thonglun and said, "It seems that within the Diep family, someone is dissatisfied with me being the young master." Thonglun crossed her arms, replying calmly, "Being a stand-in is not easy. A tasty cake is not easy to get." Diephan and Thonglun walked together. Diephan said coldly, "It is indeed not very easy." Diephan smiled meaningfully, continuing to Thonglun, "If someone in the Diep family wants to see me lose face, then let them wait with bated breath." The young man walked and pondered, his hand on his chin. He thought to himself, "Now I have to find a way to help Veichike raise money." Then he looked at Thonglun, asking, "Thonglun, do you have a pen?" Thonglun handed a pen to Diephan. Right after that, he unexpectedly grabbed her wrist. Diephan used the pen to write on Thonglun's hand. She was a bit surprised but remained calm. He said, "Quickly find all these things for me." Thonglun looked down and nodded. "All right." Then Diephan left, saying, "I am going to visit my mother." Thonglun looked at the writing on her hand, her expression a bit annoyed. She muttered, "This kid has been getting too complacent lately. He has forgotten his image." The next day, the things Diephan asked for were laid out on a table. Diephan sat before the table full of ingredients, white wine, and tools. He looked down, thinking. The mysterious Heaven Medical Codex records this special medicinal wine. It is very suitable for the current market, but to earn 100 million for startup capital in a short time, I still have to wait for the right opportunity. Diephan poured the liquid into a transparent wine jar. His hand glowed with a powerful yin-yang internal energy, accelerating the wine's fermentation. He thought to himself, using internal energy to brew wine is really tiring, but the effect should not be bad. Veichike looked at the table full of sparkling green wine bottles, her face full of surprise. She asked, "What is this?" Diephan stood behind her, calmly replying, "These 5 bottles of medicinal wine are the Yang white wine that I specially brewed." Diephan raised a finger excitedly, a glowing elephant image appearing beside him. He declared, "It can help men regain their vigor." Veichike frowned skeptically. "Is it that magical? But I hope it is not like those fake drugs out there." The young man smiled brightly and confidently, saying, "Don't worry, you take the formula. Just mass produce it and we will make a fortune." Veichike waved her hands frantically, her face flustered. She said, "It is too precious. I cannot accept it." Diephan smiled. Stepping closer to Veichike, he said, "It is not for free. You are responsible for production. I am responsible for collecting money. We are business partners." Diephan gently lifted Veichike's chin, Her eyes were full of affection. She whispered, "Thank you." Deep Han stared at her, asking, just a simple thank you. Wei Chi unexpectedly stood on her toes, placing a light kiss on Diep Han's mother. The young man's eyes widened, his face showing surprise. Wei Chi turned away, her eyes sparkling. She avoided the young man's gaze. She whispered, "Is this okay now?" Deep Han's heart bloomed with joy, feeling extremely happy, unexpectedly. Deep Han kissed the girl on the lips. They both blushed, gently closing their eyes to enjoy the moment. Wei Chi trembled slightly. The kiss deepened, then Diep Han gently left her lips. The sweet aftertaste still lingered. After the kiss, Diep Han smiled with satisfaction, teasing Wei Chi. "This time it is okay." The girl immediately blushed, beet red, her eyes wide. She shouted shyly, "Hooligan." Afterward, they discussed the production of the medicinal wine. Diep Han explained, "The output of the wine depends on the ingredients and the white wine." Wei Chi replied, "White wine is easy to find, but the ingredients, as far as I know. The biggest medicinal ingredient dealer in Ningzhou is Trio Dong." The girl continued, "To buy medicinal ingredients, you have to go through him." The young man looked into the distance and said, "All right, then schedule a meeting with Trio Dong. We will discuss this tomorrow." The next morning, they arrived at a luxurious villa. A red carpet led to the door. A servant was waiting, respectfully saying, "Young Master Deep, Miss Wei, please come this way." Inside the luxurious villa, a middle-aged man was beaming at Trio Dong. "Mr. Trio, you can rest assured. This Langla leaf from my side is definitely worth the money. I guarantee. The goods I bring you in the future will be just as good." Deep Han stood nearby, overhearing. Langla leaf. They still have this kind of thing these days. Trio Dong sat on a high-end leather sofa, his face a bit pensive. "The Langla leaf is a lost medicinal ingredient. For you to suddenly bring it out like this, I really dare not accept it." The businessman smiled confidently. "Mr. Trio, you are also a connoisseur. Can you not tell the difference between real and fake goods?" He sneered, continuing to pour honey into his ear. "Besides, just a little PR will bring huge profits. If you agree, all the Langla leaves we produce will be exclusive to you. Mr. Trio, time is waiting for no one. Make a decision." Just as Trio Dong seemed swayed, about to say, "All right then. I will write a purchase order for 1,000,000 first." Diep Han appeared from nowhere, standing coldly behind him. The salesman's eyes lit up, eagerly saying, "Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Trio." He hurriedly pushed the contract on the table towards Trio Dong. But just as Trio Dong was about to sign, bam! Diep Han flew in from nowhere, his firm hand pressed down on the contract, shouting, "Wait a minute." Trio Dong looked up in confusion at the strange hand stopping him, hearing the decisive voice, "Mr. Trio, you cannot sign this contract." The businessman frowned in anger, glaring at Deep Han. "Who are you?" "I am discussing business with Mr. Trio. What has it got to do with you?" Deep Han remained unusually calm, standing straight. "I am Deep Han. Please let me see the Langla leaf for a moment." Trio Dong hesitated a bit, but then nodded. "All right." Deep Han took the leaf and examined it carefully, analyzing in his mind. The veins on this Langla leaf looked like the texture of fabric, a bit strange. The businessman saw this and sneered, his tone full of mockery. "Hey, country bumpkin. This Langla leaf is worth 1,000 yuan. Be careful not to damage it." Diep Han did not bother with him, replying curtly, "If it breaks, I will pay," unexpectedly. Deep Han returned the leaf to the man. Then he turned to Trio Dong, saying firmly, "Mr. Trio, they do not have any real Langla leaves at all." Deep Han stood straight, declaring clearly, "This Langla leaf is a fake." The businessman immediately jumped up. "Nonsense." He gritted his teeth, glaring at Diep Han. He said, "We worked hard to pick this Langla leaf from the deep forest. It is definitely the real deal." Deep Han smirked, a faint blue light gathering at his fingertips. He explained calmly, "The reason this leaf looks like a Langla leaf is simply because a high-tech film was used to wrap it." Instantly, the blue light swirled, enveloping the leaf. Rip. The camouflaging film on the outside shattered, revealing the real leaf with completely different veins inside. Deep Han continued in front of the two astonished men. "The reason the real Langla leaf has its name is not because its surface has a pattern like Langla silk. It is because it feels smooth as silk when touched. So the ancients called it that. Triodong's face changed, his hand clenching tightly and trembling. He shouted angrily, "How dare you deceive me?" Triodong, "Men, drag this swindler to the police station." The businessman was exposed, his face pale. He was held tightly by two black-suited bodyguards, but still tried to shout. "He is talking nonsense. No one in this world has ever seen a real Langla leaf." After things settled down, Triodong turned to Deephan. "Thank you for helping me with this matter." Deephan replied politely. "You are welcome, Mr. Trio. Actually, we came today to ask for your help." Vichike also gently stepped closer. After hearing their story, Triodong sighed softly. "I am sorry. I cannot sell medicinal herbs to you two." Vichike frowned in surprise. "Why?" Triodong's voice lowered, his expression clearly worried. "Chu Hantien has already sent a message. Anyone who dares to help the Bangfi group now is openly opposing him. And Chu Hantien is the kingpin in this Jiangnan province." Vichike frowned, her voice full of anxiety. "Then, what should we do?" Diaphan was silent for a moment, his gaze suddenly deepening. Then he suddenly spoke up. "Boss Trio, what if I could cure your illness?" Triodong was stunned, frowning in confusion. "Illness? I do not have any illness." Deephan just sneered, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "It must have been a long time since you have been able to perform in bed." "Right." Hearing this, Triodong jumped as if struck by lightning, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Triodong frowned, his voice full of doubt. How did you know?" he thought to himself. "This private matter should only be known to him and his wife." Vichike smiled proudly. "Deephan is a miracle doctor. Just by looking at the leaf, he could guess your illness." Triodong swallowed, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He nodded decisively. "If Mr. Deep can really cure this unspeakable illness of mine, then I, Triodong, will do my utmost to help you two." Deephan did not say much, quietly taking out a small bottle of wine and placing it on the table. Triodong looked at the bottle doubtfully. "Just drinking this will do." "You better not be tricking me," Diaphan replied confidently. "Whether it works or not, you will know once you drink it." Triodong stared at the bottle. Finally, he decided to pick it up and drank it all in one go. Just a few minutes later, Triodong began to feel strange changes in his body. A familiar but long-lost excitement suddenly surged powerfully. "Wifey!" Triodong called out unconsciously. A blonde woman with a hot figure walked in. "What is it, honey?" Triodong quickly bowed his head, his face blushing. "Sorry, I was rude." Deephan leisurely crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair. "Let us just wait for about an hour." Vichike sat beside him, her eyes wide with amazement. "The medicine. Is this medicine really that powerful?" Deephan raised an eyebrow, his smile a bit mischievous. "Do you want to try?" Vichike immediately blushed beet red, whispering fiercely, "Shameless." An hour later, Triodong returned to the living room. He sat down heavily on the chair, his face rosy and his spirits higher than ever. He laughed heartily. "Young Master Deep, your medicine is truly a divine remedy," Deephan replied calmly. "The effect of this medicine is clear to anyone who uses it. The effect is fast, with no side effects. It also has a nourishing effect." Triodong stood up, looking at Vichike. He said decisively, "Miss Vei, I will invest 10 million yuan to help you two build a factory. What do you think?" Vichike was overjoyed, quickly standing up and bowing. "Thank you, Mr. Trio." Diaphan also added, "Thank you, Boss Trio." When they were leaving, Triodong escorted them to the gate. He shook Diaphan's hand firmly, his eyes sincere. "Young Master Deep, if you do not mind, just call me Big Brother. If you need anything from me in the future, just say the word." Diaphan smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, thank you then, Brother Trio." On the tree-lined path, the handsome couple walked slowly. The scene looked very romantic. After walking for a while, Vichike placed a hand on her chest. "Diaphan, 10 million yuan to build a factory. I am afraid it is still not enough." Diaphan continued to walk at a leisurely pace, his eyes flashing sharply. "I will think of a way for the rest." Diaphan's eyes glinted coldly, his voice laced with a hint of a smile but full of killing intent. "Chu Hantien, right, daring to play tricks right in front of me. You just wait. Sooner or later I will make you lose face." Vichike walked behind, looking at his back. A complicated feeling arose in her heart. She clenched her fists, her eyes showing determination. "I cannot let Diaphan bear all of it alone. I have to think of a way too." At the city hospital, a female nurse stood in front of Diep Han. Mrs. Tang's condition has improved a lot. He heard this and replied politely, "Please take care of her." Then Diep Han showed concern, gently touching the nurse's neck. "Oh, right. Has your neck been better lately?" The nurse blushed at his touch, whispering, "It is better now." Diep Han seemed not to believe it, gently massaging her neck area. "It probably has not fully recovered yet." "Right. Let me give you a little massage." Seeing the nurse hesitate, Diep Han quickly pulled her into a nearby hospital room. "Quick, it will not affect your work." The female nurse's face turned red. She sat down shyly on the edge of the hospital bed. As Diep Han examined her neck, he mumbled an assessment. "Nowadays, because of work, many people who sit for long periods have problems with their shoulders and neck." The nurse blushed as his hand pressed on the acupoints on her neck. "Ouch, Diep Han, you." He was still lost in thought about the methods in the ancient medical books. Pressing harder, the mysterious Huan Medical Codex has several ways to adjust the shoulders and neck. "If I do this well, I could make a lot of money." Hearing her cry, Diep Han was startled back to reality. "Oh, what is wrong? Why is your neck so soft?" Immediately after, his eyes widened as he looked forward. He looked to where his hand was placed. Diep Han quickly pulled his hand back, stammering an apology. Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now." The female nurse's face was as red as a beet. She hurriedly stood up and ran out. I will go first." Diep Han's face also turned red, staring at his hands. Strange. Why did my hand feel so soft? Inside one of the most luxurious bars in the city, Wei Chi, in an extremely seductive dress, walked in. A man sitting at the bar saw her and spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh, what wind blew the beautiful Miss V here?" Wei Chi ignored the teasing, getting straight to the point. "Brother Long, 50 million. I will pay you back within a month." The man heard this and sneered. 50 million. That is not a small number. Wei Chi's face remained cold, calculating to herself, in this city, the only person who can easily cough up 50 million at once is probably only Brother Long. Her voice remained calm. "I know this is not a small number, otherwise I would not have come to you." The man leaned back leisurely in a large armchair, gesturing. "Miss V, come sit down first. We can talk slowly." He watched every step Wei Chi took as she approached, a meaningful smile on his face. As soon as she sat down on the chair opposite him, the man leaned towards her. "Chu Han Thin has already spoken. For you to come to me at this time, you are making things difficult for me." Wei Chi immediately became highly vigilant. "Brother Long is also afraid of Chu Han Thin. Then what must I do to borrow the money?" The woman clinging to the man quickly and secretly dropped a pill into a glass of wine. He chuckled lecherously, hugging the girl beside him tightly. Then he glanced at Wei Chi. "Miss Wei, drink this glass of wine first," seeing her down the glass in one gulp. He smiled slyly. "All right, Miss Wei is indeed very straightforward." Then he revealed his lecherous face, his hand beginning to wander onto Wei Chi's thigh. "If you want me to lend you money, that is fine. Just spend one night with me. I guarantee that by tomorrow morning, 50 million will be in your account." Furious, she grabbed his wrist, her face darkening. "What do you mean? Are you not afraid of offending the Wei family?" He sneered confidently. "The Wei family now. Wei Chanhai is hospitalized and cannot get out. The Wei family is in complete chaos. You all cannot even take care of yourselves. Who can do anything to me?" While he was being smug, Wei Chi suddenly clutched her head and groaned. "It is so hot. My head hurts so much." Immediately after, she staggered to her feet, wanting to escape. "Then we do not need to talk anymore." Seeing this, he sneered, grabbing her hand tightly. He did not say much. Pushing Wei Chi onto the sofa, she only had time to gasp, "You are messing with me." He laughed pathologically, slowly unbuttoning his shirt while looking at her. "Be good for me. I am just satisfying your needs." Wei Chi panicked, thinking despairingly, "Is this really how I am going to end today?" He shamelessly said while fumbling to unbutton her shirt. "You tried to seduce me to borrow money. It is perfectly reasonable to say that outside." His face looked both perverted and terrifying. "I promised to satisfy you." Suddenly, a party crasher appeared. The man was furious, spinning around to shout, "Who came here to cause trouble?" Bam! The man was sent flying like a bag of trash. It was Diep Han. Diep Han quickly took off his jacket and draped it over Wei Chi. "Are you okay?" She blushed deeply, whispering, "I am fine." The man finally came to his senses, looking at the two of them. Where did this damn kid come from, minding other people's business, You are being too nosy. He hid behind the crowd, his voice threatening. How do you want to explain this? He sneered, setting a price. I want you to compensate me 15 million and break your own legs. Deephan just smirked. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Seeing Diephan's imposing presence, not taking anyone seriously. The man behind the crowd swallowed hard. Deephan's face was as cold as ice, standing protectively in front of the girl. Then, the young man sneered contemptuously, slowly advancing towards the group of lackeys. It has been a long time since I have had to fight. Come on. The man heard this and flew into a rage, screaming, "Get him! Break his legs for me!" In a flash, the first one to rush forward was sent flying with a kick. Next, the young man blocked another's punch, twisting his arm back, causing him to scream in pain. Turning to dodge a blow, he delivered a devastating punch to the jaw of the one who tried to sneak attack him from behind. The boss saw this and froze for 5 seconds, thinking in horror. Who the hell is this kid? Deephan leisurely walked up to the man, smiling. Brother Long, I was injured by your men. Should we not calculate the medical fees a bit? The man heard this and was speechless with anger. It was clearly you who injured my men, and now you are demanding medical fees. Although he thought this, he was still a bit scared. He gritted his teeth and asked, How much do you need? Deephan smiled brightly. Not much, just 1 million each for our mental distress. The man heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. 1 million, still lucky. Unexpectedly, Deephan added another blow. 1 million for medical fees, 1 million for business interruption fees. Altogether it comes to a neat 10 million. The man's face turned pale. Deephan, as if he did not see it, calmly asked, Do you think that is too little? We can add a little more if you like. The man was scared to death, shaking his head frantically. No, 10 million it is, 10 million it is. Hearing a satisfactory answer, Deephan immediately pulled Veichike away. Brother Long is indeed generous. Transfer the money. We will consider today's matter settled. Watching them leave, the man gritted his teeth. Damn it. I really took a big loss today. Deephan gently helped the still limp Veichike into the bedroom. We are home. Then he laid her down on the bed, gently chiding. I said I would figure out a way for the money. You should not go looking for that kind of person. Seeing her face flushed from the drug and alcohol, the young man felt a bit awkward. I am going to go now. You should rest and get well. But unexpectedly, Veichike's hand grabbed his tightly. She whispered weakly, Deephan. She used the last of her strength to pull him down onto the bed. Her face was flushed red, her eyes misty as she looked at him. Please do not go. His heart pounded wildly. Deephan leaned down. He placed a deep kiss on Veichike's lips. I will not go. The young man blushed beet red, hastily taking off his clothes. If I can still endure this, then I am not a man. The next morning, while both were still sleeping soundly in each other's arms, Veichike suddenly woke up with a start. She shot up like a spring, looking at Deephan beside her in horror. Last night, I think I was drugged. Her gaze shifted to the dark red stain on the bedsheet. What happened? Veichike panicked, nudging Deephan with her foot. Wake up quickly. Unexpectedly, Deephan, with his eyes closed, grabbed her ankle. His eyes were still half closed, his face still a bit dazed. I am so tired. Let us sleep more. Furious, she kicked him squarely in the face. Where are you looking? Just then, a knock on the door and the butler's voice came from outside. Young miss, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Veichike jumped out of bed in a fluster, tidying her clothes. She urged Deephan, hurry up! They both quickly sat down at the already set dining table. Veichike blushed, looking at Deephan hesitantly. Seeing her shyness, he said directly, You are my woman now. Your business is my business. Veichike was very happy to hear that, and smiled unconsciously. At the Thanlong nightclub, a group of people sat on the sofa, looking at a file. One of them spoke up. The person you want us to take out is Deephan. The other man immediately smiled fawningly. That is right. I have investigated thoroughly. That guy has no background whatsoever, just knows some basic medical skills. Another heavily tattooed man burst out laughing. Big brother. I remember the guy Ning Shen wanted to kill was also named Deephan. As a result, that old man got himself killed. The whole King Teng branch in Ningzhou also vanished with him. The leader pondered for a moment and then assessed. Ning Shen's strength was average. He only became the Qing Teng Hall master mainly because of his connections. Then he confidently declared, This time we are taking action, unless he is a grandmaster. Otherwise we kill on sight. He sneered, his voice full of contempt. To make the 4 of us B-level masters team up. This Deephan can be considered to have died an honorable death. An Long heard this and smiled slyly. Deephan, you are a dead man. Suddenly a voice called out, making him happy. "Mr. Long, the big bosses have come for a drink." He immediately greeted the guests with a bright smile. "I have the best wine in Ningzhou here. Let me get it for you right away." But right after, his face turned pale with horror at the sight of the other's ghostly appearance. "I am the cold-faced king of hell. I only drink human blood." Deep Han was concentrating on circulating his energy to heal his wounds, thinking, soon. His face showed a hint of regret. "I can complete my body tempering and break through to the transcendent realm." Vechike walked in gently, saying caringly, "Deep Han, have some water." He heard this and stood up, walking towards her. "Are you feeling all right?" Just as Vechike was blushing, stammering to answer, Deep Han's expression suddenly changed. He sensed danger. Crash! The window shattered, shards flying everywhere. He shouted in alarm, "Be careful!" Several assassins burst through the broken window, yelling, "Diep Han, die!" Deep Han looked at them in astonishment, thinking to himself, "I cannot believe I did not sense their killing intent at all." Suddenly, a female figure appeared from behind the assassins, attacking as fast as lightning. She kicked the sword-wielding hand of one, then spun and kicked another straight in the face. This made them all stumble and fall. Seeing the danger, Deep Han quickly shouted, "Thang Lone, watch your back!" Thanks to his warning, she managed to lean back in time to dodge several hidden weapons thrown by another assassin. The assassins continuously threw hidden weapons, keeping their distance so Thang Lone could not get close. Then they immediately took the opportunity to turn and run. Seeing this, Thang Lone did not let them go. "I will go after them." Deep Han watched in the direction they disappeared, his eyes pensive. Wei Chike picked up a hidden weapon to examine it, speculating. They are in the transcendent realm. All three assassins are in the transcendent realm. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded from behind her. "Little girl, you are quite knowledgeable." Realizing there was still an enemy in the room, Deep Han quickly pulled her behind him. "Chike, stand behind me." The assassin's eyes were bloodshot, his face ferocious. "Let me introduce myself. I am the cold-faced king of hell. I am a B-level assassin from the Qing Tang, and I am here to take your life." Deep Han felt a sense of unease. So the three assassins from before were just a diversion. A feint to the east, an attack in the west. The assassin replied, "That bodyguard girl's strength is not bad. Of course, we have to be a little careful." Deep Han carefully observed his opponent, calculating to himself, "A B-level assassin is equivalent to the transcendent realm. I'm afraid Thang Lone would have a hard time dealing with all three of them." Right after, the assassin rushed forward like a whirlwind. "Worry about yourself first." Deep Han quickly raised both hands to block the opponent's powerful attack. Boom! The force was too great, and he was sent flying into the wall. The powerful impact caused Deep Han to dent a large section of the wall. The assassin saw this and laughed triumphantly. "I thought you were something special, but it turns out you are just this weak. And Ningxia died at your hands." Suddenly, he sensed an attack from behind. He turned to see Wei Chike rushing towards him. He easily grabbed her ankle, his voice contemptuous. "Little girl, a body-tempering realm cultivator should not try to show off in front of me." Wei Chike was caught, shouting angrily, "Let me go!" Right after, he mercilessly threw her into a corner of the room. Wei Chike suffered a heavy impact and fainted from the pain. The assassin approached, grabbing Deep Han by the neck and lifting him up. Ningxia's strength was a bit weak, but he was still a transcendent realm expert. "I am really curious how you killed him." Deep Han was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered, "If you want to know, let me go first." The man complied, but his other hand immediately delivered a powerful punch to his side. Splat! Deep Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in pain. The man went on a frenzy, punching and kicking Diep Han relentlessly. After a while of torture, he finally let go, causing Deep Han to fall limply to the ground. "Can you talk now?" His eyes glinted with a cold light, his sharp canines showing. "With your pathetic strength, you cannot possibly be my opponent." Deep Han, covered in wounds, tried to look up at him. "With my current strength, dealing with this guy is a bit tough. Luckily, I have already practiced the burst secret technique." Then he immediately focused his mind, his eyes becoming serious. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow. Yin and yang create. When the incantation was complete, a powerful aura enveloped him. Xuantian burst. Deep Han looked straight at the assassin with cold eyes. "Am I your opponent or not? You will know once you try." The man saw this and just sneered contemptuously. "You really do not know your own strength." Right after, Diep Han gathered his strength and rushed forward. Deep Han threw a punch with all his might at the assassin. His fist flew forward and was blocked by the man's raised hand. Crack! His fist broke through the True Qui defense layer and broke the man's arm. The man clutched his broken arm, staring at Deephan in horror. Impossible, I cannot believe you. Deephan seized the opportunity, rushing forward and delivering another thunderous punch. Xuantian fist. Thwack. The punch landed squarely on his face, deforming it. Deephan's fist tightened, blood seeping from both old and new wounds. He stood there, silently looking at the unconscious assassin on the floor. Right after, Deephan could not hold on any longer, staggering and falling backward unconscious. He slowly opened his eyes. Looking around the unfamiliar hospital room, Veichike was sitting by the bed. Seeing him wake up, she asked worriedly, Deephan, how are you? Seeing her worried, he reassured her, I am fine. I will be fine after some rest. Right after, he noticed another woman standing in the room. Who is this? Veichike quickly introduced her. Oh, this is my father's bodyguard, Trio Ho Than. Seeing him wake up, Trio Ho Than loudly questioned. The Ching Teng assassin came because of you, and almost hurt the young miss. If anything had happened, could you bear the consequences? Veichike was a bit angry to hear that. Turning to her, Sister Trio, the assassin came to assassinate him. It has nothing to do with Diephan. Trio Ho Than was even more displeased to see her defending Diephan like that. Miss Vei, please be mindful of your status. You are the daughter of the Vei family. His status is not worthy of you. Suddenly a cold voice rang out, refuting her words. Unworthy status. Thang Lone walked in from the door, facing Trio Ho Than. Who gave you the audacity to say such words? Trio Ho Than was startled, shocked to herself. This girl's ability is very strong, yet I did not even notice when she entered the room. However, Trio Ho Than quickly regained her composure. The Vei family in Jiangnan has a 100-year history. Their ancestors for 3 generations were all heroes. He is just a small character, with a low background. Of course, he is not worthy. Hearing this, Than Lone asked in return, then why did your V family not step up to help Veichike solve her financial problems? This question hit a sore spot, and Trio Ho Than's expression immediately changed. Seeing the tense situation, Diephan quickly intervened to mediate. All right. Let us not argue anymore. Deephan turned to Trio Ho Than. If I am not welcome here, I will leave. Hearing him say that, she sneered and coldly turned away. Slam. The hospital room door was slammed shut without any courtesy. Thang Lone walked to the edge of the bed, reporting, Young master, I am sorry. The 3 assassins escaped. Deephan explained calmly. It is fine. This time the Ching Teng sent people to kill me. They must have prepared carefully. The next time they come, they will not be so lucky. After speaking, he gestured for her to leave. You can go now. Thang Lone disappeared in a flash, leaving Veichike wide-eyed with surprise. Veichike was too curious, and asked Diephan, what is your identity exactly? Hearing this, he retorted, if I say I am the young master of the Diep family from the imperial capital, would you believe me? Her firm answer stunned him. I do not believe it. How could the young master of the Diep family from the imperial capital be as miserable as you? Then Veichike stood up, smiling gently to comfort him. Never mind. No matter what your identity is, you are my friend. She quickly brought a bowl of hot porridge. Come on, eat first. Deephan immediately made a puppy face, staring at her. I cannot eat. Veichike saw this and gave up, relenting. I will feed you. Veichike's face was as red as a beet, shyly feeding him spoonfuls of porridge. Just then, an assistant walked in to report, Mr. Deep, the miss at the medicine workshop has finished quite a bit. He glanced at his notes and continued, It is just that, the Yuan Tungok Fu. What is the name of the prescription? Deephan looked up and asked, Did you bring the Ngok Pu? Hearing this, the assistant immediately laid out the prepared items. Everything is ready. Deephan did not say much, immediately circulating his energy to transfer power into the Ngok Fu. His spiritual energy enveloped all 5 pieces of Ngok Fu. Deephan's face hardened. Calculating. I lost a lot of internal energy yesterday, but it should be enough for this. Right after, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Veichike and the assistant cried out in alarm, Deephan, Mr. Deep! The young man quickly reassured them, I am fine. Seeing the Ngok Pu change color under his power, he finally stopped. It is done. Deephan was exhausted, slumping onto the bed. He instructed, Take these Ngok Fu and put them in the wine jars, 1 piece per jar. When they lose their effect, come and find me again. The assistant quickly took the order and left. Mr. Deep, you can rest assured. I will complete the mission. Veichike was extremely worried, saying, Deephan, you are already injured, and you have consumed more internal energy. You have overexerted yourself. The young man still tried to reassure her. It is fine. Wei Chike was not at all reassured to hear that, her face full of worry. You still say it is fine. If I were also in the transcendent realm, I would not have let you face these difficulties alone. Seeing her feel guilty, the young man changed the subject to distract her. Your fire key is too strong, so you cannot break through. Otherwise, you actually could. Hearing this, Wei Chike's eyes lit up. Really? Do you have a way? Seeing her happy expression, the young man proposed a solution. If you take it slow, you can recuperate your body and balance your yin and yang. She was overjoyed, asking eagerly, so what about the fast way? Looking at her eager expression, he had a mischievous idea, smiling slyly. Come over here and I will tell you. Wei Chike obediently approached, shyly sitting on his lap. Deep Han then leaned close to her ear, whispering suggestively, We will dual cultivate together. Deep Han gently lifted Wei Chike into his arms, making her blush beet red. The young man continued, Cultivating the bedroom arts with me is the fastest way to break through. It can also help me recover my internal energy. She thought to herself, her heart full of joy. This is great. Finally, there is something I can help him with. Wei Chike was beet red with embarrassment. I know. Let us break through now. Saying that, she resolutely took off her dress. Then she continued to take off her clothes piece by piece. Seeing Deep Han still standing there dumbfounded, she urged, Deep Han, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Deep Han's nose bled profusely, his face beaming with joy. Are we doing it right now? At this moment, the young man was like a tiger with wings. All right, lie down. The mantra I just taught you. You read it with me now. Wei Chike's voice trembled as she replied, Yes, all right. A mystical power enveloped them both. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow. Yin and yang create. Yin and yang harmonize. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. Zhuantian Tongqiet. Ah. Wei Chike collapsed on top of Deep Han, while he had a dazed expression as if his soul had left his body. You really broke through. Young miss, can you get off now? Hearing that, she refused to get off. No way. Deep Han's face turned green, stammering, My internal energy has not recovered yet. Continue. The young man reached out and placed a glass of water on the table. The young man looked as if he had been drained of his life force, muttering, Girls these days are too scary. After breaking through, why are they so beastly? Deep Han felt the power surging in his body, thinking to himself, But my internal energy and cultivation have increased significantly. In the future, if I encounter another transcendent realm expert, I will not be so helpless anymore. Another girl walked in. Young master, I have brought the Thanlone bodyguards here. The young man turned around, a cold smile on his face. Very good. Next, we will play with those Ching Teng people properly. Wei Chike walked in. Deep Han, grandfather told you to come see him, he replied. Just in time. I have to go to the hospital anyway. Let us go together. At the hospital, the doctor came to see Deep Han. Mr. Deep, your mother's recovery is very good, the young man happily replied. Thank you very much, doctor. He carried a fruit basket into the hospital room. His mother was sitting on the bed, happily saying, I am finally getting discharged. Deep Han, have you cleaned our house yet? Deep Han was a bit flustered. Yes, not yet. But Mom, let me change your place of residence. Deep Han's mother frowned. It is not like our house is unlivable, even though you are earning a lot of money now. You should not spend it carelessly. The young man advised his mother that it was better to enjoy her blessings now. Suddenly, Wei Chike rushed to the door, calling out, Deep Han! She ran in with a tear-streaked face. Grandfather told me to give up the Ningzhou Commercial Plaza project. Deep Han frowned. Is Wei Chanhai crazy? Give it up. Give it up to who? She replied. To my fourth uncle. Deep Han took her hand, his face stern. This old man. He pulled Wei Chike straight away. He dares to demand something that the Deep family gave. Arriving at Wei Chanhai's office, Deep Han walked straight in, asking directly, Old Master Wei, on what basis do you tell Wei Chike to give the project to Wei Trang? Wei Chike stood beside him worriedly. Deep Han. The old man sat on a chair, replying calmly, Young Master Deep, although you saved me, this is a matter within the V family. The young man asked in a serious tone, If you do this, are you not afraid that the Deep family will come looking for you? A middle-aged man from the Wei family crossed his arms and interjected, It is true that a young master from the Deep family gave this project to the Bang Fai group, but until now, Chu Hun Thien has not provided the funds. This also means that the Deep family does not support Wei Chike. Wei Chike burst into tears. Second uncle, my father has put so much effort into this project. If we give it up now, would not all our previous efforts have been in vain? Her second uncle raised his voice to lecture her. Are you not even going to listen to your grandfather's words anymore? She was choked with emotion, unable to speak. At this moment, Diep Han was furious, declaring directly, this project cannot be given up. The old man Vichan Hai turned to look at him, his voice challenging. You say it cannot be given up. So it cannot be given up. He pointed to the door. Trio Ho, show this guest out. A girl walked out, with a commanding presence. I am in the transcendent realm. If you do not want to get hurt, then leave on your own. Deep Han got into a defensive stance, a confident smile on his face. You can try. Trio Ho was angry, kicking out to attack. You are looking for death. She delivered a thunderous kick to Deep Han, but he easily blocked it. Both of his feet remained as firm as a rock. The young man sneered, asking back sarcastically, is being in the transcendent realm that great? As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Han delivered a palm strike as fast as lightning to her abdomen. Trio Ho took the full brunt of the blow, her eyes widening in disbelief before she spat out blood. How? The other two members of the Wei family stood frozen, with only one thought in their minds. This kid is also in the transcendent realm. The room suddenly fell silent, all eyes fixed on Deep Han. At this time, Old Master V slowly sat up straight. If young Master Deep insists on interfering in this matter, then I will be frank. In fact, my illness was already cured by young Master Deep a long time ago. It is just that I have not shown my face yet. Vichan Hai stood up, pacing back and forth to explain. I wanted to use this opportunity to see who in the Wei family has problems, to see who is truly good to the Wei family. Chike, you are a good child, but for the sake of the Wei family, you still have to yield a little. Right now, our Wei family must first purge its ranks. Wei Chike was still hesitating, but Deep Han immediately stood in front of her, shouting straight at the old man. Old man, I saved you before only out of a doctor's compassion, but I did not expect you to be so shameless. You purging the Wei family is your business. On what basis must you sacrifice the interests of others? The V Bang Phi group is short of 100 million. Is your Wei family short of money? Until now, no one has stood up to help them. You are not even ashamed to be their elders. The young man continued, his voice full of contempt. It is fine if you do not help, but now you are forcing them to give up the project. If this is the face of the Jiangnan Wei family, I think your Wei family is about to be finished. Vichan Hai's face changed. He quickly explained. Diep Han. It is not as simple as you think. The opponent is Chu Han Thien, not an ordinary person. The old second uncle immediately interjected sarcastically. You are so capable. Then go and deal with Chu Han Thien. What are you talking nonsense about here? Just then, a hand pushed open the door. A girl walked in, reporting respectfully. Young master, I have brought the person you need. The young master of the Wei family and the girl Trio Ho Than were like, huh. Diep Han was slightly startled, sensing that this woman was a big deal. Change of scene to the hospital garden. Wei Chiki was sitting on a stone bench, her eyes full of tears. Deep Han gently pulled her head to rest on his shoulder, comforting her softly. If you feel too wronged, just cry in my arms here. She looked up, her eyes red. Diep Han, thank you for being with me at this time. He smiled back, his eyes warm. No matter when, I will always be by your side. They shared a passionate kiss, forgetting the world around them. Ring, ring. The ringing of the phone shattered the romantic moment, and they reluctantly separated. On the other end of the line was An Long's voice. Miss Wei, about what happened before. I want to apologize to you, Wei Chike shouted in annoyance. What tricks are you trying to pull now, if you have nothing better to do? Then get lost, he replied. Yes, he continued. Miss Wei, I am calling this time to sincerely apologize. I know you are short of money. Right, I can help you with this. I know Chu Han Thien has spoken, and there are not many people who dare to help you now. I am also taking a big risk. I will send you the address. We will meet at 7 tonight to sign the contract. Diep Han whispered softly in her ear. Agree with him. Wei Chike followed his words, replying into the phone. All right, I agree. I will be there tonight. The other end of the line was enthusiastic. Then it is a deal. See you tonight. After hanging up, she turned to Diep Han, her expression still doubtful. I still feel like he is not that kind. He smiled faintly. Don't worry. No matter what scheme he has, it is useless in the face of absolute strength. I will go with you tonight. Her face suddenly lit up. All right, then she asked playfully. Have you already planned something? Vechike suddenly noticed his hand was in the wrong place and asked, Your hand? What are you doing? He flusteredly explained. I am giving you a massage. She leaned close to his ear, her voice full of suggestion. Then, come to the hotel with me later. You can give me all the massages you want. At 6 in the evening, Thunlone stood in front of the door. Her face was both red and frowning with annoyance. Click, the door opened. Both Deephan and Vechike were startled to see her standing there. Thunlone, have you been outside all this time? Thunlone just remained silent, Deephan thought to himself, his expression both pleased and a bit perverted. So embarrassing. Having such a beautiful bodyguard Thunlone by my side is really a blessing. But when I was discussing techniques with the young miss of someone's house, was not everything overheard? The best way is to let Thunlone join our discussion, too. Thunlone frowned and asked directly, The Thunlone bodyguards have arrived. How should we arrange them? Please give your instructions, young master. Deephan leaned close to her, whispering, Wait a moment and follow me somewhere. Bring the Thunlone bodyguards with you, she asked back, her eyes sharp. What do you want to do? Deephan was startled to himself. Damn, it seems like her eyes know what I am thinking. He leaned close to her ear again, his face beaming as he explained the plan. We will just do it like this, if anything happens. You can act according to the situation, Thunlone replied curtly. Yes, young master. She frowned and turned away. I will go and prepare now, she thought to herself. I thought he was going to try and kiss me again. Deephan placed a hand on his chin, a meaningful smile on his face. He watched her back as she left and thought, This back is really delicious. It is just that to conquer a beauty of this level. I'm afraid my strength must surpass hers first. It seems I need more time to get stronger. Change of scene to a villa in the suburbs of Ningzhou. An Long greeted the guests with a bright smile. Welcome you two. Please sit. Please sit. Vechike replied coldly. If you have something to say, just say it directly. We are not sitting. He still maintained a fake smile. I really want to come and apologize to the young miss. If Miss Vei does not sit, then I am afraid it will be difficult to talk about what comes next. Deephan cut him off. An Long, cut the crap. Just tell us the conditions directly. His expression became sly. If that is the case, I will also be direct. He yanked the red cloth covering the large table next to him. Whoosh! Countless stacks of cash burst out, piled as high as a mountain. A full 100 million in cash is here, he continued, his voice full of temptation. As long as you agree to my conditions, you too can take this 100 million away immediately. Vechike was astonished, thinking to herself, 100 million in cash. With this amount of money, we can immediately solve the company's urgent problem. Deephan asked coldly, What are your conditions? He pointed a finger straight at Deephan, growling, It is your life. Vechike jumped up and shouted, In your dreams, Deephan. Let us go. An Long laughed triumphantly. Do you two think you can just walk out of my territory so easily? An Long clapped his hands to signal, and immediately a group of thugs with knives rushed out. He pointed at Deephan, gritting his teeth. Deephan, you have ruined the Ching Teng's plans time and time again, and even killed our assassins. Today is your last day. 3 high-level assassins, each holding a sharp dagger, slowly stepped forward. The one with bangs sneered. I have investigated you both. The strongest you can be is around the transcendent realm. You only managed to kill the cold-faced king of hell by luck. The one with long hair parted in the middle sneered. The 3 of us are all at the peak of the transcendent realm. Even if you grow a few more arms, you are no match for us. The one with spiky hair licked his lips. And this little girl too. Later we will have to slowly play with her right in front of you. Vechike saw the critical situation. Knowing they were not pushovers, she immediately stood in front of Deephan, ready to fight. Deephan, think of a way to escape. I will hold them off. Deephan stood behind her, slightly surprised, and then moved by her action. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Vechike's waist from behind, pulling her close. She was startled, her face blushing. Shyly. You. He just smiled lightly, his voice confident. Don't worry. We do not need to run. What can these shrimp do to me? she whispered. Oh, at a time like this, you are still. You. Around Diapan and Wei Chi were now surrounded by thugs in black, but only the 3 assassins confidently stepped forward. To deal with you. The 3 of us are more than enough to kill you several times over. Seeing them rushing forward aggressively, Diapan just smirked. Are you sure? Whoosh. A strange object flew past the assassins, embedding itself in the wall behind them, making them jump and turn around. Just as the one with the parted bangs had not understood what was happening, Thang Lone had already appeared in front of him. This made him terrified. She delivered a seemingly light but incredibly powerful palm strike, hitting him squarely in the chest. Splat! He flew backward like a broken kite, fresh blood spraying out. Seeing their comrade sent flying so easily, the other 2's faces turned pale. They shouted in horror. Holy crap, a martial arts grandmaster. In a flash, Thang Lone moved in front of the other one, so fast that he did not have time to react. Another similar palm strike hit him in the chest, and he also flew far away. The knife in his hand flew out of sight. In an instant, 2 of the 3 Transcendent Realm assassins were lying on the ground. The last one stood frozen, in utter panic. Thang Lone's entire body radiated a faint red aura as she stood coldly in front of Diapan and Wei Chi. The assassin stammered. 1 palm strike to take down a Transcendent Realm expert. It is true, a martial arts grandmaster. Thang Lone clenched her fists, slowly advancing towards them. The last assassin trembled like a leaf. I did not expect Deep Han's bodyguard to be a martial arts grandmaster. The other one, An Long, was already scared out of his wits. Thud. He fell to his knees on the ground, crying and kowtowing repeatedly. Grandmaster, spare my life. Do not hit me. Please spare my life. At this moment, another group of people, presumably Thang Lone's, rushed in, quickly subduing all the remaining thugs. They were forced to the ground with their arms twisted behind their backs. The long-haired one screamed in pain as his arm was twisted. Thang Lone turned to look at Diapan, pointing at An Long, who was kneeling on the ground. How should we deal with him? He was still begging for his life. Diapan walked up to An Long and asked, If I kill all of you, will anyone else come to cause trouble? He quickly replied, The 3 of us were specially sent to kill you. If we do not return, our superiors will definitely send someone else. Next time it will definitely be an even stronger expert. Is that so? Diapan smiled, patting him on the shoulder. Then, suddenly, Diapan placed his hand on top of An Long's head, circulating his energy. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and sweat poured down like rain. Diapan said coldly, I have already crippled your cultivation. Go back and tell your Qingtang superiors. If you want to live, stay put. If you want to die, just come here. Hearing this, he replied, trembling. Yes, I will definitely pass on the message. Definitely pass on the message, Diapan shouted. Scram! He scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. I am going right now. Diapan turned to the last Transcendent Realm assassin who was trembling. And you? He immediately knelt down, clasping his hands and bowing repeatedly. Mr. Deep, spare my life. I will do whatever you say, as long as you do not kill me. I will do anything you ask. Diapan pointed to the pile of cash beside him. That 100 million. Can you lend it to us? Hearing this, his face lit up. He quickly slammed his hand on the pile of money. Why? Why is it a loan? This 100 million. I am respectfully offering it to Mr. Deep. Hearing him say he was giving it, Diapan's face showed a sly expression. A gift. That is even better. How about you write a document proving that you are voluntarily giving me this money to avoid any trouble later? His face was distorted, tears welling up in his eyes. But he still had to do as he was told. Yes, I will do it right away. Deep Han and Wei Chi, along with Thang Lone's people, leisurely carried away all the money, leaving An Long collapsed on the floor, crying without tears. Oh my God, my 100 million. I am bankrupt. Deep Han was surprised to see Wei Chi run up to Thang Lone, her eyes shining as she asked, Sister, are you really a martial arts grandmaster? Thang Lone just replied coldly, I suppose so. Wei Chi was still excited, running around Thang Lone and admiring her. She chattered endlessly, while Thang Lone just stood still with her eyes closed. Wow, there are very few martial artists these days, and grandmasters are even rarer. I never thought I would be able to meet a martial arts grandmaster in the flesh. Seeing this, Deep Han stood to one side, smiling to himself. Haha, if I can make the relationship between Wei Chi and Thang Lone this good, Would not it be more convenient for Tan Lone to join our discussion? Chike, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. On the way back, the blue car sped along. Deep Han and Vichike sat in the back seat. He suddenly asked, "Are there still many martial artists now?" She replied, "Martial artists these days usually do not want to use their skills for illegal activities. Most of them choose to hide in the city, working as bodyguards for important figures, or joining the military. After all, martial arts strength cannot be directly exchanged for food." She continued to explain. "Our V family is also considered to have a martial arts background. My grandfather was once a famous expert. It is just that in my generation, there are fewer martial artists. After all, even a high-level martial artist is afraid of guns, and it does not make money." Hearing this, he was surprised. "So what does Grandmaster mean?" She smiled slightly and explained, "When martial arts are practiced to a profound level, one can establish their own school. This is a martial arts Grandmaster, an expert of this level. Within 10 steps, even with a gun, you cannot shoot them. Sister Tan Lone is really amazing." He immediately fell into deep thought. "I did not expect Tan Lone to be so powerful. The Deep family sent a Grandmaster to protect me. It is truly extraordinary. This is getting tense. I have to become a Grandmaster to win over Thang Lone. It is a long road ahead." Then Chike added, "As far as I know, the founder of Qing Teng is also a martial arts Grandmaster, if the Qing Teng comes again. What should we do?" Hearing her worry, he replied calmly, "They probably will not come again for a while." Deep Han thought smugly, "Knowing that I have a Grandmaster-level bodyguard, they definitely will not come unless they are sure of victory. Besides, it is not worth offending a Grandmaster over this." She was overjoyed, thanking him repeatedly. "That is good. With this money, everything can be solved." "Deep Han, thank you." Seeing her keep thanking him, he smiled slyly, hinting, "Do not just thank me with words. Do something practical." She pointed to her full pink lips. "So," Vichike gently brushed back her hair, her eyes affectionate, "to your house." Then her hand rested on his thigh, her voice full of suggestion, or maybe, boom. Deep Han's face was as red as a beet, his whole body jumping. Vichike was also beet red with embarrassment, suggesting, "You drive to a deserted place." Hearing such an attractive invitation, he slammed on the accelerator and sped off. All right, at this moment, Thang Lone was quietly flying behind the car, suddenly looking confused. Why did it suddenly speed up? What happened? Seeing the car stop in a deserted corner, Thang Lone immediately understood the situation. She was so angry that her whole body radiated a red killing intent. A middle-aged woman with a ponytail said happily, "I am finally discharged from the hospital. Let us go home quickly. I do not want to stay here any longer." Deep Han stood behind her, smiling. "Let us go, Mom," seeing the new nurse. Deep Han's mother was surprised and asked, "Why is Miss Kwang Jiao Jiao not here? Was not she always taking care of me?" The young nurse explained, "Aunt Kwang Jiao Jiao had something to do, so she took leave. She is not here today. Let me help you too." Deep Han's mother turned to her son. "Xiao Han, say thank you to her. That Miss Kwang Jiao Jiao is very nice. You have to be serious and meticulous." The young man immediately took out his phone. "All right, let me call her and tell her." As soon as the other end picked up, he said, "Kwang Jiao Jiao, my mother is being discharged today. I did not see you here, so I am letting you know." She replied curtly, "Okay, you two be careful on the road." Suddenly, he heard a man's voice interject from the other end. "Pretty girl, put down the phone and come drink with me." Then he heard her shout, "Do not be like that. I am on the phone." Deep Han frowned, thinking, "It sounds like she is in a bar with Kwang Jiao Jiao's personality. Why would she go to a place like that? And she even took leave to go there. Something must have happened." He immediately asked, "Where are you now?" Stepping outside hurriedly, he heard Kwang Jiao Jiao whisper, "I am at the AI then bar." Hearing that, he quickly reassured her, "Be safe. I will be right there." He turned back to his mother. "Mom, it seems something has happened to Kwang Jiao Jiao. I'm going to check on her. You go home first." His mother laughed heartily, placing a hand on her son's shoulder. "Go quickly. This old lady does not have legs. I will go home and cook, and wait for you to come back to eat." The young man rushed to the front of the Ithan bar, stepping inside. A noisy and lively scene appeared. He thought to himself, "I have never been here before because I was poor. Now that I have money, I am not interested. It is noisy. The atmosphere is not good, and it is chaotic." His eyes stopped short. A girl with high-tied orange hair wearing a form-fitting, stylized nurse's uniform and black fishnet stockings, was dancing on a pole. Below, a crowd of men were cheering enthusiastically. The fat, red-headed Lang grinned and praised. This girl is so hot. Wearing this outfit makes her look so stimulating. The blonde next to him, with his arms around two girls, one with blue hair in a red dress, one with orange hair in a green dress, smiled smugly. Of course, this girl is a real nurse. Do you want to play? The underling standing behind him echoed. Of course I do. Brother Lang, you go first. When you are done. It is my turn. Brother Lang said smugly. Don't worry, tonight she is definitely mine. Seeing the girl dance stiffly, Lang roared. Crap, do you even know how to pole dance? Do you know how to stick out your chest and arch your back? The girl replied timidly. Brother Lang, I do not know how. He immediately glared at her. If you do not know, then give me back my money. Hearing that, the girl looked like she was about to cry, pleading. Brother Lang, I will pay back the money I owe you. Please give me some more time. Lang's face turned clearly mischievous. Actually, there is a way you do not have to pay. Come here. The girl timidly approached. What way? Lang stood up, smiling lecherously. It is very simple. Just sleep with me for one night. Hearing the shameless suggestion, the girl tried to resist. Brother Lang, you said that as long as I wore this and danced for you, you would give me a few more days. I have already danced. Lang spread his hands, sneering. What kind of dancing is that? I told you to dance and strip. Have you stripped yet? Since you are already wearing this outfit, just sleep with me for one night. What do you think? Just as his filthy hand was about to touch the girl, another hand grabbed his wrist tightly. It was Diep Han. Lang saw someone was meddling and turned back angrily to shout, Huh, who are you, kid? A hero saving a damsel in distress. As soon as he finished speaking, I advise you to get out of here right now. Diep Han had already delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, causing him to spit out blood on the spot. The two girls sitting next to Lang's jaw dropped in astonishment when they saw their boss kicked into the sofa. He turned to ask Huang Jiaojiao, Are you okay? She shook her head. I am fine, he asked again. What happened? She began to tell her story through tears. My father is sick in the hospital and needs a lot of money. I had no other choice. So I borrowed money from Brother Lang. I still owe 5,000, and today is the last day. Hearing this, Diep Han was angry, so he forced you to wear this to dance. He took off his suit jacket. Kuang Jiaojiao's face turned red, tears welling up in her eyes as he draped the jacket over her. He gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. All right, leave the rest to me. He stood in front of her, his voice firm. Just stand behind me. Lang scrambled to his feet, pointing at Diep Han and cursing. Kid, damn it. Do you want to die? Diep Han replied calmly. My friend owes you money. Let me help her pay it back. Hearing this, Lang sneered. Do you think I am short of 5,000? He turned to order his underlings. Go, break one of his legs for me, the lackeys obediently replied. Yes, Brother Lang. He continued to point at Kuang Jiaojiao, laughing maliciously. I want to play with that nurse girl right in front of him. Seeing the crowd rushing forward aggressively, Kuang Jiaojiao anxiously pulled his hand. Diep Han, you should go. I will stay. As soon as she finished speaking, he raised his hand to stop her. His eyes were sharp as he looked at them. I will give you 10 more seconds to think. You still have a chance to change your mind. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. 4. The lackeys did not listen. The whole group rushed forward to attack. Lang saw this and became even more furious. Are you crazy? You dare to talk to me like that? Beat him to death for me. Just as one of them was about to throw a punch, Diep Han's hand blocked it. 10. He kicked another one squarely in the face. 9. A powerful punch to the face of the red-haired one. 8. 6. Oops, he miscounted. One of them tried to sneak attack from below and got a kick to the groin, his eyes rolling back in pain. 7. He spun around and kicked another one flying. 6. When he had only counted to 6. All the lackeys were lying on the floor. Seeing this, Lang could only stand there trembling. One of his underlings even cried, Brother Lang, people are not okay. He dusted off his hands, calmly saying, I do not even need to use my strength to beat you guys. Now, it is not too late to hand over your bank card numbers. Lang stammered. Claw, clearly you only counted to 6. He raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want me to call a few more people over so I can finish counting? Lang was scared to death and quickly cried and begged. I was wrong, big brother. I should not have provoked your person. I do not need the money anymore. No, Diep Han replied firmly. You must accept the money. I just came to help my friend pay back her debt. I am a good person who respects the law. They did not dare to argue, nodding repeatedly. Right, big brother, you are a good person. Hearing those words, Kuang Jiao Jiao felt a little warmer. After everything was settled, he turned to Kuang Jiao Jiao, suggesting, It is over. Where do you live? I will take you home. She was grateful and whispered her address. Thank you. My house has been sold. I usually live in the hospital dormitory. Hearing this, he said, Then I will take you to the hospital dormitory. But these shoes are not convenient for walking. They were a pair of towering white high heels. Without saying much, he immediately bent down and picked her up. All right, let us go. Kuang Jiao Jiao shyly nestled in his arms, her face blushing. He gently set her down, one hand holding her slender ankle. Does it hurt a lot? Kuang Jiao Jiao, in her sexy nurse's uniform, her hand covering her chest, shyly replied, a little. Diep Han gently massaged her foot. Bear with it for a moment. Dancing in such high heels, you will definitely get injured easily, he thought to himself. Kuang Jiao Jiao's skin is so soft and smooth. It feels so good to touch. Luckily, it is just a minor sprain, not serious. Now I just need to stretch out the tendons and she will be fine tomorrow. She was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned red, and she closed her eyes tightly. All right. You can get up now? Kuang Jiao Jiao thought to herself. Why is there a tingling feeling in my heart? A strange feeling. When they got in the car, Diep Han sat in the driver's seat, saying, Then hold on tight. I will take you home, she shyly said. Your money. I will pay it back, he asked while pulling on the seatbelt. Let us not talk about these things anymore. Do you have any plans for the future? How is your father's illness? The luxury car sped down the road. Kuang Jiao Jiao was a little sad. There is one last surgery left. It is just that. Diep Han continued. It is just that you are still short of some money. Right. Then let us do this. If you do not mind, you can come to my house to take care of my mother. My mother just got out of the hospital, and she is at home alone. I will pay you 10,000 a month. She was stunned. 10,000. That is too much. He glanced over and saw her expression. She did not directly refuse, but felt the salary was too high. There is definitely a good show to watch now, Diep Han said calmly. The things you have to do are also many. This little bit of money is not much. Then it is settled. After you finish work at the hospital, you can come to my house. Kuang Jiao Jiao replied in a small voice. Thank you, she thought to herself. Diep Han is too good to me. Should I? The car stopped in front of the hospital dormitory. Diep Han got out of the car and went around to open the back door. He took both her arms, slowly now. Watch your step. Kuang Jiao Jiao looked at him with her big round eyes. You. She unexpectedly fell into Diep Han's arms, whispering an invitation. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? A sly look appeared on the young man's face. All right. Suddenly Kuang Jiao Jiao jumped. Diep Han's hand was already restlessly caressing her body. Kuang Jiao Jiao stammered. Hate, hateful. Do not be in such a hurry. The dormitory building was brightly lit under the moonlight. Then let us go up quickly. The next morning, at the park, Diep Han was diligently practicing his martial arts under the supervision of Than Lone. She stood with her arms crossed, asking, Your cultivation technique seems quite interesting. Who taught it to you? He glanced at her and asked back. Want to learn? Than Lone replied coldly. A little. Diep Han seized the opportunity, playfully beckoning with his finger. Kiss me, and I will teach you. She turned her face away in disgust. Suddenly, they both looked in the same direction. He wondered, who are these two people? Two tall men, with an overwhelming presence, were approaching. Than Lone immediately stood in front of Diep Han, her voice wary. Chu Han Thin and his bodyguard Ben Lei Shou Lei Kang. Chu Han Thin raised his hand, gesturing for Than Lone to step aside. Move, I want to see the young master. Diep Han frowned and asked the man. Chu Han Thin, you want to see the young master Diep, but did not announce it beforehand. The man replied calmly. Is not he right here? What is the need for an announcement for a useless young master? Diep Han sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. It is fine. Step aside. A dog wanting to see me really does not need an announcement. Than Lone quickly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Chu Han Thin was furious. How dare you, you! Diep Han interrupted him indifferently. You what? I am your young master. Chu Han Thin, What business do you have with me? He tried to suppress his anger, lowering his voice. This time, I have something to ask of you, young master, to voluntarily give up the position of the Deep family's young master, and promise to never interfere in the internal affairs of the Deep family again. Deep Han frowned. What do you mean? Chu Han-tien silently assessed. This kid seems a bit different than before. The corner of Chu Han-tien's mouth curved up meaningfully. I am also doing this for your own good. Young master, it is precisely because of this identity that you have encountered so many assassination attempts. If you give it up, you will naturally be safe, have money to spend, and keep your life. The only thing you lose is the title of heir. He smiled faintly, retorting, Chu Han-tien, you are really thoughtful. Then I want to know, what if I do not agree? This guy is a major power in Jiangnan province, with considerable power and status in the Diep family. But I am no longer the Diep Han of the past. Chu Han-tien continued to persuade him. Young master, you have to think carefully. The last time you were assassinated and did not die, it was just luck. If there is a next time, it is not certain. Diep Han asked directly, his voice cold. You seem to be looking forward to someone coming to assassinate me. Or perhaps you are involved in that assassination. He was startled and quickly stammered. I swear on my life. That matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. The assassination of the Deep family's young master caused a great shock within the family. Luckily, it was eventually suppressed, so not many people know about it. But those involved in that assassination have all disappeared without a trace. Deep Han frowned, losing patience. If you came here just to say these things, then leave. Who is the mastermind behind the assassination of the Deep family's young master? I do not know for now, but I am sure the other party will strike again. It is only a matter of time before they reappear. Cold sweat beaded on Chu Han-tien's forehead. Young Master Deep, I seem to have seen you practicing martial arts just now, if you are so confident. How about, let Master Lei Kong here test you for a few moves, to see what your strength is like now. You dare to kick me out. Lei Kang immediately stepped forward. Young master, forgive my offense. Thump! He delivered a vicious palm strike to Deep Han's chest, causing him to spit out blood. He clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Than Lone shouted angrily, Lei Kang, a subordinate dares to disrespect his superior. What are you plotting? Diep Han cursed inwardly. Damn it. This kind of hunting dog dares to launch a sneak attack. This is no joke. Lei Kang sneered contemptuously. The young master's body is not bad, but it is a pity that you are still no match for me. You cannot even fight back against me. How can you protect yourself? Chu Han-tien, standing beside him, also chimed in. See, young master, Thang Lone was right there but could not protect you in time. If she is not here another day, and someone sends an expert to take your life, what will you do? I advise you to give up this identity. Do not struggle anymore. Trash will always be trash. He proudly raised his head, issuing a challenge. Chu Han-tien, do you dare to make a bet with me? In 10 days, I and Lei Kang will have a match. If I win, from now on you must listen to me obediently. The man was delighted and asked back. Oh, so what if you lose? He replied, his expression unfazed. If I lose, I will give up the position of the Deep family's young master. Chu Han-tien laughed loudly, turning and waving as he left. All right. Then we will have a duel in 10 days. If you really can defeat Lei Kang, I, Chu Han-tien, will do my utmost to support you in inheriting the family business. How about it? Thang Lone quickly supported him, her face full of worry. How are you? Deep Han grimaced in pain, trying to put on a brave face. No, it is nothing. He did not deliver a fatal blow. But I am a bit dizzy. Help me up a bit. Suddenly, she felt his hand accidentally touch an inappropriate place on her body. Deep Han's face flushed slightly. Thwack! Thang Lone angrily pushed him away. Ah! Deep Han staggered and cried out. She crossed her arms, getting straight to the point. Lei Kang has been in the transcendent realm for many years. His strength is profound and unpredictable. Right now, at best, you can only keep your life under his hands. It is impossible to defeat him in 10 days. I know Chu Han-tien's strength in Jiangnan province. If I cannot win him over, I will have a hard time doing business here, but in 10 days, even with rapid progress, it will be difficult to match Lei Kang. He slumped to the ground, but then raised his hand. his face full of confidence. I have a way. Than Lone was skeptical. What way? He smiled mysteriously. I have a special cultivation technique. As long as you are willing to cultivate with me, our strength will naturally soar. She frowned, her two mothers suddenly turning red. Huh. Deep Han sat on a chair, calmly explaining, I know a certain bedroom art. If you and I cultivate together, I can quickly improve my strength. Thang Lone was stunned. What? Slam. She sent Deep Han flying with a kick, shouting angrily, cultivating with you is fine, but cultivating bedroom arts is not. Shameless. He clutched his stomach, coughing violently. Cough. All right then, I warned you. In the afternoon, at a luxurious villa, a sleek car pulled up. Deep Han was accompanied by a real estate agent. This person introduced, Mr. Deep. This villa was built 15 years ago. It is still very new inside. The condition is very good. It fully meets your requirements. The surrounding houses were sold long ago. The one today is because the owner needs money urgently and asked us to help sell it. The real estate agent pointed to a house. This is the one. Please wait a moment, Mr. Deep. The door slowly creaked open. A mature and charming woman with brown hair tied up in a bun spoke. Is it Mr. Deep who came to see the house? My surname is Tran. Please come in. Deep Han's eyes lit up, dazed, thinking to himself, wow, the charm of a mature woman is no joke. The only person who can match her beauty is probably Than Lone. As expected, young girls cannot compare to a bombshell. I have always treated young girls as treasures. I was really wrong. Mrs. Tran frowned slightly. The real estate agent probably told you. Right. Actually, I want to sell this house because it is haunted. I really dare not live here anymore. Deep Han turned to look at the real estate agent. He did not tell me about this. The real estate agent behind him quickly bowed his head, his voice trembling. Mr. Deep, Mr. Deep, please understand. Mrs. Tran glared at the real estate agent, her voice annoyed. If you still want to work in this industry, then get out of my sight. The real estate agent was scared to death and quickly turned to leave. Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Tran. I will get out of here right now, Mrs. Tran said apologetically. Mr. Deep, if you mind the haunting, then never mind. It is all that money-grubbing real estate agent's fault for making you come all this way for nothing. Deep Han appeared unconcerned. It is fine. Since I am here, let us just take a look. I do not mind the haunting that much. The mysterious Heaven Medical Codex has plenty of ways to solve these kinds of problems. Mrs. Tran was surprised to hear that, and then nodded. All right, then follow me, Mr. Deep. Mrs. Tran led him to a closed door, a hint of fear on her face. The haunted place is this room. Strange noises come out every evening, and sometimes you can see very scary images. The door opened, and Deep Han walked in to examine it. I think this room is pretty normal. As for the haunting, before he could finish, Mrs. Tran spoke up. Ah, Mr. Deep. Wait a moment. The door creaked open again. An old man in a Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, introduced himself. Greetings, Miss Tran. I am Master Lack. Mrs. Tran greeted him joyfully. Greetings, Master Lack. It is so troublesome of you today. Master Lack waved his hand, but his eyes were glued to Mrs. Tran, his expression a bit indecent. It is fine. It is fine. Miss Tran, please give me your hand. Let me see where the problem is. Deep Han suddenly raised his hand to block him. Old man, look at me first. Master Lack angrily turned to Mrs. Tran and complained. Miss Tran, did you not invite me here to exorcise evil spirits? What is this person doing here? Exorcism requires peace and quiet. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Miss Tran, quickly kick him out. Mrs. Tran looked embarrassed. Master Lack, please understand. Mr. Deep is my guest. Master Lack snorted coldly, showing his displeasure. Humph. Since he is Miss Tran's guest, then I will give you face and let him stay here. Mrs. Tran quickly thanked him. Thank you, Master Lack. Let me show you the room. Mrs. Tran smiled. Master Lack, this way, please. Deep Han followed behind, the corner of his mouth curving up again as he thought to himself, although in illness, one prays to all gods. She actually believes in a fake Taoist priest, but Mrs. Tran treats others kindly, and that figure, it is truly the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Young girls cannot compare. Master Lack walked into the room, waving his horsetail whisk, his fingers tapping and calculating. Sweat poured down his face. This room. Right. Wait for me to calculate a bit. Umbalasi bua. After a while of showing off, he declared, "Luckily you found me early. If it were any later, the murderous intent in this room would turn into an evil spirit and take people's lives." Mrs. Tran turned pale with fear. "Ah," he spread his palm again, his eyes looking at Mrs. Tran meaningfully. "The solution is simple if you say it is simple, and difficult if you say it is difficult. You just have to completely follow my orders. Now, give me your hand. Let me borrow a little energy from your body." Slap. Another hand from somewhere slapped Master Laka's hand hard. It was Diephan. He smiled and said, "Do not borrow too much." Master Lak was furious, pulling his hand back and shouting, "Who wants to hold your hand? You brat, do not make trouble." Suddenly, Diephan's face turned serious. "There is no murderous aura in this room. It is clearly a yin-evil aura. And since it is a yin-evil aura, using a woman's energy would only make it stronger." Master Lak raised his fist threateningly. "What the hell do you know? Get out of my sight," Diephan retorted without holding back. "If I do not understand, then no one in this world understands." Master Lak trembled with anger and strode out to leave. "Miss Tran, if your guest keeps making such comments, I will not take this job anymore." Mrs. Tran quickly chased after him, holding him back. "Hey, Master, do not be angry. Master, do not be angry. After the job is done, I will pay you 100,000. Hearing the money, Master Lak stopped. Master Lak turned his head, a smirk on his face. "For your sake and the pay, I will continue then. You two step aside. Now I will go in and perform the ritual. You two are absolutely not allowed to enter." Mrs. Tran was overjoyed. "Yes, thank you, Master." The door slammed shut. 3 seconds later, a blood-curdling scream from inside made Mrs. Tran jump. The door creaked open. Master Lak crawled out on the ground. "There is a ghost. There is a real ghost." Mrs. Tran was annoyed. "Of course there is. Otherwise, why would I find you?" Diephan sneered. "Master Lak, can you do it or not? If not, then let me." The old fortune teller sat on the ground, speechless. Mrs. Tran was surprised. "Mr. Deep," the young man said calmly, "I know a little about feng shui. I just took a look. There is an object in your room that contains yin qi. Combined with the feng shui layout here, it makes the yin-evil qi overflow. Ordinary people who see it will have hallucinations." Mrs. Tran was stunned. "Then how do we solve it?" Diephan instructed. "You two just do as I say, including you. Master Lak, if you do not want today's events to get out, then cooperate obediently." Master Lak hesitantly said, All right." Mrs. Tran tucked her hair back, striking a pose as she asked, "Is this okay?" He glanced to check and then turned, pointing at Master Lak. He snapped, "You stand far away. Do not look. Stand at the door." The old fortune teller looked dejected. "Ah, here." Diephan placed 2 fingers on his eyes and exerted his strength to open his heavenly eye. His eyes blazed with fire. Diephan used his heavenly eye to observe the opposite room, as expected. It is yin-evil qi, but wherever there is yin-evil qi, there must be an object that carries yin-evil qi. Behind the cabinet door was an ancient sword. He thought to himself, "Yin, evil, treasured sword. This thing will be of great use to me." Diephan brought a plate of candles, reassuring her, "It is about to start. No matter what happens, do not be afraid. I am here." He raised his hand and chanted, performing the water and fire key ritual. A fireball shot out from Diephan's hand, straight at the sword. Yin evil, destroy. A loud explosion sounded. A stream of pink evil key swirled towards Master Lak. He trembled, muttering in the corner, "If I cannot see them, then the ghosts cannot see me." Mrs. Tran was startled. She ran towards Diephan in panic, screaming. He quickly stopped her. "Mrs. Tran, do not move!" The eerie light immediately changed direction. "If I cannot see them, then the ghosts cannot see me." The evil key rushed forward, wrapping tightly around Mrs. Tran, making her terrified. Diephan rushed forward in a panic, holding out his hand to shield her, shouting, "Close your eyes." She was so scared she could only scream. "Ah!" Diephan hugged her tightly, using his internal energy to fight against the evil key. The evil key gradually dissipated under his suppression. Lak Khan was finally startled, sweat pouring down like rain. He stammered, "I cannot see. The ghost cannot see. A." He was so scared he lost his mind, rolling on the ground and convulsing. When it was over, the corner of Diephan's mouth was bleeding. He looked quite exhausted. He asked Mrs. Tran, "Mrs. Tran, It is okay now. She was both worried and self-blaming. Ah, it is all my fault. If it were not for me panicking just now. You rest first. I will call a doctor to examine you, he quickly replied. No need to call a doctor. Just help me walk slowly. Tran Phi happily agreed. All right. As Diep Han was being helped, his face was a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, this soft feeling is really nice. It is a pity I have more important things to do. Getting back to business, he probed. The thing that contained the yin evil key was that bronze sword. I also broke the feng shui layout here. As long as we deal with that sword, everything will be fine, if Mrs. Tran does not mind. Then I will handle that sword, Mrs. Tran replied. That sword was originally a gift from a friend. If it has a problem, then Mr. Deep can handle it as he sees fit. Deep Han asked again, Are you still selling this house? If so, I will take it, she said softly. You helped me with such a big matter. Selling it to you is the right thing to do. Besides, I will knock off 300,000, and all the furniture and appliances are a gift to you. Lok Khan finally came to his senses, looking around blankly. The ghost. I did not expect it to be solved already. He rushed over to Deep Han, bowing repeatedly. Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me for my arrogance just now, he said calmly. Do not brag and cheat people in the future. Your skills are still too green. He chuckled. Master is right. Master, please accept my business card. In this land of Jiangnan, my reputation, Lok Khan, has a little bit of use. If you need anything, just say the word, Master. Then I will not disturb you two any longer. I will be on my way. Then he turned to Tran Phi. Mrs. Tran, let us discuss the specific situation first. She was shy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She happily replied, All right, conveniently. You can rest a little more. Right. Tran Phi, CEO of Dingsheng Group. Deep Han held the paper, muttering, I have to say, Mrs. Tran is really charming. It is a pity that we met by chance. I hope we have a chance to meet again. Yes. Next, he raised the yin evil treasured sword. It glowed faintly. He calculated inwardly. If I take the yin spiritual qi from this treasured sword and add a few more medicinal herbs, I can concoct the body-tempering spiritual liquid. Then I can break through to the transcendent realm. Deep Han took out his phone and called Than Lon. Help me find a place with Yuan Lin Thao. The other end replied curtly. Yes. The next day, a green sports car sped down the road, holding the spiritual grass in his hand. He said happily, Very good. This is the Yuan Lin Thao, Than Lon said while driving. This is something that has to be auctioned at the underground banquet hall in Jiangnan province. It is not easy to find. He smiled, putting the spiritual grass in his pocket. It is good that we found it. With it, I will quickly, as they were driving. Another car suddenly rushed out and blocked their way. Not just one, but two cars blocked both ends of the road. Deep Han was worried. We are blocked from behind, too. She shouted anxiously, Get out of the car quickly. As soon as he got out of the car, Diep Han shouted, Guns! A volley of bullets immediately riddled the car. Thong Lon shouted, Get down! But it seemed that the volley of bullets was only aimed at Deep Han. As he dodged, he muttered, Assassins again. Where did they come from? I did not expect them to have guns. A blond man, surrounded by a faint purple aura, arrogantly said, This Grandmaster, someone wants Deep Han's life. Please step aside, and I may not kill you. Than Lon sneered, In your dreams. At this moment, Diep Han realized that the blond man was a foreigner. The assassins rushed forward in unison. Then we will not be polite anymore. Let us go. Deep Han's face showed a hint of worry. Many people, well prepared, and even have guns. This time, it is a big problem. Than Lon's voice was firm. They are just transcendent realm cultivators. We rush out. The two rushed into a life and death struggle. Diep Han immediately unleashed his Xuan Tian fist. Unexpectedly, countless blades flew from nowhere. Diep Han was slightly startled. The sharp blades approached too quickly, leaving him no time to react. A blade hit him. Deep Han groaned in pain. Than Lon turned back worriedly, calling, Young master. But the blonde man arrogantly blocked her way. Little girl, your opponent is me. She turned back angrily, gritting her teeth. You guys, Thong Lon asked while dodging a blow. Who is it? The blonde man sneered. It is no harm in telling you. The Tian La mercenary group. I am the leader, James. Thunlone cursed inwardly. She had run into a tough Grandmaster-level opponent. James attacked with a kick, saying as he did, "Someone is paying $10 million for Deep Han's life. He is worth a lot." Thunlone retorted angrily, "Are you trying to offend the Deep family in the Imperial capital?" James sneered. "So what? The Deep family in the Imperial capital cannot reach all the way abroad." Thunlone's heart was burning with anxiety. This is not good. There are too many Transcendent Realm experts. The young master will have a hard time defending himself. I have to quickly get away from this Grandmaster. Thinking this, she immediately rushed forward, deciding to take a risk. Let us risk it. Unexpectedly, she was hit by a move, fresh blood spewing from her mouth. James was stunned for a moment and then realized. Not right. This girl deliberately did not defend herself completely, wanting to use the force of my punch to escape to Diephan's side. No more playing. You guys kill Diephan quickly. Diephan saw this and quickly called out, "Thunlone!" At that moment, a bullet suddenly tore through the air, hitting Diephan squarely in the chest, leaving him no time to react. Thunlone screamed in horror, "Young master!" James laughed triumphantly. "You are dead. Then I will not waste any more words with you." His subordinates also cheered in delight. Ha ha ha. Mission accomplished. Only Thunlone was left in a daze, shaking him violently. "Young master." Thunlone burst into tears, her voice full of self-blame. "I am sorry. I did not protect you well." Suddenly a weak voice sounded. "Is a simple apology enough? You have to dual cultivate with me." Sobbing, Thunlone quickly replied, "All right, I will with you." She was dazed. Her crying stopped abruptly. "Huh, you are not dead." Diephan grimaced in pain. "If you do not take me to the hospital, I am afraid I am about to die." At the hospital, Diephan's wound had been carefully bandaged. Thunlone whispered in disbelief after hearing the doctor say he was not in danger. "The gun clearly hit your heart." "How did you do that?" Diephan calmly explained. "I just shifted the position of my heart a little and avoided it." She continued, "The Tianla mercenary group was able to pinpoint your location so accurately. Someone must have leaked the information. I have already told Old Man 2 about this, and he said you should handle it yourself." Diephan cursed angrily. "Damn it! Old Man 2 is not going to do anything about this. If I did not know medicine, I would be dead by now." Diephan continued to explain. "The young master of the Deep family was assassinated. I am his stand-in. I just attended Tanqu's birthday party and they came to kill me. Faster than I expected. But what did Old Man 2 mean by telling me to handle it myself? Did he say anything else?" Thunlone quickly replied, "Old Man 2 said that you are the young master of the Deep family now. If you cannot solve this matter, he will save you this one time. But you will still die next time," Diephan said wearily. "I know. It seems this role as a stand-in is not easy for me. Thunlone, let us go. Let us not stay at the hospital anymore. Let us go to Weichike's house." At Weichike's house, a large bathtub filled with a strange liquid had been prepared. She asked confusedly, "What do you want to do?" The young man smiled mysteriously. "I need to concoct the body-tempering spiritual liquid to break through my cultivation." Thunlone looked at the black liquid in the tub, her jaw dropping. "Did not you say it was the body-tempering spiritual liquid? Is it this black stuff?" The young man smiled brightly. "You will know once you get in," she replied firmly, though a little worried. "I will get in if I have to get in." When both were in the tub, Diephan began to explain. "This is the body-tempering spiritual liquid. I used yin evil qi, quan lin thao, and many other medicinal herbs to make it. Can you feel the energy surging into your body?" Thunlone replied softly. I can feel it," she shyly asked. "But why do I feel so itchy?" Diephan calmly explained. "It is normal. The body-tempering spiritual liquid is refining your skin. Hold your breath and concentrate. The effect only lasts for half an hour, due to the uncomfortable feeling." Thunlone unconsciously wrapped her arms around Diephan's neck, her voice shy. "But why do I feel so itchy inside?" The young man froze for a moment. "This." The young man leaned closer, a mischievous smile on his face. "I guess you need me to help you stop itching." The girl cried out in alarm. "Ah," Diephan exclaimed. "I can feel the energy. I am about to break through." Thunlone was also surprised. "I can feel it too. The force is so strong." Diephan breathed a sigh of relief. "I have reached the transcendent realm," the girl replied happily. "That is great. Even your wound has healed." Diephan was a little disappointed. It is a pity that this body-tempering spiritual liquid requires yin evil qi. and that is something that can only be encountered, not sought after. Otherwise, I could have concocted more and increased my cultivation quickly. Thanglone quickly said, "This is already very good." The young man pressed closer again, his voice teasing. "Do you want to feel the energy of my transcendent realm a little now?" The girl cried out in alarm. "Ah, are you getting revenge for the last time I broke through?" The scene suddenly changed to an image of a green elephant happily flying and jumping. Just a visual effect. In Chu Han Tian's office, a buzz-cut subordinate reported, "Diep Han was assassinated by the Tianla mercenary group. His life or death is unknown." Chu Han Tian, a man with a goatee, replied indifferently, "I told him a long time ago, if he continues to sit in this position, it will only lead to more assassinations if he does not listen. What can I do? A useless young master who wants to reach the sky in one step is truly dreaming." Slam! The door burst open from a kick. Diep Han appeared at the door, a cold smile on his face. "Is that so?" "You." Chu Han Tian was stunned. "Diep Han, you are not dead." The young man did not waste words, challenging him directly. "Chu Han Tian, let us have a match. No need to wait for 10 days. Let us start now." The buzz-cut subordinate from before immediately jumped out. With an arrogant posture, Diep Han seemed to have anticipated it, calmly saying, "You also sneak attacked me like this last time." The two engaged in a fierce battle, the atmosphere extremely tense. The buzz-cut man was unexpectedly knocked back, causing Chu Han Tian to be stunned. The buzz-cut man scrambled to his feet, stammering in shock, "Transcendent realm, you!" The young man laughed triumphantly, rushing forward to attack again. "At least you have good eyes. Continue." Diep Han grabbed the man's hand as fast as lightning. He delivered a powerful kick to the man's body, causing him to collapse without a sound, falling to the ground. The buzz-cut man was kicked flying, his body slamming into the wall. Chu Han Tian was shocked to himself. It turns out that Diep Han did not know martial arts at all, but now he has surpassed even Lei Kang. The buzz-cut man, Lei Kang, struggled to speak in pain. "Boss, I lost. Diep." Diep Han smiled meaningfully. "Chu Han Tian, you should keep your word." "Right," he asked quickly, his voice full of surprise. "From the time you were assassinated until now, it has only been 2 months. You went from a man who could not even tie a chicken to a martial arts expert. How did you do it?" Diep Han replied calmly, "Because I am a martial arts genius. To be honest, there is nothing different. After becoming the young master of the Deep family, I activated the Xuan Tian Yi Dian. It has been 2 months now." Chu Han Tian was completely convinced. As expected of young Master Deep, "I dare to bet and I dare to accept the consequences." The young man nodded. "Then good. Tell me who told you to deal with me." Cold sweat beaded on Chu Han Tian's forehead. He stammered, "This matter." Diep Han narrowed his eyes. "Did not you dare to bet and dare to accept the consequences?" "You cannot say it now." He gritted his teeth, explaining his predicament. "Young Master Deep, it is not that I will not say. This person is also from within the Deep family. If I say it, and something happens, I will not be able to escape the connection. I really cannot say." Diep Han thought. "I revealed my strength today, mainly so that Chu Han Tian will not oppose me in the future. But to win over this person, it is not that simple." He suddenly changed the subject. "You are over 40 now, and you still have no heirs. Do you not want to have one?" Chu Han Tian jumped, his face panicked. "How did you know about this?" he thought to himself, his heart in turmoil. "Only my wife and I know about this. Even Lei Kang does not know. This has always been my heartache." Diep Han still stood in the room, saying, "All right, I know." That day, Thanglone went to that underground auction house. Who organized it? He suddenly connected the events. After Thanglone bought the Yuan Lin Thao at that very auction house, I was assassinated by the Tianla mercenary group. Chu Han Tian began to explain. "It is the Liu family. The Liu family's business is mainly antiques, with assets of hundreds of millions. They organize underground auctions to collect some precious cultural relics." "Yes." He turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct. "Tell the Liu family. I, young Master Deep, am about to have a talk with them." Chu Han Tian could only bow his head and reply, "Yes, young master." At the main gate of the Liu family, 5 men were waiting, as if to welcome someone. One of them spoke up. "Why did the family head summon us here?" Another replied, "I heard we have to entertain an honored guest. It seems he is from the imperial capital. The man standing next to him, with his hands in his pockets, interjected, I heard it is that playboy Deep Han from the Deep family. The first one heard this and sneered. The same loser young master, who cannot do anything right. Just as they were talking, an old man with white hair, leaning on a cane, came out and whispered harshly, Xiao Jing. Today, young Master Deep Han of the Deep family from the imperial capital is coming to our Liu family. Everyone, do not be rude. The young man, apparently named Xiao Diep, looked at old man Liu, the white-haired old man, and did not stop mocking him. Is not that Diep Han a complete idiot who is addicted to gaming? He is the laughingstock of the entire upper class, in my opinion. There is no need to be so formal. I heard that the Deep family does not even care about him anymore. Hearing those words, old man Liu whispered to Xiao Diep, even so, we still have to do what we should do. The main gate of the Liu family opened, and several bodyguards stood in 2 neat rows. A blue car slowly approached and stopped right in front of the gate. That Xiao Diep laughed again when he saw Deep Han's car. A young master of the Deep family, driving this kind of car. Is not it a car rented online? Contrary to him, old man Liu walked over with a smile to greet him. Young Master Deep, may I ask, what is the purpose of your visit this time? Deep Han got out of the car and walked up to the 2 of them. He asked directly. The underground auction house a few days ago was organized by you guys, old man Liu replied. That is right. This matter is mainly handled by Xiao Diep. Seeing that, he asked again, who bought the Yuan Lin Thao at your place? Xiao Diep immediately shouted, customer information is confidential. I cannot tell you. Old man Liu was not much different, cautiously asking, may I ask why young Master Deep is asking about this matter? He immediately replied, I participated in that auction house, and I bought the Yuan Lin Thao. After I bought it, I was assassinated on my way back. This matter is not unrelated to you guys. Is it? Old man Liu looked at Deep Han in astonishment, speechless. I did not expect someone would assassinate young Master Deep. Seeing that attitude, Deep Han immediately asked directly, tell me, who put the Yuan Lin Thao up for auction at your place? Hearing Deep Han's questioning, Tiu Tin was clearly annoyed. Why should I tell you? We cannot reveal customer information to you. If you were assassinated on your way back after buying the Yuan Lin Thao, what the hell does that have to do with me? Do you think you can threaten me just because of your status in the Deep family? As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap as hard as a thunderclap from Deep Han. Falling to the ground, Tiu Tin held his cheek, screaming for the bodyguards, Diep Han, you dare to hit me. Men, beat him for me. Deep Han did not say anything, delivering a thunderous punch to a man's neck, causing fresh blood to spurt out. He continued to kick, kicking another man squarely in the chest. A quick leg sweep made the next man stumble and fall, unable to react in time. He grabbed a man's arm. Then he used the man as a weapon, slamming him hard into his comrade standing beside him. At this time, Tiu Tin finally scrambled to his feet, holding his swollen cheek and groaning. Ouch, it hurts so much, I am going to die. Why this Deep Han? Before he could even collect himself, a hand grabbed his collar, pulling him back. Immediately, Deep Han lifted him into the air, his voice menacing, speak or not, terrified out of his wits. Tiu Tin stammered, I will speak immediately. Seeing him submit, Deep Han finally let him down. His cheek was swollen red. Tiu Tin trembled as he recounted. The auction house did not originally have Yuan Lin Thao. That day, someone suddenly came to find me, saying he wanted to put Yuan Lin Thao up for auction here. The profits would be all ours. He would not take a single cent. So I accepted right away. Old man Liu, standing beside him, was furious to hear this. Do you know what you are doing? This is a violation of the rules. Tiu Tin raised his hands, whispering an explanation. I know, but at least this medicinal herb sold for several 100,000. All of it went into my pocket. I was too greedy. Deep Han interrogated him harshly. Who was that person? Tiu Tin quickly explained. I do not know him. He did not need money, so I did not pay much attention. That day, our auction monitoring room was infiltrated by a group of people. Our auction house was already not clean, so I did not dare to report it to the police. After hearing this, Deep Han requested, take me there to see. On the way to the monitoring room, he thought to himself, in the camera, there are only the shadows of a few foreign assassins. It seems that the clues from them are temporarily cut off, so I can only find a way from the root, which is this Yuan Lin Thao. Tiu Tin tried to flatter him while leading the way. Young Master Diep. You see, now, Diep Han still did not completely trust him, retorting, The money for the Yuan Lin Thao all went into your pocket. Right. The man took out his phone. His voice choked with tears as he tried to explain. I really did not know that young Master Deep bought it. If I had known, I would not have charged. Now I will give the money back to you. Deep Han just replied indifferently. Just do that. Deep Han turned and walked away, ignoring Tiu Tin behind him who was bowing repeatedly. Thank you, young Master Deep. Goodbye, young Master Deep. The familiar green car sped down the road. Thang Lon reported while driving. The Tianla mercenary group has already gone abroad. For now, there is no way to take action. Diep Han closed his eyes, his hand on his chin, recalling Old Man To's words. I understand Old Man To's meaning now. He wants me to find the person behind the scenes myself, and deal with them one by one. He replied to Than Lon. But now the Liu family clue is gone. I have to take action from the Yuan Lin Thao direction. He took out his phone, dialing a number while saying, but I will not forget to find the seller. As long as I can find who sold the Yuan Lin Thao, I can trace the mastermind behind it. On the other end of the line, a happy voice sounded. Master Deep, you finally called me. Diep Han did not beat around the bush. Getting straight to the point, I want to ask you something. Do you know where to find Yuan Lin Thao recently? Hearing the question, the person replied, Yuan Lin Thao is a rare medicinal herb, very hard to find. It just so happens that I heard that Yuan Lin Thao appeared at the Juding market a few days ago. Does Master Deep want to buy it? He corrected him. No, I want to meet the person who sold the Yuan Lin Thao. The person understood his meaning. Then it is a coincidence. In a few days, the Juding market is holding a medical exchange. I will wait for Master Deep there first. I am quite familiar with that place. Let me take you. Diep Han agreed. All right. The car continued to move. Diep Han's voice came from the back seat. To the Jiuding market. Let the Tianla mercenary group have their fun for a while. Once I find out who the mastermind is, sooner or later I will find them and cause trouble. Than Lon immediately replied, I will arrange it right away. Sitting in the car, Diep Han crossed his arms and asked Than Lon, That is right. What is Diep Tien Q's background? She began to explain. Diep Tien Q is the most outstanding young person of this generation in the Diep family. Everyone in the family sees him as the one who will carry the entire Deep family in the future, she continued. And your identity is the biggest obstacle for him to control the Diep family, he asked suspiciously. Than Lon, do you think it is possible that Diep Tien Q was the one who sent people to assassinate me? Than Lon just replied cautiously. It is not appropriate for me to say this. I know very little about him. But he is a grandmaster, so he probably would not do such a thing. Hearing that, Diep Han exclaimed in surprise. He is a grandmaster, just over 20 years old and already a grandmaster. The car swayed, and she quickly reminded him, Hold on tight, Thang Lon sneered, telling Diep Han he has shown great talent in both martial arts and business. Otherwise, he would not be the youngest leader of the Diep family. Have you realized the gap between you and a genius? No, Diep Han replied to Thang Lon, his voice a bit sarcastic. I have realized it. Some people work hard hoping to become a grandmaster, while others have a grandmaster as a bodyguard from the very beginning. This is the real gap. She seemed a bit flustered by his answer, and just silently pressed the accelerator to make the car go faster. At Juding Market, the bustling traditional medicine area in the southeast of the city, the sun was scorching, and the streets were crowded. In front of a large medicine shop, the middle-aged man who spoke to Diep Han on the phone earlier said happily, Master Deep, the Yuan Lin Thao appeared in this shop before. I have already helped you ask around. That Yuan Lin Thao has been bought. To know who bought it, we have to ask the owner of this shop. He nodded. All right, let us go. They both walked into the crowded medicine shop. Suddenly, a beautiful girl in a white shirt and a purple tight skirt walked out from inside, followed by a young man with a smug look on his face. The girl exclaimed in surprise, Diep Han, it is you. Diep Han was equally surprised to recognize her. Sister Tran, why are you here? The girl named Tran Phi Phi held up a prescription. I was not feeling well, so I went to a doctor next door. The doctor gave me a prescription, so now I have come to get the medicine. The young man with her glanced at Diep Han warily. Sister Phi. Who is this person? She smiled, pointing to introduce him to Diep Han. This is a friend of mine from Mingzhou. His name is Diep Han. Although Tran Phi Phi had said he was a friend, the other guy still interjected with a superior tone. Sister Phi, not everyone is worthy of being a friend. He looks like a good-for-nothing. He probably saw your beauty and deliberately approached you. You have to be careful. Tran Fai handed the prescription to the shop assistant, glaring at the young man with annoyance. You do not need to worry. Do not talk about my friend like that. Seeing this, the other guy fell silent and did not dare to say more. The assistant looked at the prescription and said, We do not have any daikich today, and the amount of dang kwai is not enough. You can come back tomorrow. The girl seemed a little disappointed. I guess I will have to wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, Diephan asked doubtfully, There is dang kwai and daikich in the prescription. She was startled and replied, That is right. The young man named Vuong Chiu immediately jumped up, his hands on his hips as he pointed at Diephan and cursed, You rotten kid. This prescription was written by Master Hong of the Enju Chan Zhuang. Master Hong's medical skills are profound. You dare to doubt his prescription. What the hell are you? I think you are just deliberately trying to show off to attract Sister Fai's attention. Tran Fai quickly cut him off. That is enough from you, Diephan thought to himself. This fawning dog is so noisy, I am too lazy to argue with him. At that moment, an authoritative and angry voice sounded from behind, causing both Diephan and Tran Fai to turn around. Who dares to say that there is a problem with my prescription? An old man with a white beard and hair, with an extraordinary presence, Master Hong, walked over with his hands behind his back. Young man, on what basis do you say there is a problem with my prescription? Someone in the shop recognized the old man and exclaimed respectfully, Master Hong. While everyone was still stunned, Vuong Chiu quickly pointed at Diephan, tattling. Master Hong, I am Vuong Chiu. I was just here getting a diagnosis. It was this kid who said it. Diephan sneered inwardly. He is really a fawning dog. He can fawn on anyone. Diephan was not fazed at all, speaking directly to Master Hong's face. There is indeed a problem with Master Hong's prescription. The effect of daikich is to reduce inflammation, while dang kwai is to nourish the blood if you use these two herbs together. The patient will have problems after drinking it. Upon hearing this, Master Hong immediately slammed the table and retorted, Insolent! I have been practicing medicine for decades and have written this prescription hundreds of times. Nothing has ever happened. Have you even studied medicine to dare to speak such nonsense and suspect me of being wrong? Suddenly, a soft, warm hand took Diephan's arm. Diephan's face flushed slightly, and Tran Fai gently advised, Diephan, maybe you should just let it go, she thought to herself. Diephan is a feng shui master. He probably just said that about medicine, but the situation is a bit troublesome now, seeing Diephan's determined look, concerned for her health. Tran Fai's face also blushed. He said firmly, If that Vuong Chiu guy drinks it and something happens, I would not worry. But this prescription is for you. I cannot not worry. Vuong Chiu heard this and screamed, What? Sister Fai, do not pay attention to him. I think this guy is an idiot, just a sweet talker. We have to believe Master Hong. Master Hong was so angry his teeth were grinding. What? My prescription will kill people. Men, drag him out. The New Chan Duang does not welcome him. Diephan and Tran Fai watched as two of the shop's guards advanced aggressively. You rotten kid! Get out of here yourself! Do not make us use force! The other one shouted. Get out of here now! Seeing the situation escalate. The middle-aged man who came with Diephan, Ngui Thuong, quickly clasped his hands, trying to mediate. Master Hong, I am Ngui Thuong of the Tianhai market. We have had the pleasure of meeting before. Please give me some face, and do not act rashly. But Master Hong was furious, and did not bother to pay attention. I do not know you. Get out. Hearing Master Hong's blunt words, Ngui Thuong was stunned as if struck by lightning, his face pale. He turned and whispered to Diephan, Master Deep, maybe you should apologize. Master Hong has a very high status in the world of traditional Chinese medicine. We cannot afford to offend him. But Diephan remained indifferent, replying curtly, This quack is not worthy of my apology? Master Hong heard this and became even more furious, shouting, It seems that if I do not teach you a lesson, it will not be right. Drag him out and beat him for me. Seeing the old man insist that his prescription was not wrong, Diephan proposed directly, Master Hong, if you think there is no problem with the prescription, then how about we do an experiment right now? If there is a problem, you apologize to me. If there is no problem, I apologize to you. Master Hong snorted coldly, accepting the challenge. All right, you really will not cry until you see the coffin. Let us do as you say. They brought out a yellow dog to test the medicine. He pointed at the dog. telling the waiter, "Get the medicine according to this prescription, decoct it into a bowl, and give it to this dog." The person obediently complied. "All right, Master Hong. Let me go to another shop to find the 2 missing herbs." Ngai Thuong immediately rushed to stop him. "Master Deep, you are being too rash. Although you know some medical skills, you are far from being a match for Master Hong." The young man did not change his expression at his words, calmly replying, "It is he who is far from me, not the other way around." The girl Tran Fifai was also very surprised by his certainty. "Diep Han, are you sure?" Seeing her ask, Diep Han reassured her. "Sister Tran, you have to believe me. If I dare to say it, then I am naturally sure." "Yes." Hearing his confident answer, she tucked her hair back and smiled happily. "All right, then this Sister Tran believes you." Vuong Chiu heard Tran Fifi's words of trust and immediately jumped up to object. "Sister Fai, are you crazy? Why do you want to offend Master Hong for this guy? Have you forgotten the mission the company gave us this time? If Master Hong is not willing to give us the family's secret beauty formula for cooperation, can you bear the responsibility?" The girl resolutely protected Deep Han, accepting all the risks. "I will bear all the consequences. If something really happens, I will voluntarily resign after I return." Seeing her smile gently, tucking her hair back, he thought to himself, "The charm of this maturity. Her hair also smells so fresh and fragrant. Every move she makes is full of charm, and she also has a certain charisma when she is serious. It is a really good feeling." The bowl of medicine was placed in front of the yellow dog, and it began to drink. Master Hong stood with his arms crossed, watching the dog finish drinking, seeing it wag its tail happily. Vuong Chiu was pleased with himself and said to Diep Han, "You see, there was no problem with Master Hong's prescription. You should hurry up and apologize to Master Hong." Ignoring him, the young man raised his hand and began to count. 3. Vuong Chiu and Sister Tran both looked on nervously. 2. As soon as he counted to 1, the dog suddenly changed, its tail standing straight up. It looked extremely uncomfortable. It collapsed to the ground, medicine foaming from its mouth. Vuong Chiu was stunned, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out when he saw the scene. No way! There is a problem with Master Hong's prescription. Master Hong also could not believe his eyes. Everyone present was stunned to see the dog collapse to the ground. Master Hong finally exclaimed, "There is a real problem with the prescription." The cashier standing beside him also stammered, "This." Vuong Chiu could not believe that Diep Han had guessed it so accurately. He actually guessed it right. The young man calmly turned to Master Hong. "Master Hong, was I right?" "Yes." Vuong Chiu was still not convinced, pointing at him. "You must have cheated." He just sneered. "Oh, the whole process was handled by your people. I did not even have a chance to do anything. How could I have cheated?" he shouted angrily. "Then you tell me. Why did not this happen when I used this prescription before?" Diep Han raised a finger and calmly replied, "First, a person's endurance is stronger than a dog's. This dosage for a human body would at most cause vomiting, but it would cause irreparable damage to the internal organs." He raised 2 fingers and continued. "Second, it is related to the season. It is now autumn, and using this prescription has a greater effect on the body, if I am not mistaken. When you prescribed this medicine before, it was mostly in the winter, right?" "Yes." The old man was startled and terrified. His face contorted. He stammered and asked, "You? How did you know?" Diep Han replied, "Not only is there a problem with your prescription, but you also misdiagnosed the illness." He then turned to Tran Fai, who was standing beside him. "Sister Tran, give me your hand." She shyly held out her hand. "Oh, all right." Diep Han's face was cool and composed, but his mind was thinking something else. Her skin is so smooth. The feeling is so soft. It feels so good to touch. He said, analyzing. "The pulse is strong but not very real, like a rising wave." With a handsome and serious face, he continued, "According to Master Hong's diagnosis, it is edema. But he forgot one point. This pulse could also be a symptom of qi." The old man frowned angrily. "You stinking brat! Who sent you here to ruin my reputation?" He just replied gently, "I am just a passerby. I did not like seeing you treat patients so irresponsibly." He then asked directly, "A few people bought Yuan Lin Thao at your place recently. Can you tell me who they were?" Vuong Chiu was dazed. "Oh." Master Hong was sweating profusely. "So you came here to find the person who bought the Yuan Lin Thao. Unfortunately, this medicine shop is under my name. I will not tell you. I think this kid was sent by my competitor to cause trouble. If that is the case, do you dare to compete with me? Deephan frowned and asked, what do you want to compete in? He pointed a finger straight at his face, shouting, of course it is medical skills. If you win, I will tell you everything you want to know. If you lose, you will kneel down and kowtow to apologize. He smiled lightly and replied, all right, I agree. He continued, we will compete here tomorrow morning. As for the content, when you understand medicine, you will naturally know. With a smug and arrogant expression, he glanced at the two of them. As for the secret formula that your Dinthin group needs, I will not give it to you. He laughed heartily and turned to leave. This is your punishment, Guangxiu called after him in confusion. Master Hong. Ngai Thuong pointed in his direction and said worriedly to Diapan, Master Deep, you should not have agreed. Master Hong is very petty. He will definitely prepare for tomorrow. He will surely beat you, he replied calmly. It is fine, as long as it is a competition of medical skills. No matter what tricks he uses, he cannot beat me, Diapan thought to himself. With the Xuan Tianyi Dian, if my medical skills are not better than others, then I might as well go and die. He calmly told Ngui Thuong, all right, you do not need to worry anymore. Leave the rest to me. His expression was still full of worry, but he still replied, all right, if you have anything, just call me. As long as I can help, I will go first. Tran Fei Fai gently placed a hand behind her hip and said to Diapan, thank you for helping me and for not drinking that harmful medicine. She bowed slightly and asked with a bit of shyness, are you free? I would like to treat you to a meal. He replied, I am free now, at least. We will have to wait until after the competition tomorrow to know the result. Let us go. Seeing her shy and charming appearance, his heart was very fond of it. Sister Tran's invitation is really hard to refuse. Guangxiu ran to block the way. Sister Fai Fai, you still have the heart to eat with someone else. Have you forgotten our purpose for coming to the Juding market this time? She replied, of course I know, but you also heard. Master Hong will not give it to us, he said again. Maybe we should go and apologize to Master Hong now, and hope he forgives us. Tran Fai Fai crossed her arms, her expression serious. He gave me fake medicine, and now you are telling me to go apologize. In your dreams, I will bear any consequences. Yes, Guangxiu reluctantly agreed. You said it. She took Deephan's arm, affirming, I said it. Deephan, let us go. He smiled brightly and replied, all right. They both happily turned and left. Guangxiu watched their backs with a murderous look in his eyes, thinking to himself, so comfortable now. Let us see if you bow your head when you face reality. Sister Fai Fai, today I will finally get you. He took out his phone to make a call. Hello? Call a car for me here. When they got outside, Tran Fai Fai asked Diapan, what do you want to eat? He replied, whatever Sister Tran wants to eat. I will eat that. Suddenly a phone was raised from a hidden corner, secretly taking a picture of them. The picture was quickly sent with a message, Diapan is still alive. The photographer, with his face covered, muttered, I did not expect him to still be alive. Change of scene to another place. James was smugly demanding money. I have already killed Deephan, so you should give me the money. The person sitting on the powerful throne, with a mysterious purple aura around him, threw the phone to James. See for yourself. Deephan is not dead. James picked up the phone to look, his face immediately turning pale. Impossible. The bullet went through his heart. How can he still be alive? He angrily threw a tantrum, screaming, this picture is photoshopped. You are tricking me. James felt a chill down his spine and glanced at the man standing next to the powerful figure. Slam! He was hit by a powerful palm strike, spitting out blood. The one who struck was an inconspicuous old man standing next to the mysterious figure. He growled, do you want to die? James sat down on the ground in fear, his heart filled with horror. The East is truly full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A despised old man is actually. The figure on the throne said coldly to James, James, I will give you one more chance. If you do not kill Deep Han, I will kill you. Your head is not worth much. The other guy laughed triumphantly and replied, don't worry, last time he escaped, this time he cannot get away. James stood up. You two just wait for my good news. He left. The old man pondered. This Diapan is indeed a bit tough to chew. Even a grandmaster like James let him escape. Young master, our plan to enter the imperial capital cannot be delayed any longer. The one called young master replied. How can I put all my hopes in James's hands? Deep Han is too arrogant. He even killed the hallmaster of the Qing Tang. This time, the new hallmaster of the Qing Tang will personally come to cooperate with us. The young master's face was hidden in the shadows, only revealing a murderous look in his eyes. Don't worry. I am aiming at Deep Han's weakness. The gentle knife I have prepared will quickly be plunged into his heart. Not only will I take Deep Han's life, but I will also dig out the secret of why he has changed his skin so much lately. The old man respectfully bowed. The young master is wise. At this moment, Tran Fai Fai brought the food up, smiling brightly. Please enjoy your meal. Deep Han happily started a conversation. So Sister Tran works in the beauty industry. No wonder your skin is so beautiful. And you are so pretty too. Tran Fai Fai laughed in reply. You are really a smooth talker. Actually, I am just a salaried worker. I came to the Jiu Ding market this time for work. Vuong Chiu, who was sitting opposite him, interjected. Sister Fei Fai, you are not a worker. Your annual salary is several 100,000. I do not know how many people want to marry you. Speaking of which, he pointed his fork at Deep Han, his voice full of sarcasm. Of course, there are also a few toads in there, Deep Han calmly replied. I know. For example, right now, Sister Tran clearly invited me to dinner, but a toad keeps wanting to tag along. Hearing that, Vuong Chiu became furious and slammed the table, shouting, You bastard! I am talking about you. Do not think that you can pursue women just because you know a little bit of medicine. The men who pursue Sister Fai Fai all have annual salaries of hundreds of thousands. How much do you earn in a year? The clothes you are wearing probably only cost a few $100s, right? How much do you earn a month? 3,000 or 4,000. Today's meal costs tens of thousands. You are a real bastard. Tran Fai Fai was clearly annoyed. Vuong Chiu, what do you mean? He took advantage of the situation and turned to threaten Tran Fai Fai. Sister Fai Fai, do not think I do not know your current status in the company. If I tell them that you ruined the secret beauty formula, you will be fired by the company tomorrow. Hearing that, her face changed, a little scared. You, what do you want? Seeing this, he revealed his vile face. If you do not want me to report to the company, then you will obediently listen to me. Immediately go to the hotel room and take a shower, and lie down on the bed waiting for me. As long as you listen to me, I will help you cover this up. The girl was stunned, her voice cold. Vuong Chiu, you have a good plan. He smiled sinisterly, licking his lips with perversion. So what? I have been dreaming of this day for a long time. Deep Han had been sitting with his hands on his chin. Observing, he finally spoke up seriously. Saying these things in front of me does not seem very appropriate. Right. He suddenly turned around, roaring. I have already prepared a sumptuous meal for you. Come in. Immediately, the door to the room was kicked open. A group of ferocious-looking thugs, holding weapons, rushed in aggressively. Vuong Chiu pointed at Deep Han, shouting, Who told you to ruin my good time? Today I will cripple your leg, so you will know the consequences of offending me. Vuong Chiu. Seeing this, Tran Fai Fai slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, Vuong Chiu, what do you want to do? Deep Han gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. Sister Tran, his few people are not enough. You watch carefully. Vuong Chiu was even more furious at his contemptuous tone. Not enough. You are so arrogant. Beat him for me. As soon as he gave the order, the biggest thug swung an iron rod, bringing it down on Deep Han. He easily dodged the blow and conveniently punched the man in the face, he said with a cold message. This plate on the table is definitely not cheap. Remember to compensate me for the right price. Immediately after, another man with a stick rushed over from the side, but he was also knocked down with one blow. And just like that, another fool rushed forward and was immediately beaten senseless. Another one saw this and changed his tactics. Jumping down from above, he swung his weapon, intending to sneak attack Deep Han from behind, shouting, You die for me! He easily grabbed the weapon, and then gave him a punch that sent him flying backward. In an instant, all the thugs were knocked down one by one, groaning in pain on the floor. Ouch. My nose is broken. My ribs are broken. Vuong Chiu, why did you tell us to come and die? Where did you provoke this expert from? Vuong Chiu stood frozen on the spot, stammering in fear. Deep Han leisurely picked up a stick and advanced towards him. His voice was cold. Did you not say you wanted to cripple my leg? Do you want to cripple the left one or the right one? Vuong Chiu was sweating profusely in fear, trembling as he asked, You, who are you? Why are you so powerful? The corner of Deep Han's mouth curved up dangerously, his eyes sharp. How about I just cripple that place too. Anyway, yours will probably not be of any use in the future. Hearing that, he was so scared that his soul left his body. He immediately collapsed to the floor, begging repeatedly, "Do not, do not, do not." However, Deep Han was not going to let him off so easily. He swung the stick and gave him a good beating. Then he turned and walked out with Tran Fi's arm. She sighed. "I cannot even finish a meal. Deep Han, let us go." He turned his head and said to Vuong Chiu, who was lying there groaning, "Remember to add the compensation for damages when you pay the bill." Vuong Chiu lay flat on the ground, crying and comforting himself. Still lucky it is just a broken left leg. I was scared to death. Immediately after, he raised his head, screaming wildly in helplessness and hatred. "Tran Fi, Diep Han, I remember you. I will make you regret it." Walking out of the shop, Diep Han said apologetically, "Sister Tran, I am so sorry." He turned to explain, "I just did not like the behavior of that old Master Hong. I did not expect it to ruin your business." She smiled and replied, "It is fine. If it is ruined, it is ruined. At worst, I will just quit this company." Hearing that, Deep Han thought to himself, although Sister Tran said it so lightly, her income would probably be much lower if she changed companies. He then said, "How about this? I have a secret formula. I will give it to you for free." Tran Fi asked in surprise, "You have a secret formula?" After thinking for a moment, she said again, "No, this secret formula is too precious. I cannot take it from you." He smiled happily. "Between us, what is there to be so polite about? The secret formula is not very important to me. You can just take it." Knowing she could not refuse his kindness, she was a little shy, her cheeks turning red. "All right, then come with me to the hotel. We will talk in more detail." Hearing that, Diep Han's face also turned a little red. Asking back, "Is there something we cannot talk about here?" She leaned in closer, whispering mysteriously, "Just come if you want to come." In a luxurious hotel room, Tran Fi's voice of pure bliss echoed. Deep Han gently rubbed the medicine on her back and asked, "This is the spring rejuvenation formula. Does Sister Tran feel anything now?" She closed her eyes in enjoyment, her voice dreamy. I just feel..." Deep Han's face felt a little hot. "Do you feel a burning sensation?" Tran Fi opened her eyes to look at him over her shoulder, her voice full of infatuation. Yes, but you are so gentle. It makes me feel very comfortable." Hearing that, he smiled lightly. "Sister Tran, your skin is so smooth. Of course I have to be gentle. Rub this medicine on the scar on your back every day, and it will gradually fade. It will also make your skin softer and smoother." She replied with hope. Will it be effective? I injured my back before, and this scar has always made me very self-conscious." After applying the medicine, he instructed, "Wait 10 minutes and it will be fine. I guarantee this scar will fade significantly if you apply this medicine to your face. In addition to fading scars, it can also make your skin firm and smooth, making you look young again," she happily said. "All right, then I will wait 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Tran Fi walked to the mirror, and she exclaimed with surprise and joy, "The scar has indeed faded a lot. The effect of this secret formula is so good." Immediately after, she turned around and slowly approached Deep Han, her eyes sparkling, "Giving this secret formula to me. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. So how do you want me to repay you?" He looked deep into her eyes, asking back, "So, how do you want to repay me?" She smiled mysteriously, "Like this." Then she unexpectedly threw the pillow she was holding onto the floor and pressed her body against him. She tiptoed slightly, placing a surprise kiss on his lips and then whispering, "How is it?" The space in the hotel room seemed to freeze, leaving only the rapid breathing of the two people. Without any hesitation, Diep Han embraced her, gently laying her on the bed. He responded with even more passionate kisses. Both of their faces were flushed red, immersed in passionate and sweet emotions. While the two were still entangled, lost in a sea of lust, the shrill ringing of the phone suddenly broke the romantic atmosphere. Deep Han stopped and sat up a little annoyed. "You should answer the phone first." She was also startled, looking at the constantly ringing phone on the table. There it is." She quickly stood up, tidied her clothes, and answered the phone. "What is it?" On the other end of the line, an angry shout immediately sounded. "Director Tran, please explain what you have done." Tran Fi heard this, and the blood rushed to her head. shouting into the phone. "It is none of your business. I have already solved the new product." The other person was still stubborn. "Is that so? All right. Now I will open an online conference. You can explain it to us clearly." Then she just replied curtly, "All right," and hung up. Tranfai turned back, her face full of apology. "I am sorry, Diapan. I have a meeting." The young man gently waved his hand. All right. Then I will go first." After speaking, she tiptoed and placed a light kiss on his lips. She instructed, "Come and find me again when you are free." As soon as she left, he also opened the door and walked out. Thang Lone was already waiting and immediately handed him a tissue. She said tactfully, "Lipstick stain." The young man was slightly startled. Then he took the tissue and quickly wiped the lipstick stain off his lips. After wiping it, he was stunned to see the bright red lipstick stain on the tissue. This lipstick. At the same time, at Master Hong's residence, the sound of a leather whip lashed a man's bare back. The man lay on his stomach, his face ecstatic as he groaned. "You can be a little harder?" The girl laughed sweetly and replied, "All right." Immediately after, the sound of the whip lashed again, hitting his butt directly. The man screamed with pleasure. That is the strong force. At this moment, the door to the room burst open, and another female figure appeared, slowly walking in. A pink-haired girl, wearing a mask that covered half her face, spoke in a flirtatious voice, "Master Hong, have you been good?" When he saw the beautiful girl, his eyes lit up. I did not expect my disciple to find such a top-quality woman for me." The girl from before was annoyed at this, and snorted coldly before leaving. He crawled up, his expression lustful as he rushed towards the pink-haired girl. "I am not good. I am not good. Come here and punish me with force." Hearing that, she glared at him, her voice dangerous. "Then I will use force." Saying that, she suddenly reached out and squeezed his neck, making him so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He could only gurgle, What do you want to do?" At that moment, bam! A group of people kicked open the door and rushed in, shouting, "Boss, who are you? Stop right there!" Just as they were about to rush forward, the pink-haired girl waved her hand. A strange fragrance spread, making them stop in their tracks, muttering, "It smells so good." Then immediately, the whole group clutched their necks and spat out blood. Some fell to the floor, scratching at their throats. I cannot breathe. He was terrified, stammering as if he had seen a ghost. "Hong Loan Zui, you are one of the 4 great assassins. Tiet Hong Lon of the Qing Tang Hui. I wonder what Heavenly King Hong Lon wants to do." The girl took out a pill, giggling. "Heh. I did not expect a quack like you to have some knowledge. The competition tomorrow. You and Deep Han will compete in poison. Use my poison to make Deep Han drink it." Hearing that, his face turned pale, and he waved his hands, crying, "Impossible, impossible. I cannot kill people." Immediately after, she placed a foot on his shoulder, controlling him, her voice cold. "Who told you to kill people?" "Yes." She leaned close to his face, whispering seductively, "People just want Diapan to completely become their toy, and to strip all the secrets from him." Seeing this, he quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes. Yes. Yes." Then she gave an order, her voice full of contempt. "If you understand, then lick my shoes clean." His expression immediately changed, becoming extremely perverted. All right. The next day, at the NGU Chanzhuang, Diapan spoke first to Master Hong. "You say what you want to compete in." He arrogantly raised his head, acting superior. "We are practitioners of medicine. Besides saving people and healing wounds, we also have to know how to use poison. This is the competition to test our medical skills. Today we will compete in making poison." The crowd behind began to whisper. The mark on Master Hong's face looks like a high heel mark. I also noticed it. He was furious to hear the chatter behind him and turned to shout, "What high heel? This is the medicine I applied last night." They quickly waved their hands in apology. No wonder, it is definitely not from a high heel. Master Hong is not a pervert. Then he turned back and continued about the rules of the competition. "We will use the same medicinal materials to make poison, along with making the antidote. Then we will drink each other's poison, and then think of a way to solve it." Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "So big a bet, someone will die." Another agreed, "Master Hong is right. If you cannot even detoxify, then what is the point of being a doctor? This time, it will be interesting." Tranfai stood beside him, anxiously pulling Deephan's hand. Deephan, this is too risky. You do not have to. Before he could finish, he turned to reassure her. Don't worry, Sister Tran. Then he immediately turned to Master Hong and replied curtly. All right, the old man immediately shouted. Let us begin. A moment later, he held a black pill in his hand and announced, My poison is ready, he thought to himself. I secretly added the poison that Tiet Hong Lon gave me last night into this. Diep Han, you just wait. He also held out his pill. Mine is ready too. Then he took Diep Han's pill and without hesitation, put it in his mouth. Now let us exchange and drink it. He also quickly took the old man's pill and swallowed it. The crowd of onlookers was very excited. He really drank it. There will be something exciting to watch in a moment. The old man stared at Diep Han, his face full of bewilderment. You? Why are you still not poisoned? Someone in the crowd also wondered. Are you both okay? The old man could not believe it. 10 minutes have passed. Why is he still not affected? Hearing that, he smiled faintly. You want to hurt me with this kind of poison? You should worry about yourself. At this moment, his whole body suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he screamed in horror. Oh my God! Immediately after, there was a loud fart sound. The crowd behind jumped and quickly covered their noses. It stinks.